We're now back after the grand reshuffle. Teams will play their remaining 3 games in order to qualify for the semifinals week 1. I'm going to be your host, Castro Necro. John alongside with me on the panel, it will be I Super Johnny, and we're currently watching the realme BGIS 2025 Wildcard Day 3. Johnny, as we all know, a lot of hopes and dreams are now going to be crushed, and for a lot of these teams, this might not be a good news, but for some, this can be one step closer to their dream.
Exactly. I mean, last 3 matches, you have to go all in. And as you mentioned, we are going to see a few dreams crumble in front of our eyes over the next 2 days. But the question is, which are the teams that are going to be facing the brunt of this force now after the reshuffle? Because, you know, the first 3 games, you must have observed a few big names struggling. And there's an opportunity for the undergods to strike and go for those early drop clashes, see if they can get the top contenders out of the way.
Yesterday I was having a look at the groups as well, and man, the way the groups are formed, it's looking real spicy. Yeah. And as we know, we're going to kick things off with Group B and D today. Group B also seems pretty stacked with a lot of good teams.
Exactly. I mean, you talk about Group B, I think Cincinnati Kids is the best performing team in this group. And of course, that is the team that we have a lot of hope from as well, being in a position from where we can actually see them hit that 50-point marker today. Plus, being in Group B, I think Cincinnati Kids, they're going to love it. They're the only team that have been able to secure a chicken dinner in those 16 teams. So it should be easy for them to dominate and have that one-sided vacuum in this group as well. But let's see how today is going to turn out.
Exactly. We've got the points distribution on the screen. First placing team inside of the game will get 10 points. The second one will get 6. The third one will get 5. And it's going to keep on descending until 9th, till 16th, get none. And of course, you will get 1 point for each finish that you gather inside of the game. And let's not forget, a few teams like Look at the Esports as well are doing quite good for themselves. Still, another names like Reckoning Esports, like Rider Esports have showed some sign of life, but would love to see them perform even better.
Exactly. I mean, we would love to see Rider Esports, a new name, bounce up and see if they can make it all the way towards the semi-finals. One name that was kind of a dark horse and they're doing quite well for themselves is CV Academy. No one saw CV Academy being one of the top contenders to make it into the semi-finals. We have the schedule for the day on our screens. Group B is going to start the journey for the second half of the wildcard stages, and Group D is going to play the last 3 matches of the day.
As we all know, final 3 chances left for them to secure a slot directly inside of the semifinals week 1. And let's not forget, just the top 8 teams from the week 1 as well move on directly towards the grand finals. So close to their dreams. And I'm pretty sure a lot of these teams, man, the teams that get eliminated right here are going to be shedding tears.
Of course, I mean, you've made it so far into this realme BGIS 2025, just 2 steps away from the finale, and you get kicked out. But in the end, we keep saying, I said this yesterday, that is how competition works, right? Either you perform, stay at the top of your game till the very end and win it all, or if you slip up for a moment, you are going to get eliminated.
And there will also be a lot more opportunities in the future as well for you to compete and once again be back in a better form. So this is not the end. Even if you get eliminated over here, you can always hope to be back in the upcoming tournaments and do even better if you put in the hard work. And as we mentioned, right, of course, the known names are dominating Cincinnati Kids. Look at the Esports, some signs of life even from Reckoning Esports and Rider Esports. But we'd love to see even the teams from the latter half of the board at least show some signs of life and maybe be there to pull off a comeback. But for now, it's time for us to toss to a short promo. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. The Realme P3 Ultra 5G. Move on towards Flipkart, search for the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, and you might just stand a chance to win the device itself and also some more interesting rewards. And let's not forget, with 90 FPS BGMI gaming, this device provides you the smoothest gaming experience out there.
Exactly, the smartest AI gaming control in this segment, and of course the world debut for the Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset. Everything that you need to put your best in your matches, starting from 22,999. And as my man over there said, go on to Flipkart and search for the Realme P3 Ultra 5G. But Necro, our search continues for the 16 names for the semifinals. We have 16 teams already. And as we were talking about Group B, right? Likita Esports is one of the top contenders. Cincinnati Kids is going to make the list. Reckoning Esports, but there is a big name that we haven't mentioned yet. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yes, I know you're going to talk about God's Reign right there, right? And the way God's Reign kicked things off in the first 3 games itself, I never saw this coming. God's Reign is currently on the latter half, and they're struggling for any sort of life overall in the entire wild card. And if this same thing keeps on going on today as well, we all know they will be eliminated from the wild card itself.
Exactly. The first 3 matches, they were only able to secure 19 points. Even though the journey started on a good note, the first game they played in the first half of the wildcard stages was actually a brilliant one, but then they completely just fell off. Sanhok, the last match that they played, and I keep bringing that game of Sanhok up again and again because I don't think we have seen these gods bleed that much in a single match.
It really does feel like God's Reign want to bring in that defensive nature, that passive play style, just the way Destro wants to play. But it's not working out, man. It's really just suffocating that team's potential. In my opinion, just go aggressive. You've got some of the best assaulters that you can ask for inside of the region. God's Reign does possess a lot of firepower. Just rely onto it, man. Just like the way Phoenix Esports did. Simple.
Exactly. And I think it is kind of the change of the meta of the game, the circle timings changing as well, that has impacted God's Reign in a negative way because Phoenix Esports, they were always the aggressive team. So the zone timings getting faster has helped them out because everyone just runs inside of the zone a little bit quicker, and that allows Phoenix to go for all of those frags. But God's Reign, we saw, and especially if I talk about Erangel, they like to stick towards that military island for a very long time. They stay there for a while, up until Stage 2, Stage 3, back in the days. Now they are forced to move out a little bit quicker, and I think they might be struggling into adapting into this new play style, but let's see how today turns out. 3 more matches, they can make it happen, and along with them, Rivals Apex is also there, by the way, a team stuck in a very precarious situation.
Once again, Johnny, as an esports athlete, though, you need to have adaptability as well as your main skill set. And if you're not able to adapt quick enough, you're of course going to fall back in the competition. And that's what's currently happening with the players of God's Reign. I hope in the remaining 3 games we see a complete different God's Reign. We see a complete different turnaround in the overall table. And maybe God's Reign, too, can still stand a major chance to pull off a comeback. Ankybot has shown a lot of faith in God's Reign themselves. CV Academy, they're doing pretty good in the overall standing. So in my opinion, for them, it should be a smooth sailing. Altitude, though, that's quite a bold pick.
Can I change my prediction? IC has predicted God's Reign as well, and we know what's been happening to his predictions for the last few days, so I would like that changed, please. But yeah, I mean, I also believe God's Reign, they can bounce back today. We believe in these players, Destro, Delta, Justin, Ninja Jord being there. Ninja Jord, when this transfer happened a year ago, everyone was like, okay, this is now just going to be the best team that's going to dominate the rest of the year. But that didn't happen. We are still waiting for that.
Exactly my point, right? Especially when you've got some of the best assaulters. And as you mentioned, when Ninja Jod was signed in towards the roster, we thought this is going to be a super team.
Yeah.
But right now, the way Cincinnati Kids is playing, it feels like they are the new super team. 22 finishes racked up, 4,481 damage dished out with the average survival time of 21:54 and 35 total points secured in just the span of 3 games. Those are some impressive stats.
They are impressive indeed. And what's even more impressive is how Cincinnati Kids is making it all happen. Because when you look at the roster, you expect Aditya or Flock maybe to be the star performer for the team. And yes, these lads are putting up those finishes on the board. They are making their contribution. But the man leading the front lines, their IGL, Juicy, is the one who stepped up when the team needed him the most. And that is just impressive because usually, I mean, we all know this, IGLs have the most pressure on their heads in every single game. So they aren't able to get those finishes or be as aggressive as they like to be. Juicy was running out into the open yesterday picking up those fights. There was absolutely nothing he was afraid of.
I'm still having so many doubts and so many questions about Cincinnati Kids in my mind because what happened in quarterfinals then? It felt like they were just gifting away elimination points to the opponent teams. They were just out in the open. They had no clue what they wanted to do, and that's why they suffocated to death, and now they're over here inside of the wild cards in the first place.
They play with zero strats, man. That's what happens. Cincinnati Kids has no strategies going into the game. This team is just vibes. If they're feeling the moment, if they're feeling that they can make it happen, they will make it happen. But if there's even a single doubt in their head, right, one player is just having an off day and did not really wake up on the right side of the bed, this team is just going to bomb extremely hard. So it's an extreme case of hit or a miss with Cincinnati kids, but I just hope these boys stay happy and they keep performing like
Luckily
this.
enough, they're doing really good. So in my opinion, at least in these 3 games, they're not really going to be having a lot of pressure. But especially for teams like God's Green, Rival Apex, you've also got a few more names like INT in there too. Those names are going to be having a lot of pressure. In my opinion, to perform with that amount of pressure is impossible. So just play with a complete clean mindset at this point.
But hey, another team that we think can make it, but there is definitely going to be a lot required for them to be able to push through towards the semifinals is actually Mysterious 4. We all remember that 1v4 we saw in the quarterfinals from Fragger. Every single individual in this team has a lot of potential, but still sticking around in the middle pack always is not good for your health, right? So Mysterious 4, it's just that extra support that I think the individuals need to provide to each other in those fights where they do find those trades, because trading is something that they have been struggling. If they are able to find those trades, I think Mysterious 4, their chances of surviving in 4v4s actually just goes up quite a lot.
It's quite a newer team though, right? Expecting so much from a newer team like that would be too much.
They're doing better than God's Reign.
Yeah, they're definitely doing better than God's Reign in the overall standings. But in my opinion, since God's Reign have got so much experience from the past itself, they can deal with the pressure much more better compared to the players of Mysterious 4. And Johnny, what's happening with Alibaba Raiders? Even this team is pretty much on the same side of the spectrum. They are lost.
Yeah, they're definitely lost, and I think there is no recovering for Alibaba Raiders unless they have a big performance today itself. And that is just game 1 itself. They need to go big in game 1. If they fail the map of Erangel, then Miramar and Sanhok are just going to be obligations to them.
And we've also got a few more names like new champions right there, right, trying to make it across the board. Generally speaking, so many teams have probably lost hope of qualifying. And for those teams, in my opinion, just forget everything. Just move in like the game like you've got nothing to lose and just try and go frag heavy. Because if you get a major game in your hand, you can instantly catapult yourself on the first half.
Exactly. If you're anywhere underneath that 15-point marker right now, just go all in, go for the drop clash in Erangel, guns blazing, as you say. Because if you miss this first game, you're not coming back. There is no recovery.
Simple.
And it will be very difficult to bounce back. Because again, a reminder right now, it is the goal for these teams is to be in the top 16 of the 64 that are still there in the wildcard stages. It's not going to be easy. And I think IC has been mentioning this, that the cutoff for the quarterfinals fell around 46 points to be a little bit more precise. I think it's going to be same this time around, looking at the averages.
And Johnny, a lot of these teams who've lost hope can actually be a spanner in the works for teams like God's Reign and Rival Apex, because if they start going guns blazing, then God's Reign as well can be caught in the crossfire right next to Rival Apex.
It can be, but let's see how things are going to turn out. I mean, no matter what happens, one thing is guaranteed, that there's going to be just unadulterated entertainment going into these last few matches, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you guys are prepared for the action, because it is about to get intense as we jump into game number 1, the map of Erangel.
As the plane's going to be in the skies once again, starting all the way from Milta Power towards the Snovka military base. And now this plane flat path is heavily tilted down south, Johnny. If the teams want to move in towards that northern side, Severny, Yasna, Poliana, even Godka seems like a tough stretch.
Necro, do you hear that? That's Destro laughing, man, because of the flight path. Right next to his home ground, it should make things a little bit easier. But let's see how long those smiles are going to be there on those faces. It is going to be interesting to see what happens to the team that start from the northern part of the map as well, because now Georgopol is going to be off limits. To get to Rozhok as well, you will have to drop towards either the Pochinki highways or the highways next to Shelter, look for those vehicles, and then rotate out from there.
But when the flight paths are extremely towards a side, usually the circle forms on the opposite side. So there's a big chance we might just see the circle forming on the northern side, and then Destro's smile or those smirks might just fade away.
God's Reign do well when the circle is away from them. It gives them that early breathing room that they need always for the late rotations.
Well, let's see, though. So far, they haven't really been doing that great either. So for God's Reign, at this point, only God's grace can genuinely save them, because they need a major comeback in the overall standings. A chicken dinner with more than 25 points is something God's Reign is searching for. The moment they find that 25-pointer, though, that's going to be such a big pressure subsider.
If they get 25 points in game 1 itself, that's just like qualification done. Check mark that box, and look at that circle towards Yasnaya. Reckoning Esports, I think, in this game can definitely capitalize, but hey, first big fight of the game right off the bat. It is new champions going up against Mysterious 4.
Two desperate names wanting to face off against each other as Legend falls down. Mysterious 4 as well. They're making sure that the opponents aren't going to be hurt. This QBZ up close and personal from Sketch is doing a lot of damage. Two players knocked out from new champions. Now we're not really seeing that champion mentality back from the boys. Uzi in the hands of the man in the front, and Sketch is looking to hand out a few more death blows. Just two players remain for new champions. All the hopes and dreams on the verge of being shattered in this game one itself, and Boogie with just a pistol and next to none HP. They're looking to convert this chicken dinner. New champion still there pressuring onto the players of Mysterious 4 even a bit. This pistol's not going to do a lot, but he still fights the knock somehow. He's saving the day for his team. Now pulls out the Uzi. Munglu, this one single man can be the death god himself, but here comes the third party. And maybe for NC, this will be it. They can't really stand a chance against the 4 remaining men in the front. And in the end, Munglu crumbles under that pressure.
Well, I think they did quite well, the side of new champions. That was a valiant effort. They picked off 3 players from the side of Mysterious 4. But unfortunately, Rider Esports showed up at the last second. No reset available. And they made it all happen with a Uzi and 2 pistols between the 2 players, by the way. 3 players lost. Mysterious 4, that risk they took was calculated, but man, they are bad at maths.
Mysterious 4 had the advantage. It was a 4-on-2 to kick things off with.
Yeah.
And they still messed up big time because they funneled through that staircase, and slowly and steadily the players were just getting taken down.
One man went from the balcony, even he got knocked out, man.
Yeah.
What are you talking about funneling?
I mean, this is not going to work out, man. He wanted to grab on towards that ledge. He made it in, but then since crosshairs were trained off the opponents, he got easily shut down.
I mean, put it simply, they just whiffed their shots. It wasn't that complicated. They had the upper hand. They had the weaponry advantage. But when the moment called for it, they just couldn't line up their crosshair with the entire body of the opposing player. Grind now left alone to grind the rest of the match out all alone. And Rider Esports, I think they're going to be happy with those early 2 points. Plus, they get control of Yasna Poliana for free. The one team that also could have actually third-partied or joined that entire fiasco was CV Academy. But CV Academy, they just like to stay alone towards the school apartments. On our screens now, Altitude Esports, Pochinki, the place they call home in this game, at least for now.
For Altitude, the entirety of Pochinki is going to be theirs. No one to contest them, but since the zone is not on top of the city, that's where that's going to be a little bit concerning. They would need to leave that spot, move inside of the circle first, be quick. Cincinnati Kids on the screen, all the way towards Fair Pier still. They've got a 2-2 split going on, remaining 2 players in the front. For CK, they're going to take their sweet little time. Since they know they're doing so good in the overall standings, there's just no pressure.
Yeah, for sure. And I think CK made the way things have worked out for them. That first game of Erangel they played, they got a lot of eliminations because of the circle being on them as well. This time around, though, I wonder how things are going to turn out. The zone on the opposite end of the map from where CK usually likes to start, Ferry Pier. And of course, there's the side of Mafia Official as well right next to them to cause that extra bit of trouble. But now, switching POVs, we move to Rivals Apex. Another name that we had a lot of expectations from, but so far, the struggles continue.
A complete different story. Rival Apex still not able to find that strong footing. When we saw this team for the first time inside a grind, not exactly for the first time, but first time in 2025, they were looking pretty polished. They were looking great. Even Drigger was in form, but something's going on. Rival Apex, they've lost their form. They need to get back inside of the game, lock in, and focus for these remaining 3 matches. They definitely do have the caliber to qualify, but since they don't really have the head start they need in the overall standings, these remaining 3 games are going to be a lot of pressure.
ESG Esports, a surprising entry into the quarterfinals, but they weren't able to perform, and they're back in the wildcards. Although, even now in the wildcard, ESG, just 7 points in the first 3 games that they played, not really looking good. Anti-Furious right behind them as well in the overall leaderboard, by the way. 7 points for Anti-Furious, and all of them coming for finishes. So this team does not survive in the top 8.
Interesting. Reckoning Esports, another known name. And honestly speaking, Reckoning Esports could have done a lot better. But since they have got that head start that we speak of, the remaining 3 games, even if they get the bare minimum, Reckoning Esports will still qualify, but they need to be consistent.
Yeah.
They need to hit that average. God's Ring Herculean task lies ahead. As I mentioned, they at least need a 20 bomber minimum to get themselves once again back in the race.
I think if they can get somewhere around 10 points per match as well, God's Reign, they should be okay. Because they're at 19 right now. 30 points at the end of the day gets them to 49.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure God's Reign themselves, they want to try and make the cut in the first 2 games itself, because they know the moment that 3rd game arrives, they will be targeted by the newer bunch.
Oh, of course, I mean, Sanhok, that Paradise Resort drop attracts a lot of attention, but let's see. Sometimes, it's not sometimes, but it's always the case. In order to make those big plays, you have to take a lot of risk. And risk can sometimes backfire. But the reward is also equally high.
Cincinnati Kids too, gone for a late game rotation. And since it's just the stage 1 so far, a lot of these teams are taking it casual. Look at the esports as well, that late game rotation comes through. And honestly speaking, for Look at the esports, I'm not even sure exactly what the game plan is, but they spot out altitude, and Lazy was out in the open. Gets knocked out instantly towards that garage. His teammates are in the vicinity as well. But even Look at the esports, they lose out towards Neo. The man's knocked out, taken away to his death. Look at the esports. They need to be careful, need to be quick as well. Still, the situation can be in control, but here comes that push from altitude. Since Neo is knocked out, Viper was all by himself, and even he gets put to sleep. Altitude with a big man advantage now inside of the fight, and Look at the esports. All they can do is just back away from this.
What just happened over there? Neo knocked out, Viper is just standing there looking at the beauty of Erangel, I guess. But Altitude, brilliantly done. Quick advantage taken away from the players of Likita Esports. As only 2 players remain, Hector and Goblin. And now the responsibility to get those points is on their shoulders in this game. Also, stage 1, it came to an end while that fight began. And now the second zone is going to take us towards Yasna and Shelter. Those open fields between Yasna and Shelter. You see that splash of colors. Early rotations made by a lot of teams, but we still have 6 teams outside of the play zone. Rivals Apex and Mafia Official about to make that entry, breaching the eastern edge of the zone. Altitude stuck in the blue because of that early conflict against the players of Likita. Likita also stuck inside of the blue along with Intense Esports. And then, of course, God's Reign, always one of the last few teams to rotate inside of the play zone.
Yeah. The zone is already too cluttered. A lot of teams, they found themselves that safe haven. Rival Apex as well towards Rozok, still on the edge. And I'm pretty sure they're itching to find a good spot inside of the circle, at least towards that centric part, which is already occupied. Team Intense on the screen. All the 4 players on their merry way towards the safer side inside of the circle. There was a team right next to him. Team Intense. Situations can be bad for you. And that team was Look at the Esports in the nearby vicinity. And since Look at the Esports is just taken down to a 2-man squad, I'm pretty sure they're not going to go for any sort of risk.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they really can't in this game. They are in a position from where qualification should not be a challenge, but hey, anything can go wrong at any time. Whereas Murphy's Law says the thing that you fear the most, sometimes those are the things that happen.
True. I mean, as I mentioned, right, there is a lot of fear that you can be eliminated from the tournament right now. And as I've been mentioning from the start, just play with a complete clear mindset. take it easy. You don't have any other option either. If you're going to play with a lot of pressure, you aren't going to reach your A game. And right now, you need to be at the top of your performance. The next zone shift is going to be a curveball-like one since it shifts all the way on top of Yasna Poliana. Interesting zone shift so far.
Rider Esports is the one team that's celebrating right now. They got to Yasna early after completely forcing the players of New Champion back to the lobby. They got those 2 finishes off of that as well. And since post that fight, they have been playing in Yasna Poliana. Delta, that's not your team. That's Mafia official. But God's Reign collide. Oh, he was trying to run him off. He was trying to spin that vehicle out of the way. Fails the contact, and they get some cover for themselves. Mafia official, God's Reign, they're going to be forced out into the open, and they make a run towards Yasnaya. Do they get there safely, though? Or are we going to see God's Reign get eliminated in this game very early? Shots fired on that vehicle, and Delta, he cannot stop now.
He needs to keep on moving. And for God's Reign, this might just be smooth sailing, actually. They found themselves a bit of that safe haven towards this apartment. They're going to be okay. It also seems quite clear, so for God's Reign, it's okay. Things looking good and dandy. They need to secure the vehicles as well, since they can be shot at too. The tires can be busted. As long as God's Reign found themselves a bit of that real estate to play with towards the Yasna Poliana, that's all they wanted. And once again, God's Reign is playing with all the 4 players next to each other. They're not really pulling off any sort of splits. All the 4 players just in that one single building, trying to play it as safe as possible. But in my opinion, they should be a little bit split. Play for the intel. Try and take some sort of risk, because that's what you need right now.
Well, let's see how things are going to turn out for them. That western building of Yasnaya, the position is pretty solid. It gives you a lot of vision towards those open fields, but on the finish feed, Mafia official, it seems like they are looking to pick off at least, or maybe just cause some trouble for the players of Rider official. Altitude spotting out the players from Intense Esports. Shots fired, no contact made though. Wamp on the other side, I believe, might be stuck in that building. If the players of Altitude just focus fire in his direction, they might be able to find that finish. And Beast with a small run in quite close to the players of Cincinnati Kids. Intensity is on the rise for Intense Esports, it seems like.
Indeed. Cincinnati Kids, though, still on the edge. And now they're going to inch inside of the white line. Blue has successfully been dodged. The next zone's going to shift out in the open. All the teams in the city now, it's going to be major panic, including God's Reign themselves. And God's Reign, they need to be quick. They need to instantly get back in their vehicles and try and secure a good spot out in the open. Maybe a few visitor towers that are available in that open fields can be grabbed. But since there's so many teams in the back lines as well, there's a big chance they can also be shot in the back.
And while all this is happening, look at Likita Esports. They're close to that ravine up north. But moving in for them is going to be an even bigger challenge. We keep talking about it. 2 players remaining from the side of Likita Esports. But hey, as you were talking about God's Reign and them moving to that wizard tower, guess what? It's not working out too well, is it? Justin lost. Just 3 players left standing. Delta, he's all alone over here. And the other 2 players, now they also realize that crossing this open field is going to be a big challenge.
As I mentioned, taking that visitor tower, and that's what God's Reign has done. I like that move. But since Delta is the only man towards that visitor tower, there's going to be a lot of that focus that will be attracted towards the player. Shots taken from Ninja. None of them connect since it's the hovercraft. Gives you that 100% security. Another player just moving outside of that compound. Few more shots taken from Ninja Shot, but all of them have been missing. ESG will be safe for now. God's Reign themselves not looking so safe after all, since they lost out on Justin quite early. God's Reign with a lot of pressure. And speaking of pressure, now that pressure is going to be felt by the players of Reckoning Esports. Viper, but that beautifully placed nade's going to find Ghostface, the main man, taken down. BO7S in a world of trouble, on the verge of being eliminated maybe too. Reckoning Esports, they've got the advantage. Even the fallen man is back up on his feet, so Gravity can easily pop that first aid. And once again, look healthy, good and dandy. Gets the fresh magazine towards that S12K. Now looking to cook the nade, but such a big blunder from Deroki. I'm not even sure what the man was trying to do there. I know he wanted to be the hero, pull off a heroic play for his team, but he messed up and now gave the advantage even more to Reckoning Esports. Viper up close and personal with that S12K, just waiting for a little glimmer off the opponent. But still, the fight's elongated for too long.
Well, the fight continues, as you mentioned, and I think reset opportunity gained by the players of Reckoning Esports. Dusty knocked out over there. There was a nade coming in from the back lines, and Goblin from Likita Esports shows up for a third party as well in this fight. Dionysus knocked out. They can get him back on his feet. Kyoya, he's looking for the squad wipe. And Reckoning Esports, I believe, almost have found it as well. The last man from the side of BO7S, he's just going to stay there in the back lines. But Goblin, can you pull off a miracle? Can you find those frags in front of you? He's all alone in that position. And it's going to be a while before his teammate shows up. But Rivals Apex, even they are feeling the pressure. And they get cooked under that pressure from Altitude Esports. The squad wipe comes through. Rivals Apex sent back to the lobby extremely early in this game. 6 eliminations on the board for Altitude Esports already.
A bad start for Rival Apex. 0 points accumulated from that game. They were already doing real bad in the overall standings, and now with the game 1 done and dusted with just 0 points, this cannot get any worse. But at least I'm happy for the players of Mafia. They found themselves a real good spot. Even CV is in a decent spot. There's Team Intense on the back line, just playing on the edge. Even Cincinnati Kids towards that same vicinity. They need to take care of the players of Alabama Raiders, and that's what Cincinnati Kids wants to do. Ninja OP's knocked out. Chris is the only man standing with just a pixel of HP, but even he gets wrapped up.
Cincinnati Kids, just beautifully done. They are very, very proficient in putting that chokehold on teams. Surround them and finish them off, box them in, and then go for the strike. In the meanwhile, we saw the map earlier. Likita Esports, they found a way into the zone. I mean, that is just impressive. Just 2 players amongst all of that chaos, still finding the zone entry. And Cincinnati Kids, with that cleanup on Alibaba Raiders, have also secured a pretty decent position inside of the circle, which is the southeastern edge. But now, again, towards Goblin and Hector we go. Oh no, he has no heals, and his HP is low.
Yeah, this just blows. Someone needs to help the man, his own teammate. Maybe. Goblin's got 1 medkit, but that's it. One thing is for sure, look at the esports, they need some resupply.
Yeah.
But how can they if they do not really have a lot of eliminations either? 0 so far in this game. No loot crates available for them to loot. And Reckoning Esports, they're going to find themselves a bit of that pit stop to play with. But a lot of teams, now they're going to start to stack up around Reckoning Esports. They need to be careful. ITX Furious, they seem quite furious too. Viper took a lot of shots, a little bit of that connection on towards the dome, but that's it. Nothing serious happening yet. Reckoning Esports for them, now it's the Call of Duty. They need to be quick. They need to be real swift with their heads. Utilities are being tossed towards the players. It's shipping out damage. But as I mentioned, nothing serious is happening yet. But the moment I say so, Viper's nade finds the connection. And that's going to be the opening knock that Reckoning Esports was looking for. INTX Furious, now they need to be careful. They need to find a return knock. And they also shut down Viper in return.
The trade comes through for INT Furious, and they have found that little bit of a breather they needed for the reset as well. The spray down from Rajput, almost finding the knock, but it's the nade that confirms the finish, and the player just gets baited into that open position. Gravity, he needs to be careful. His teammates are following up. Kyoya and Dion right next to him. But Rajput is out of nades, although the spray down, let's see how that works out as even Cincinnati Kids show up for the third party. But luckily for Reckoning Esports, before Gravity fell, he did find that opening knock against CK. Oh, that nade, it's too close. The Molotov is going to burn them alive. Oh no, the HP bars just fading away. Kyoya, the last man, and into the line of fire of CK they go. Reckoning, what a huge blunder.
And indeed, it was a blunder. That one single Molotov instantly just sprung them back to life. And for Reckoning Esports, it took away their life. Gravity, The man is taken away to his death as he will be eliminated too, and now all the burden on Kyoya's shoulder. He's got the ghillie suit backing him up though. He can definitely blend up with that cross and be behind that buggy. CK can be deceived. While CK is too focused on the team in the front, which is Furious, and even Reckoning Esports at the same time. They were third-partying Reckoning Esports constantly from the back lines. And just look at the amount of control CK has now.
Yeah, I think this is just their game, man. Because with the shift of the zone, even Mafia Official is going to be forced to move out. Also, by the way, with these 7 points in hand, CK are sitting at 42 points in the overall leaderboard. They need about 3 to 4 points to basically guarantee their qualification if the cutoff in the end falls around 45-46. But fate of Reckoning Esports is sealed, it seems like. But Kyoya is fighting for his life. 2 finishes confirmed.
What?
Finds the third knock, but before he can secure that last frag, he gets finished off. And from the backlines, even INT Furious are going to be wiped off. Last man confirmed by the players of CK. But such a brilliant play towards the end from Kyoya. He gets 3 finishes before he gets taken out. But now let's look at God's Reign. It seems like the gods have been left bleeding again. Destro knocked out. Delta and Ninja make that desperate push out into the open, but Ninja falls, and Delta is the last man surviving. They are in the line of fire of Altitude Esports.
The safe play style not working out once again. And Delta PG now tossing out those smokes to provide some sort of cover. But as we all know, the smoke's just going to be blocking the line of sight, not the bullets. The moment he gets spammed, he will be eliminated from the game. Altitude is taking shots against Rider Esports too. And even they get eliminated from the game with just 7 finishes in the bag. Altitude, what a game it's been so far for the boys. The position they had wasn't even that great. They were getting challenged constantly. Once by rival Apex, now by a few more teams. But Altitude, they still defend pretty well. All the risk, that pays off. Mafias, they need to back away. Delta's position noticed. That nade was so close. Chips away a lot of damage onto Delta. Takes him down to barely any sort of HP. He's going to pop that med kit. We'll bring him back to 100% of HP once again. Delta's looking good. But since he's the only man standing, he's got a lot of task ahead of him.
I think he's just about to get finished off. There we go. Once your position is compromised and you are in this open field, there's no surviving that. Also, talk about surviving. Look at the esports. They have somehow made it into the top 6 of this match, and it's just Hector, by the way. Goblin got finished off. The man who was given all the resources is gone. Hector, with no first aids, no heals available on him, is just alive somehow, barely breathing. You see his HP on the right-hand side of your screen. He's there with around 20 HP, I believe. Not even 20, like 15.
Yeah. And look at the esports. Has been surviving for such a long time. They lost out on 2 players off the rip in the stage 1 itself, and still they're alive. Oh boy, survival instincts on point, but I'm pretty sure soon enough that man will be eliminated too. He won't be able to stand a chance for too long since he's got no meds. CV, they were passive from the start till the end, but now it's time to showcase themselves. Top 5 teams alive. CV, they've got a few more foes lingering in the sidelines. At least they've got a bit of that cover of the compound to play with. So CV, they do have the intel and also do have the hard cover to play with. CK, though, they're a constant threat.
Yeah, CK is going to be the biggest threat to everyone. Mafia Official, they're going to end up losing bodies when they fight Altitude eventually. CV, they will have to exit those compounds, and that will just put them in the line of fire of the players of CK. Unless Altitude shows up from that eastern edge and CV is forced to fight Altitude. So these 3 teams are going to end up fighting each other. And if CK just hold back, this should be their game. But Aditya spotted out into the open by Atlantis. And he's going to try and force him to get knocked out. Lazy is going to get knocked out. The spray comes through from Beast.
What just happened there, Altitude? Lazy is always the man who gets knocked out first. And once again, he gets knocked out. But hopefully it's not going to be a domino effect. Mafias, they're indeed playing like the real Mafias. Dominating the open fields. Even the players of Altitude now starting to face the brunt. CV from the top, though. They're a constant threat, too. Look at the amount of utilities that are being tossed against Altitude. Gods falls down. That elimination point gets stolen, though, by Mafias. Beautiful stuff. Even those scrappy elimination points are going to be helping so much to the players of Mafia Official. At CV Academy from the top, the nade parade just never stops.
Mafia Official, they have gotten a reset for themselves, all thanks to the players of CV Academy going after altitude instead. But CK from the flank, they've picked off Brawly, Wiz, Ninja, and Daddy are all that are surviving. And Wiz, I think his position is compromised because CK has been lobbing a lot of grenades in his direction, but Flock, this is a little overextended position, to be honest, that he is in. He has a teammate alongside with him, but at any point, Flock goes down. There's no coming back. And Hector, oh man, that is just, what, 2-3 HP on him.
Look at the survival status. Hector's bar is not even visible.
Yeah,
that's how low he is.
But he's still there.
Yeah, he's still there. But even a little window could get rid of that man. Hector needs to keep himself quiet. Not even move a muscle.
Oh, he's going to get spotted out with Juicy jumping constantly.
Maybe, though. Still, there's a big maybe. Hector is still alive. He's got that little dip that's supporting him. Keeping his position anonymous. Then you've got Ajit right there from Mafia Officials on the right side. Cincinnati kids like vultures just looking for praise. And CV Academy from the start till the end, they've been real defensive. But in the final few moments, now they decide to strike. Unfortunately for CV Academy, one man was the casualty, but even CK, they lose out on Juicy. The man's still knocked out though, he's revivable.
But look at the finish feed, Hector, he has found a knock, and it seems like Likita Esports will not go out with 0 eliminations. If Hector can finish off Ajit, oh, Ajit is finished off by the way, he can go for the loot, he can bring his HP back up.
True, a few first aids can actually help the man big time. Mafia Official, Atlantis, this nade might just be on the mark. It's gonna be real close. All the players from CV Academy real hurt. And a man's knocked out still. Mafia Officials, they have been applying that constant pressure, wanting to toss the nade on the other side, but CV Academy just out of reach. A few more Molotov tossed in that same direction, just falling short by a bit. Hector's position's now known. The nade was short. If the nade was tossed even an inch closer, that was going to be a knock.
That's the knock.
And there we go. The knock the man was searching for has finally been found. And Hector, his sixth senses are now coming back to life.
Man, this is it, ladies and gentlemen. This is what experience gets you. And here comes the first aid for one more time. This man is in a position where he can stand up and he can take a fight. He can get a few extra finishes, making it into the top 3. An impressive performance coming in from the IGL of Likita Esports. Also, by the way, Cincinnati kids brought Juicy back. The revive came through on the flank. They got one of their other players knocked out, but let's see. Cincinnati kids, I think the win is guaranteed now. Mafia Official, just 2 players left inside of this match. Likita Esports with 1, but CK still has all 4 of them. They're looking for Hector. They want to finish this isolated player off, but Mafia Official, Mighty, he's gonna get knocked out. Hector goes down. CK versus Mafia Official. It's just the last 2 men, and it's down to a 2v2. Cincinnati kids, 12 points on the board. Juicy, the first aid comes through. He sees the 2 players in front of him, but the shots do not connect. Finally, Atlantis falls 1v1, and it's Mafia Official with the first chicken dinner in the bag for the day. A brilliant bounce back coming in for Mafia Official. They had good finishes. They get 10 points for the chicken as well. But guess what? Cincinnati kids, they have qualified for the semis, I believe, with this game.
A new name making its mark, Mafia Official. What a fantastic performance that was. Even yesterday, Mafia Official was doing great for themselves. And now, too, to kick things off, they instantly get a chicken dinner. In my opinion, this is going to be another new name that will qualify.
Yeah, I believe Mafia Official, I think...
they've already done it, I think. Even yesterday, they got a chicken dinner, yeah.
Yesterday, no, there was no chicken for Mafia Official yesterday.
I think so. Last game was real close then, right?
No, they have 14 points in total yesterday.
Interesting. So I guess they got real close in the final few moments, but barely just left out.
I don't think so. I think yesterday was just about middle back finishes for Mafia Official. But anyways, the chicken is there now. And with this chicken dinner, I think they have double-digit eliminations as well. So they're going to be close to 30 points. But Here's the thing, Cincinnati Kids, now they will have that extra bit of freedom that they were looking for. And also, look at the esports. Top 3 finish gets them 5 points. They have 1 elimination was there, I believe, on Hector. So that is a grand total of 6. They're going to be at, what, 37 points?
Yeah,
but
they will be.
It is a brilliant recovery, man. This game could have ended with 0 points. They could have been stuck there.
Yeah, but look at the esports was already doing great in the overall standings, right? This game really meant a lot for God's Reign. And the way they got taken down, man, with next to none points. We mentioned this too. The first game itself puts a lot of impact in the overall standings. And since God's Reign got next to none points, we all know what that's going to mean.
Oh, yeah, I mean, the struggles will continue. And of course, as you mentioned earlier during the game, now I'm scared of what is going to happen on Sanhok. They need to make sure that they perform on Miramar before heading to Sanhok, because Paradise Resort always attracts a lot of attention. But the drop on Miramar, that Impala position is still quite isolated. So if they can make it work, they got to make Miramar work, drop that 25 bomber, and push yourself close to 40.
God's Reign strategy is clearly not working out. They're trying to stick together all the 4 players, and so far the strategy has been failing over and over again. In my opinion now, since Miramar has to be massive, yeah, just play like you've got nothing to lose. Simple. At this point, God's Reign just needs to throw all the strategies out of the way and just try and focus on getting as many elimination points as you can, because nothing else is going to save them. They need more than 25 points, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, they got to take a page out of CK's book. I mean, both the teams like to rotate inside of the circle late, but the problem is, the difference between the two sides, my apologies, is the fact that CK initiate their fights and run into the action a little bit quicker. Stage 1, both of them were there towards that ferry pier military bridge position. CK moves from the eastern side. God's Reign, they were forced. They were also trying to move from the eastern side, by the way, until Mafia Official came midway, took those compounds in those rice paddies south of Yasna, and God's Reign was forced into the Yasna apartments. And from there, the game took a turn for the worse. God's Reign, because they refused to fight, weren't able to clear out those backlines, and it was ESG, by the way, that secured the opening knock and handed them the first player loss inside of this game.
And even CV was able to survive for a long time, right?
Yeah.
CV was already doing decent in the overall standings. Now a decent start as well. That's going to maintain that consistency that CV desperately needed. Teams like ESG, yeah, they were trying their best, but still their best was not enough. And just like God's Reign, even ESG needs a major game.
Man, I don't even know how ESG got eliminated, to be honest, because they were there in those Yasna apartments, and then all of a sudden it just felt like all those tenants were forced to vacate.
Yeah, exactly. All the teams in the city were instantly eliminated. They just poofed into thin air because the moment they wanted to move out in the open, there were just a lot of shots taken against them. And I guess majority of that entire thing also goes towards CK and Reckoning Esports, since they were towards the edge. Reckoning Esports was eliminated in a big crossfire, right?
Yeah.
They were in the sandwich. So for Reckoning Esports to survive that sandwich was impossible. But as we move on towards the highlights of the final few moments, Rival Apex, even they poofed into thin air.
Yeah, Rivals Apex, I mean, they were forced to take an attitude check by Altitude Esports. And Altitude as well, we got to talk about this team, man. They have had a brilliant bounce back in this game. I believe double-digit eliminations were there. They were constantly forced into fights, but they kind of won all of them until the third party from CV Academy came through.
Altitude Esports had a lot of elimination points too to back themselves up, but in my opinion, they need a lot of points once again to bring themselves back in the race itself. Altitude isn't doing too bad after this game, but they need 20 points, in my opinion, in the upcoming 2 games itself to maybe stand a chance to qualify.
Yeah, 10 points per match, that might be correct, because I think they got 14 points from this match in total.
They had 8 finishes the last time when we saw them.
8 finishes, I think, yeah, they had 8 finishes when we saw them last, but I think they got themselves to 10 maybe.
Probably,
we're going to see. If they got to 10, then they have 14 points. If it was 8, then they have 12 points. So 2 points difference is going to be there. But they had 14 points on the overall leaderboard yesterday. If they got 14 points more in this game, that's 28. If they got 12 points, that's 26. 10 points per match will get them to 46. I would say go for 11 points per game in the next 2 matches. You can still make it through. But looking at the MVP of this match, it is going to be Bunty OP from Mafia Official. 6 finishes, 1,050 damage dished out, and of course an impressive performance through and through.
For Mafia, it was just the momentum, man, straight up. They had the momentum in the game one itself. They got the chicken dinner too, and I'm pretty sure now Mafia will try to stay as consistent as possible. You move on towards Flock with 4 elimination points secured for his team, Kyoya with 4 as well. You've also got Clouds from Altitude Esports with 4, and Juicy with 3 finish points.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I mentioned at the start of the day. for the side of CK. Juicy doing well on an individual level means so much. It just keeps his players motivated. But looking at the point standing for this game, Mafia Official 21 points, Cincinnati Kids finished with 18. And okay, I miscalculated the points, placement points for Altitude. It was just 3 points. They get 11 from this match, so they're going to be at 25 points in the overall leaderboard.
Interesting.
Raider Esports on the fourth with 8 points. Likita Esports with 7. I would say decent recovery in this match, but they need like one game where they have 10 to 15 points, and that should be good.
Latter half is going to be on the board too. New champions, another flop of a game. Rival Apex, 0 points. Alibaba Raiders, 0 points. BO7S, 0 points from that game. Mysterious Fort just getting 3 points, as I mentioned. Anything around 3 to 4 points per game is not going to count. You need a big game to make any sort of impact in the overall standings.
That is definitely true. And of course, I mean, these points are going to be added to the points that these teams were able to secure in the first 2 days of the competition. And of course, it is going to be interesting to see what are the changes, how many points have these teams gained? Because as you mentioned, CV Academy, they were off to a decent start. This game pushes them up a little bit. But resets are going to be handed out to Mysterious 4 and Riders.
Yeah, exactly. Rider Esports, honestly speaking, yesterday's day was fantastic, but now that transition, the momentum has completely been lost.
Yeah.
And in my opinion, if they've lost the momentum and now with just 2 games left over in their hands, even the pressure is now going to start to crawl up. And since it's quite a new team too, I don't exactly know if they know how to deal with that pressure.
But hey, I mean, this could be the opportunity for the other teams to try and catch up. If someone is losing out on the momentum, if someone is struggling, you can try to pin them down, get those points in. I think that was the idea behind that early drop clash between Mysterious 4 and new champions.
Mysterious 4, you had a lot of belief in this team, but honestly speaking, man, I don't think I have a lot of trust in this team anymore. The way things are going, even the first 3 games, the way Mysterious 4 played them, honestly speaking, the hopes were just fading away right then and there, and now just getting 3 points in the first game itself for Mysterious 4, the lifeline's looking real thin. They need to do something right now in the upcoming game. They need a 30 bomber. That's the only thing that's going to save the players of Mysterious 4 at this point. But right now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BGIS 2025. And of course, wildcard stages are getting extremely wild with that game of Erangel being conquered by Mafia Official and them making a bounce back in the overall leaderboard. This is Super Johnny, joined by Icy Baby alongside with me for the next game. And Icy, did we expect this? A team from the middle pack having a big performance like that and also bring themselves into contention for the semifinals?
I think before the start of the day, my prediction off camera, not on this on the official channel, was pretty much Mafia Official. So yeah, I kind of expected it as well. Yeah. So I think it comes down to just mental fortitude, right? Like if you think about it from a emotion perspective, Mafia Official, even teams like World OMG, all these teams, they had some time to kind of build themselves up from their failure during round 4 or not qualifying for the quarterfinals result. So you must understand that it's a game of emotions. If you had a breakup today, you are going to feel absolutely terrible today and tomorrow. You need some time to actually repick yourselves. So for teams like Mafia Official, they don't really care about this.
Yeah, I mean, Mafia Official does not really care, to be honest, as you mentioned, because they have a lot more to gain than they have to lose. But ladies and gentlemen, one thing you can gain for yourself is the realme P3 Ultra 5G. with the world debut of the Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset, the smartest AI gaming controller, and of course 90 FPS smooth BGMI gaming on this device, you can also conquer the battlegrounds yourself. But it is going to be interesting to see how and in fact which teams are going to be conquering the next match. Miramar is going to be the map, and is there anyone that you would like to see bounce back? God's Reign.
Well, I predicted God's Reign. As much as I want God's Reign to actually succeed, unfortunately my predictions has been cursed all day since round 4 until now. So every team I predict is 100% doomed to failure at some point.
About that, have you been hanging out with Maisie too much?
Yeah, a little bit. Unfortunately, his disease is spread to me now. Maisie has got some wins, and I've got 100% prediction in them failing. I'm sorry, God's Reign fans, but all things considered, let's take it a little bit more serious here as well, because I think God's Reign will be able to utilize their experience to conquer a map like Miramar itself, because number 1, it is a very tactical map. 2, long distance gameplay. So positioning is going to be very, very crucial, because if we get a circle like yesterday's Miramar map where there's so many ditches, it's so unpredictable, this is a place where teams with the most amount of experience of knowing and understanding what need to do will win. And in this case, if there's no space, you need to take space, go and take space.
But hey, let's look at this for now. The overall standings for Group B, and these includes the points from the matches that were played before. Cincinnati Kids 53 points, so that is qualification guaranteed, I believe. Likita Esports 38, quite close. Mafia Official as well 35 points, extremely close. Reckoning Esports 34, decent position to be in. CB Academy, Rider Esports all tied up for 30 points. Altitude though 25 points. Mysterious 4 with 23. They need one decent match to their name with like 15-16 points, and that gets them into the fighting position on Sanhok.
Exactly. The cutoff based on quarterfinals results is pretty much 46 points. Every single team needs to have a big game in this particular game, and for God's Reign's sake, 22 points. This game is going to be extremely important for them if they want to stand a chance to qualify in towards the semifinals, which is about 46 points. And as of yet, Intense Esports 19, Rival Apex 17, even Team New Champions, they still have that shot mathematically. But again, 2 games, 2 chicken dinner will be done and dusted.
Hey man, the only place maths is 100% correct is, I think, physics. Over here, emotions and the pressure inside of the game, your mental plays a little bit more important role. And I think for the teams at the back, all or nothing in Miramar. Either go big or go home. 20 points in Miramar or 25 points in Miramar. Drop a 30 bomb if you can, if it is possible for you. If you fail to do that, might as well just play Sanhok to ruin the day for the other team.
Exactly. And to think about games in general here, I'm going to take a little bit off topic from the game in general. I want to talk about this age and also the mental capacity of how they are going to be thinking in general as a player.
Yeah.
And most young people who are in their 20s, they do tend to think that time is of the essence. They don't take things a little bit seriously, and then they'll understand that all these things that's happening on screen right now, it's a once in a lifetime experience.
Yeah.
You miss those timings, it's over. And sometimes if you don't do your best in this game and you didn't give your all, 10 years later, you're going to regret it.
Exactly, man. 10 years later, everyone's just going to be, doesn't matter if you win the game or not, you're going to be telling stories about how you once played in the realme BGIS 2025. The only thing that's going to change, or the only thing that your performance is going to change, is when you tell that story, do you come out the winner, or do you come out as the guy who just made it to the wildcard stages and got eliminated?
Exactly. And in this case, it will haunt you every time. Guess what? Speaking from experience, 11 years... and it's still sticking with me after 11 years.
It stings, man, when you have to tell, didn't really do that well, got kicked out.
Well, in my case, it was like, instead of competing, I got pulled out to be a caster.
Oh yeah, you got pulled out to be a coach, but I mean, at this point, he's been coaching a lot of teams, but his predictions aren't going too well. But, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to jump into the action of Miramar. And again, I hope you guys are prepared. Last 2 matches for these 16 teams, and here we go to the desert land.
Well, to decide the fates of this group itself, whether or not, if they have enough points, it all begins right here. This is the last chance, last shot for every single team to try and get a potential comeback. And it is going to be the map of Miramar. It starts off all the way from the north side of Patona and then ending towards the northwest of La Cobreria. Seems like the flag path is going to be on the western sides of Miramar itself. And teams who are heading towards the east side is going to have a very, very long drive for them.
Yeah, well, let's see though how things turn out, and especially as you mentioned, teams on the eastern side, one big name, a name we have been talking about, likes to play from the eastern edge, the city of Impala, or as it's known by God's reign, home.
Exactly. But speaking of home here, are we going to see a potential drop clash? Because early on, we saw a lot of drop clashes for vehicles in particular. Right from the start of the game, I think it was a fight between Mysterious 4 and also ESG, I believe. Was it? No, Team New Champions, my bad.
Yeah.
Team New Champions. So it was a little bit awkward there, and because of that, it kind of spoiled each other's potential chance of actually making a comeback. So for Mysterious 4, mathematically, it's still very possible for them, New Champions as well. But like you said, it needs to be a very, very big game in this game itself.
It does. I mean, for New Champions for sure. Mysterious 4, I just have to say, don't whiff your shots like that. The man was shooting with a pistol, and Mysterious 4, they had a good 3-4 seconds to finish that man off, but they still failed. But look at this, Los Leones drop clash, Riders versus Altitude, and New Champions again in an early fight against BO7S.
Oh, that's going to be one down from the side of BO7S. Meanwhile, the fight at hand is going to be Rider Esports going up against Altitude. Both two teams definitely needs those points. However, in terms of safety net potential, Altitude has a better position into the overall standings compared to Rider, whereas Rider, in order for them to survive, they need this 4 frags in order to kind of get out of safety or just get the heck out.
I think Fraga is just waiting because look at the radar. It seems like they have a setup going between themselves, the players of Friday. If they can get into the line of fire of each other, they can provide the trading potential and make it work. Altitude, though, God's getting a little too close for comfort. I have to be honest about it, because if he commits to that fight, he has no armor, by the way, and no helmet, and just an Uzi. So if he commits to this, he might be going down, but he finds the opening knock instead as Fragger falls. And Ryder Esports, there are no trades coming in. The players just fell back at the wrong second, and God's found the perfect time to strike.
This guy has got no chill. God's does have one of the best hearings out there because he was able to hear that distance of them retreating and decide to go for the push. So nicely done coming from Altitude. But with that being said, as of yet, they still have a lot of time. Like, looting is going to be way much more priority in this early phase of stage. But considering how the circle has ended into the east side, and oftentimes, I think since round stages until now, it has somewhat fallen to his Los Leones. So I think by until stage 3, stage 4, they should be fine if the circle shifts towards the urban area. But is it the wisest choice right now? Because in Los Leones, there is 2 teams, and Reckoning is all the way far south.
Yeah, but as we move towards Crater Fields, clash happening between Cincinnati Kids and Alibaba Raiders. And Alibaba Raiders as well, the struggles for them continue. Chris Opie out into the open, spotted out. Flock. Okay, I have to say, I love the confidence in this lad. He's trying to spray that distance with nothing but a Thompson iron sight.
Hey, he can do whatever he wants, man. He's 53 points.
Oh, that is true, man. Go for it.
Yeah.
Go fight them with pistols.
Exactly. You know, we've seen it happen just now. And unfortunately to say, even though the pistol may have been a very, very nice clutch against Mysterious 4, unfortunately they were third party. And in this case, Cincinnati Kids may be able to spoil a lot of dreams here, but as soon as Sadie, he eats a nade here from Aditya, and Mighty also falls with him.
Yeah, 2 players done and dusted from the side of Cincinnati Kids, but Juicy, he's still there with the S12K, and of course this IGL, as I keep saying this, and we have seen in the last few days as well, I believe is the main reason for Cincinnati Kids doing so well. But the push from Alibaba Raiders, Juicy finds the opener. Rio still there on the sideline. He's trying to deny that finish confirmation, but Juicy still gets it in the bag. Nate Cook, Juicy with the push. Rio, can you find the knock? No! Is the answer. Goes big and whacks him to his death.
Sit down, boy. Sit down. Cincinnati Kids just completely destroying him. At the same time as all Alibaba Raiders taking 2 individual fights. They're going to try and pick against Flock here. Juicy may have won the fight, but Flock is in trouble and needs a little bit of backup. Max is getting knocked off from the side of Alibaba Raiders. And Cincinnati Kids may seem to be losing this fight. But because of Juicy's play, completely flips the table on Alibaba Raiders.
Yeah, but I think Flock is going to be the next man to get knocked out. I believe his... Oh, he does not even have an armor, just a level 1 helmet, and the man on the other side has a level 3 helmet and an armor, but the backup has arrived. Juicy ain't leaving his boys hanging like that, and both Juicy and Mighty, they go for the almighty push. Ninja OP, he's gonna fade away into this desert as Cincinnati Kids find those early 4 points for themselves.
Get out of here, boy. Get out of here, Alibaba Raiders, because Cincinnati Kids is showing you how it stands. 57 points in the pocket, and they're showing no signs of stopping. I thought they were going to mess around and spoil dreams, and seems like the dreams of Alibaba Raiders of qualifying to semifinals are going dimmer and dimmer. Nearly impossible to qualify to semifinals, but one more game is going to be in the map of Sanhok. If they get a 20 finish bomber and also the chicken dinner, and maybe, just maybe, Alibaba Raiders might have a shot to qualify to the semifinals.
Maybe. But why does it always have to be a maybe, Icy Baby?
Well, in this case, sometimes in life, you win some, you lose some. And I'm sorry to say, the dreams and stories for Alibaba Raiders for the next 3 to 4 months is going to be I did not qualify.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for them. Same can be said for BO7S as well. Ghostface having a great run. He's got knocked off as well on the finish feed. Not looking good for the teams at the bottom here. I spoke about this before. A man with no fear is a man you should fear, but it seems like everybody is still fearing each other for some reason. Just YOLO, man. Just push.
I think the only 2 sides of this leaderboard that have the opportunity to go YOLO are the teams at the top and the teams at the bare bottom. Like INT Furious, ESG, BO7, or maybe from the top it's just CK, man. CK does not care now. 57 points. They will be like, oh, you want to fight? Let's go.
Exactly. This is training for them for semifinals. Meanwhile, the fight here, BO7S and new champions. New champions desperately needs all these points. This is a game that they need to win. They may have gotten one finish, but the nade! How did they catch tops?
Oh man, that was such a beautiful nade. A low toss through the window across the hall, and it falls right on top of his head. But Ghostface, he's still alive. Vyro with the DBS looking to make that bounce. BO7S, the struggles just get worse and worse by the second. New champions, they force them out of cover, and Ghostface, he is out into the open. There's one man on the back lines that can provide some sort of support, but new champions, they aren't going to take that line of sight or that approach in order to finish this one man who's gotten himself on the first floor now.
Well, Ghostface, this is your moment to shine. You were the star for BO7S, and you may be able to spoil the dreams of new champions, but as of yet, the odds are against you. And it seems like that is not even going to be possible here. New champions easily flushes him out. Sad boy, indeed. Really, really sad for Ghostface. Yeah. Dusty, last man standing from the side of BO7S, and new champions finds themselves 3 points.
Oh wow, but I love this circle though, taking us towards Los Leones and the hills, towards the southeastern side, still in contention. Although, looking at BO7, new champion, there's Rivals A. These teams have stuck around in the blue for a long time.
Exactly, but let's put that fight a little bit on pause here. I want to talk a little bit more on the circle. Seems like the circle is going to be favoring onto the mountain area in the southeast corner of Los Leones. And God's Reign, experienced teams realizes that mountain terrain is great for punishing anyone who's inside Los Leones. And you can see God's Reign is slowly making their way there alongside Reckoning Esports, who's already on top, setting up and making sure that nobody comes up this mountain.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a problem for God's Reign. Reckoning getting there first. And this is the punish that I see you were talking about, I believe. INT Furious out into the open. The vision advantage works in favor of Dian. But the knock was not secured. That shot on his legs broke his kneecaps.
Oh no, Radiator. His car is gone. The radi is busted. And he's got to run for it as well. Unfortunate to say, as much as Reckoning Esports has that advantage there, they don't really have a lot of ammunition to work with. So I'm really surprised they're going for a couple of taps like this, but all things considered, it does do enough to scare off INT's Furious from pushing further. So that's a good sign for them. But they have to be very, very careful with those resources there, Jody.
No refills. That's the reason. When you're top of the hill, you're going to be very lonely over there. And in a game like this, that means you're not going to get any more crates to loot for a while. So ammunition needs to be conserved. Utility, both heals and throwables, needs to be conserved. God's Reign, though, they found good cover towards the eastern side. In fact, just outside the Los Leones city. And from there as well, they can play for survival till the late game stages. But talk about surviving, and Wiz ain't going to be surviving in any late game stage as he gets picked off by ESG Esports. Fight breaking out towards the northeastern edge of the circle right now.
This is really unfortunate of CV because they are in a good position to actually try in the top 16. And right here, mid-rotation getting cut off is just so unfortunate. And it's by a team like ESG Esports. And this is what I mean by you have no fear, just go YOLO, right? And Kairos right now is just making sure that CV doesn't come in. And ESG is just spoiling their dreams of potentially qualifying. But as of yet, the circle is going to be shifting on top of that mountain, and Reckoning Esports is going to have to do a lot of heavy duty to make sure that they are going to be able to defend that hill itself.
Man, king of the hill. I love these situations whenever they occur, but one surprising thing is no one has moved in from the southern highway yet. That place is quite open.
Yeah, and teams on the left side, everybody's kind of congested as well. There's going to be heavy traffic on the west side. So this is going to be the perfect opportunity for Reckoning Esports if they can hold them back for at least one more stage. So that means everybody will be stuck there, and it's going to be open hunting seasons for them at stage 5 at least. But all things considered, CV Academy, they barely scraped by from the northeast side, so that's going to be a little bit of a good sign for them. But they have to figure out where the next game plan is, because as of yet, they have no information getting into this zone.
And they have no first aids or any sort of heals as well. All right, first aid drop. Ninja, he's going to try and bring his HP back up. But ladies and gentlemen, if you want to perform to the best of your abilities in the game, check out the realme P3 Ultra 5G. 90 FPS BGMI gaming, smartest AI gaming control, and of course the world debut of the Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset, starting from 22,999.
Yep.
But God's Reign on our screens. As you were talking about it, the western side of the zone is very cluttered up. Eastern side still has some breathing room to work with, and God's Reign, they're making full use of it as of now.
I really like what God's Reign is doing right now. They're weighing their options as much as they can. The initial plan was to get out of the mountain. Unfortunately, because Reckoning was already up there, it's not worth taking those risks, right? So they took the next best option, which is going to be gatekeeping on quadrant sections. And right now, on northeast section, nobody is rotating towards them. So that is going to be a good sign for them, while the rest of the world are going to be coming from Los Leones. Meanwhile, CV, as soon as they rotate it, guess what? It's going to be another team that gatekeeps them, and that's going to be Mysterious 4. They find another pick on towards them. Slowly but surely, they're getting picked apart.
Yeah, when the moment was for CV to go big, they're just going back home. It seems like 2 players lost. 30 points on the overall leaderboard. They needed about 20 in the next 2 games. And from this game, it seems like I see the struggle is going to be there to get any. Raleigh, oh no.
Oh no.
Into the line of fire of Intense Esports he goes.
Uh-oh.
And he could get sprayed down at any given second. He's still moving in the same direction. They hear this vehicle. He gets a little too close. In the back lines, his teammate has been finished off. So Brawley is the last man from his side. And even he goes down. CV Academy, it's time to go back to those lectures.
Oh.
Go back to the drawing board.
Oh boy, this is so unlucky. This is what I mean by expect the unexpected, right? You would not know what everybody is thinking. If the teams are playing strategically, fine, you get it. You know it's going to be tough. But if you teams that doesn't really care about what's happening here, they just sit down and do whatever the heck they want, it is going to hurt you even more. And in this case, what do they have to lose, even for Intense Esports? Yes, they've got 20 points. Mathematically, they can still qualify. But the moment you play with no fear, that's the best amount of feeling, because win or lose, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And if you win as a bonus, if you lose, it's fine. You won't feel bad about it. But just maybe, with that kind of attitude, they might just have enough to actually qualify. Altitude, also having a pretty decent game in the previous game. This time makes a little bit of bounce back to 26 points. obviously they are going to be playing a little bit safe, right? Johnny mentioned about this as well. Only the top of the top and the most bottom doesn't really care about the game anymore.
Yeah, but where is CK on that note? I haven't seen them in this match for a while. Are Cincinnati kids still try-harding through the rest of the matches?
Well, they are going to be coming from the north side. Seems like we finally saw Juicy and the Glimmer on the screen itself. Amy not going to be able to scout that out. You know, it's above that mountain. But as soon as I say this, guess what? He's coming to look for Fahmy. And here he comes, Juicy. He's going to be thrown down as well. And here comes the spray down. And Fahmy will get one traded off, but he does not have the manpower. Cincinnati kids just spoiling people's dreams right now.
That was an execution from Cincinnati kids. They just, all of them pushed through, and Juicy just straight up, knowing that his teammates are following up in the next few seconds, just committed to that duel. ESG, they wanted to go for a third party, but luckily for CK, from the back lines, ESG got knocked out. God's Reign though, Icy, they lose out on Destro, they lose out on Ninja Jord. It seems like Gods, they used to reign supreme, but not anymore, as even Delta falls, and this is deja vu, man. We saw this mistake from CB Academy, and now Justin makes the same mistake. What is going on? Does Intense Esports has a beacon up in the air that's just attracting players towards them, or what?
Everybody is looking to come there as well. The nade comes through. They will hit the UAZ, but Justin, last man standing. God's Reign might just be over. They might not be able to qualify. They may have won a LAN, but they need some points. 2 points is not enough, and Justin is gotta pull an Atenki right here, right now, but it's not gonna happen. The nade comes through. He's done. God's Reign gets eliminated on 13th place.
Oh, that is just brutal now. What is gonna happen in that game of Sanhok? I don't even want to think about it, to be honest. Anyone out of these 15 other teams, anyone can decide, yeah, we have had enough of you claiming to be the best. Deal with this, drop Clash on Paradise Resort, and get out of here.
This might be over for God's Reign Journey. Because of this performance, it might just be over. But mathematically, it's not over yet, but the chances of qualifying is near to 20 to 10% chance for God's Reign as of yet. But we can only assume and see the results in the next game. And this game, the rest of the world is still fighting. Cincinnati is still somewhat surviving from the north side. Teams like Likita are still looking for the qualification here. And the Circle, guess what? It is still going to be on top of the mountain. And surprise, surprise, Reckoning Esports, they weren't actually controlling the mountain itself. It seems like they took a detour and got out.
Yeah, I think they went after one of the other teams that they were fighting a few moments ago. But that plan of theirs might have backfired because INT Furious, they were fighting INT Furious and they went after them, but INT Furious, I believe, have taken the hill now. New champions, Manglu, he's going to get finished off by Altitude over here in this conflict. As 3 of them pushed through, there was nothing that Solo Man could do. And Altitude 2 finishes on the board. This is not going to be enough, but it's a good start.
Yeah, they had a great start in the early game as well. But speaking of which, they have to get the heck out of here, right now, because they are not inside the zone. 2 minutes left before the zone completely closes in. New champions still gatekeeping them. They don't have enough utilities as well, so they do have to wrap things out. Viral, no first aids. Legend OP, no first aids as well, but he's gonna go in for the palm, and he's gonna get drop-shotted by Gods from Altitude.
What a play, what a play. Gods is playing like a god himself. Oh, kind of an awkward, buggy incident over there as the players of Reckoning Esports charge towards INT Furious. Dion in the back lines knocked out. Crownix fighting Kyoya. Viper joins back. And the damage from the side of Reckoning quite immense on the players of INT Furious as they get wiped out from this game with just 1 finish on the board.
Well, despite winning this fight, they lose 1 player. They lost Dion, but hearing all this commotion is going to be rival Apex in the inside. Driga was looking to try and third party, but does not have the manpower to take this fight, so they are going to back out. Meanwhile, on the finish rate, Likita Esports able to pick off members of Cincinnati Kids, putting them at 40 points. Same can be said for Reckoning Esports as well. 46 is the minimum points you kind of want to have some sort of safety to qualify. And as of yet, Likita and Reckoning might just be able to do it in this game itself.
This is a decent position for Likita to work with, but there's someone in the backlines that can ruin the day. Look at the radar. It's the last player from the side of BO7S.
Oh boy, where did he come from?
I don't know, man. I don't even know how he's still alive, because that BO7 conflict happened a while back. But Dusty, his will to survive is quite strong. And look, he sees Viper. Oh, he sees wants
Goblin
to get out
as
of
well.
it. Yeah, he sees all of them. But does he fight, or does he just like move to the sidelines and be like, yeah, I don't want any part of this?
Hey, make history. Come on, BO7S, being the solo player that wipes Likita Esports with
Line
nomads. They're all lined up as well. He's got to take the shot. But Neo, he finds the pick onto his ESG from side Los Leones. Kairos pretty much stuck behind that UAZ trying to exit Los Leones. There's no way out. No backup means you're done and dusted.
This is a distraction in the front lines for Likita Esports, and they can at any given second be caught off guard. 41 points on the board. If they can get past 45 in this match, it's all good, and I think they can. There it is. ESG wiped out from the game. Likita Esports moved to 43 points. 2 more needed to get to 45. And they still don't know that Dusty has joined their team.
Well, doesn't really matter right now because they're going to be heading towards a fight against Intense. Now a circle going to be shifting on the east side of this mountain. Maybe covering the road section as well. Mysterious 4 having the compound across no man's land of that road. They're in a prime position to just wait things out and try and punish people who make some mistakes. And aside from that, going up the mountain seems to be the safer alternative right now.
Yeah, that is true. But it's brilliant to see Reckoning Esports, I mean, deal with the awkward situation of forced into the low ground now. They have to make that climb up again. But 3 players and the distraction from M4 onto the players of rival Apex maybe helps them out a little bit. But Mafia Official, brilliant chicken dinner coming in that previous game. 36 points on the board. Can they get another one? They have all 4 players intact. Unfortunately for them, they find themselves sandwiched between Altitude on one side and Likita on the other. One of the players from the side of Mafia Official was knocked out. Likita Esports, though, used this opportunity to strike a blow on the players of Altitude.
Oh boy, this is actually open fuse here, so I might actually need to correct myself. Likita Esports has one of the best high grounds as of yet. Everybody's struggling to actually push up to them. Unless Dusty makes a play, because BO7S, they're still not out of it yet.
The only problem with Likita Esports' position is that it is towards the northwestern edge. That's it. So eventually they will be forced to commit deeper inside of the zone. But hey, as they go for the fight against the players of Mafia Official, they find the opener, but instantly get traded out. Hector, he has lost Goblin, but Neo and Viper are still there with him. And Intense Esports are looking to make that bounce from the northern side of this hill as well. Likita Esports can get sandwiched over here.
I genuinely feel bad for Likita Esports because even if you play a lot of Miramar game, you would see like, hey, this is a mountain terrain, it looks good and all, but if you do not play enough in this terrain, and especially now in this terrain itself, look at this. Yes, they have the high point, but there's not a lot of space because it's pretty much no man's land all out in the middle. It's not like there's a lot of ditches where you can just crash your vehicle and just hide there itself. But speaking of which here, BO7's journey was scouted out. Dusty was actually picked off by Intense. Unfortunately to say, BO7S will not be spotting the games for Likita for now.
Almost spotted out Neo over there. Oh, zooms in for that extra bit of clarity.
21 bullets on Rajit as well. Doesn't have enough ammunition for Mafia Official. Has to be really careful on how he takes those shots. Gotta make every shot count now for Mafia Officials as they try to push up in the next phase of zone. Intense also going to be looking to try and take the high ground, but does not realize that this spot may not exactly be the best spot ever for Likita Esports because the zone is going to push them all out in the open. It is going to be no man's land. And rival Apex actually having a compound for themselves.
And it's a brilliant compound as well, but in a few moments, they are going to get collapsed upon by Reckoning Esports and M4 Altitude as well. I saw Gods move towards the eastern side. Maybe he wants to make that bounce. So a lot of eyes will be on the position for Rivals Apex. But the best thing that could happen to us right now would be the circle to have a central collapse. That's going to force all of these teams into the no man's territory. Likita Esports in the meanwhile A little bit of distraction in the backlines as Intense Esports, the presence is going to be compromised. And M4 spotted out by Altitude over here. Gods, he's trying to line them up, trying to see if he can spot out the players before committing to a fight. Spots out Sketch, but as soon as he commits for the duel, for the spray down, the trade damage from the other side. Brilliant cover fire coming in from Mysterious 4.
Exactly, but the hunt continues as well. Gods is going to try and hold on for his dear life. He's got 3 finishes in the bag. Can he make it 4? Can he make it 5? Mysterious 4 just circling around, trying to find a mistake, trying to bait a third party, but unfortunately no third party is coming anytime soon on Altitude. They have the right idea, but eventually, instead of getting somebody else to do the dirty work, you got to do it yourself. Because Mysterious 4, they're going to be hunkering down and pincing on Altitude, but as soon as I say this, guess what? Mafia official, they're actually going to help them.
Yeah, Altitude was fighting 2 different fights, or 2 different fronts, and they are going to get punished for that. As from one side, M4 builds up the pressure. Mafia official were the ones who found the opener, and again, the players hit the floor just after getting revived. This is the opening. Who gets the finishes is going to be the question. Gods knocked out, Cloud in the back lines, Atom on the flank. Very difficult for Altitude to survive over here. And M4, they need to settle their differences with Altitude as quickly as possible, because in a few moments, Mafia official might come in their direction. Or maybe it's Rivals Ape from the backlines who perfectly timed this third party. Hero knocked out. Fragger moves back. Sketch, he's trying to line up a nade, but Fragger, he needs to be careful. He's a little too close to the players of Rivals Ape. And he finds the opener, finds the trade. Kratos knocked out, but Fragger also goes down. Naman with that leap of faith has gotten into a little bit of an off position, and Sketch, I think he's just running towards his eventual demise. And there it is, the elimination for M4. They were in a decent position, but now maybe all hope is lost. 28 points on the board only.
A big game for Rival Apex. They need those points. They need every single one here to try and stand a chance to qualify as well, because Likita is pretty much past the 46-point threshold themselves, so they are going to be fine. But better safe than sorry. Reckoning also going to be looking for the chicken dinner, trying to secure their spots into the semifinals. Rivals Apex, they need this even more if they want to stand a chance to try and take down the rest of the world and try to qualify to semifinals. Meanwhile, Altitude somehow surviving that ordeal against Mafia just now. Goodness, they're doing fantastically well. And Hector, he somehow finds a very interesting spot in this no man's land. Finds a very decent amount of cover. But as soon as he say this, Reckoning Esports might be able to scout him out later on from this angle, but he gets shot down instead. The Rival Apex takes down Kyoya.
Oh boy, look at this though. Look at the Esports, 47 points, I think. Job well done. In the game of Sanhok, they will also be in a position from where they can do whatever they please. Intense Esports putting pressure on Reckoning. Reckoning very close to getting to that 45 marker in this game. And look at this. Likita on one side, Reckoning on the other. Intense Esports can split both of them. Gravity is going to be the first man to fall though, as he gets shut down. And now Hector might be next. Rivals Apex, 5 points on this on the finish board for this game. They can get a few more, and if they get the chicken, I think it's going to be a decent enough bounce back on the overall leaderboard for Rivals Apex. They had 17 points at the start of the day from that previous game. It wasn't that great. Well, it wasn't even good. Well, forget about great. This game...
This is something that they need, Johnny. This is something that they desperately need. I've talked about the trend from last time until now. Grind teams always bounce back in day number 2. It's all about mental fortitude. And in this case, Altitude, they also need at least a top 2 based on their current position. Rival Apex might be able to secure this if they play their cards well. And guess what? They clear out Intense and they are in the top 3. Hector somehow surviving the top 3 as well. What is going on?
The placement points come through for Likita Esports. The nades go flying from both Hector and Rivals Apex. Altitude, I think they're going to have to settle for a top 3 finish. Look at that finish spree for Tiger, and a domination for Rivals Apex as 8 eliminations are going to be secured. Make that 9. Hector also goes down, and it is double digits on the board. 10 points for finishes, 10 points for placement, 20 points in total. They get themselves to 37 in the overall leaderboard, but 37 is not going to be enough. At least 10 more points going into Sanhok. Well, and maybe they move through.
This is going to be a bounce back for Rivals Apex to actually try And I mean, try very, very hard to qualify into the semi-finals here, but with one more game that decide their fates as of yet in the map of Miramar, this is a well-needed win. Same can be said for Altitude as well, because the best possible outcome that could have happened for them was literally Hector getting taken out first. So they still got the top 2, and that's going to be 6 points in the hands of Altitude.
6 points plus a lot of eliminations as well. Altitude was taking all of those fights, and it is so lucky that Rivals Apex showed up to fight the players of M4 when they did, because M4 was almost done wiping out Altitude over there when Altitude was sandwiched between Mafia Official and M4, and they were just stuck in that dip. But Rivals Apex showed up, wiped out M4, and then just moved on, getting distracted by the players of Intense who had that high ground. Had that not happened, Altitude would not even be there in the top 2.
I think from Mysterious Force perspective, right? Because of how small the circle is, if they decided to crash the compounds of rival Apex, third party from Altitude guaranteed. Third party from top guaranteed. Because once you crash a compound, it makes so much noise, people will know that you're pretty much stuck. Because anyone that's pretty much caught off, there's not going to be any trace because they're still busy fighting inside the compound. But what they did not expect was that when they gatekeeped Altitude, rival Apex left the compound and decided third party them. And that's something that not many PO teams are willing to do that. We saw how Intense was, I would say, religiously holding out the compound on north side, right? They will never push out unless the zone forces them out. So I think this is where experience plays a major factor, and rival Apex was able to understand and find an opportunity. It's like, guys, because they're not crashing us, they're making too much noise. You know what? Let's go out and take a look. Oh wait, guess what? They're stuck. Let's get some finish points.
Yeah, and talk about experience, and I think Likita Esports consistency put on display. Game number 1, they finish in the top 3. Game number 2 as well, they finish in the top 3. The only difference is last match, they lost a lot of players very early in the game. 2 players were instantly picked off at the start of the match. This time, that wasn't the case. This time, they have the finishes to show for it as well.
Agreed. But in case you guys missed out on the action here, let's talk a little bit more on the highlights on how things happen in Game 2 itself. Because this was a very interesting match between Likita as well as Altitude. Because Likita, they have no business trying to spoil the dreams of everyone. They were not the main instigators, but they were somehow able to survive in the top 2. But Reckoning also pulling a big game, this game itself, with just clearing out everyone that they actually crash into.
Yeah, Reckoning was a different beast this time, and it seems like the Wolf Pack finally has found its hunger. And I think we saw 44 points on the points tally during the game for Reckoning Esports. Add to that the mix of placement points as well, because that during a live match only counts finishes. I think Reckoning Esports find themselves in a very decent enough position to actually qualify. But I see that as it's getting so complicated now. So many teams getting themselves close to those 40-point marker, 45-point marker. I think the cutoff might just rise.
Oh, well, this is wildcard stages all over again, boys.
Yeah.
Seems like everybody is desperately fighting for their dear lives to qualify to semifinals, because need I remind you, if you do not qualify from here, you are going to be eliminated. We will say goodbye to you here in the realme BGIS 2025. But saying hello right now is going to be rival Apex, because with that performance, they are able to bounce back. And Tiger was the MVP of that match.
Yeah, 6 eliminations by this man, and look at how efficient he was. Just 388 damage dished out. So he was definitely a big burglar inside of that game, just finding those finish steals out of nowhere. But Clouds from Altitude, impressive performance from him. 4 eliminations on the board. Kyoya from Reckoning, big reason for the team bouncing back. Wham from Intense, and Juicy from CK always makes the list.
Well, speaking of making the list right now, rival Apex is finally in contention to actually qualify here with 20 points in the chicken dinner. Altitude in second place here with 13 points. Intense with 12 themselves. Likita Esports getting 11. Don't care about Likita anymore, they're pretty much qualified. Reckoning Esports bounced back with 10 points. Cincinnati Kids 6 points. Mysterious for 5 points, and Mafia Official only 3 points. And this is kind of concerning here for Mafia Official.
Yeah, it is a big sign of concern for Mafia Official, because that might have been a big game that they missed out on. But I think Mafia Official also, after that previous game, they were in the late 30s. Now they push over 40. So that's one more team in the mix that can push through for qualification.
Agreed. And Godstrain only getting 2 points. That is very unfortunate for them. Meanwhile, let's talk about the teams that has break past that 46 threshold benchmark that we kind of set from the quarterfinals as well. Cincinnati Kids getting himself 59 points, Legita Esports 49 points. These two teams pretty much, arguably, is pretty much qualified into the semifinals. But Reckoning Esports is still 2 points away at least. And I mean, this stats is still uncertain because they are the first team to play their second half of the match.
Yeah, 44 points for Reckoning Esports. Mafia at 38, and there's one more team there with 38 points, so they've gotten quite close. Another team with 37 points. I think these three will be the ones fighting it out on Sanhok, but big slip-ups coming through from Ryder and Mysterious 4, because at the start of the day, these teams were looking quite solid, but now the first two games, they haven't been able to perform. It all comes down to that Sanhok match coming up next.
Agreed. And Godstrain as well, only getting himself 24 points. They were taken out rather early in Game 2 itself. It seems like here, it's having 2 points from that previous game. Godstrain, if they want to break past the 46 Barrier Park, they need the chicken dinner. That's the only way that Godstrain qualifies now. And I don't know, man. I don't know what to feel about this. This is mixed feeling for Godstrain fans.
Hey, I like it. I like chaos, you know. It's the best thing that can happen in a situation like this. And of course, I would love to see, does anyone go after them in Paradise Resort? Is anyone going to pick a fight with God's Reign when they know that the gods have been left bleeding?
Well, they are bleeding really, really hard here. They're not out yet, but it all comes down to this next final game for them, because if God's Reign do not have enough points after this match, it might be goodbye to God's Reign themselves. But for now, we're going to be taking a very, very short break, and right after this break, we will witness the final match of this group. See you guys right after this.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या? तू जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन Nation wants to know, कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो? अभी बताओ मुझे, रोंडो? अरे ओ कालिया, कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार?
रोंडो? कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो? क्यों बेटा कंफ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में। रोंडो आगे।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको, क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप। Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दे रहा है, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
Hello everyone and welcome back to the realme BGIS 2025 wildcard stages, and now we're currently in day number 3 and you guys are currently watching the English broadcast. My name is ICBaby12 and joining me is going to be Big Necro as we take you through the journey of the remaining matches. And in this case, this upcoming match is going to be the final match of Group B, and it seems like the race for the top 16 out of all 64 teams is about to end for this group, and God's Reign currently very, very far away.
24 points, 5 games done and dusted. Now the last game commences soon, and they like to drop in towards Paradise Resort. The real question is, are they going to drop in towards Paradise Resort now that they know the swords are out on top of their necks? If they do drop there, they are going to risk elimination off the rip once again.
Agreed. But speaking of which here, before we actually begin, to get you guys up and going towards your BGMI gameplay, you guys gotta check out the realme P3 Ultra 5G. It's currently out in the market, and you can search it up on Flipkart. Just search realme P3 Ultra 5G, which is currently priced at 22,999 rupees for all the amazing specs. It is, after all, the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset for double the performance in its segment, and it's currently out. Be sure to check it out, because it's not just the specs, it's also the amazing design on its phone. On the back of it as well, it has this lunar design glow in the dark feature. So now, with that being said, besides playing the game, let's talk about who is going to be making the semifinals right now, because as of yet, Cincinnati Kids pretty much way past the 50-point barrier, pretty much almost guaranteed. Well, technically, they're pretty much guaranteed, right?
Yeah.
So guaranteed to qualify as well. Likita, very close to that line as well, also pretty much past the 46 mark, which is pretty much also guaranteed if we were to base it off of quarterfinals performance. But in case the cutoff actually increases, that is going to be a different story for Likita.
From this group, 5 to 6 teams itself actually stand a chance to move on from that 45 points marker, and that's not a good news for the teams that are still yet to play. Because teams like Seoul with just 11 points, they're probably just sitting in the back lines hoping that there's some sort of a vacuum created by Cincinnati Kids and Likita Esports. But looking at the way the games are going so far, it feels like that's not going to be happening. The previous game was taken by Rival Apex, and that was my pick, by the way.
Well, Rival Apex is bouncing back for now, but guess what? We are going to be seeing a little bit of a substitution here coming from Cincinnati Kids. They are going to be bringing in Ninju to subbing out Mighty from this match. So giving him a little bit of play time isn't too bad as well. They are pretty much qualified so far. So they were playing a little bit spoilers just now, because I wasn't expecting Cincinnati Kids to be taking the game a little bit seriously, but they were just running amok, doing, I would say, I don't care kind of feeling situation scenario. They just ran in, crashed any compound, and somehow spoiled so many people's games.
Now look, Cincinnati Kids and Likita Esports, they're just going to try to play with their minds shut because they know they've already qualified. But hopefully in their crossfire, no one gets caught, and especially God's Reed, a known name that's on the verge of being eliminated from this entire tournament. That's honestly going to sting to the fans. We've got another substitution coming in, and Kandu is now going to be in. This is interesting, and spots will be sitting out. Knowing the fact that BO7S hasn't been doing that great, so I guess they're now trying to bring in some subs, just as you mentioned, giving that play time to the player.
I think it's really interesting because we haven't seen too much of tops, in particular from BO7S. And this game, he started off as the lineup, and Kandu was the original starting lineup. So I'm not sure what is going through here, but it seems like whatever they do at this point, it doesn't even matter, because the only way they actually qualify is, like we said, 46 points. And the highest record has been done on realme BGIS is done by Seoul, 28 finishes, and a chicken dinner, which is 38 points. So they're currently like, what, 3 points, 4 points?
Yeah.
If you get 38 points, that's still like 44, 46. So
wow.
Mathematically, guys, mathematically, it's possible. But if they pull this off, this is going to be the biggest, and I mean the biggest comeback that what I thought Hyderabad Hydras has set as a benchmark, which was pretty high during the quarterfinals.
Everyone's going to be talking about that if it actually comes through, but we all know getting 40 points in total in just one single game, it's impossible. Now, once again, back towards that serious stuff, right? Reckoning Esports as well, they're on the verge of qualification. We all know they can qualify. Rival Apex, Mafia Official on the verge of qualification as well. And if 5 to 6 teams stand a chance to qualify just from this group, Salty, what happens when the remaining group comes in?
I don't know, man. To be honest, it all comes down to fate. It comes down to how well they perform in this game, and it all comes down to whether or not can they pull their best. Because Rival Apex was able to bounce back from the previous game, but will they be able to continue in this next map? Because all tactics are out of the window, because the map is going to be going extremely small, and it is going to be very, very personal. This final match on its way right now in the map of Sanhok.
As the plane's going to be in the sky, starting all the way from Nakam towards Lakavi. This plane flat path is tilted down south, but I'm just going to be hoping that we are going to be seeing a lot of clashes this time around. Hopefully not in Paradise Resort, since God's Reed, they're now in a tough spot in the overall standings, maybe also on the verge of being eliminated.
Well, speaking of elimination, Flag Path seems to be a little bit favored towards the south side here. Are we going to see any teams actually heading towards a Alpha region? Going to be a little bit of a big question mark for me, because Likita, they are going to be dropping towards Ruins. So no contention there, no drop clashes coming in, Nothing super crazy. Rival Apex is going to be dropping towards Cave. This is something that Royal Emperor likes to do a lot as well. And I think Big Brothers used to actually drop towards Cave a lot. Unfortunately, Big Brothers... I'm surprised I'm still talking about Big Brothers. They're pretty much done and dusted a long time ago. they leave a very, very big impact in the BGMI history itself.
Look at God's Reign, closely contested by the players of INTX Furious. But since Furious, they like to move in towards Tap Mock, there's a big chance they're going to be avoiding this clash against God's Reign. Luckily enough, no one wants any sort of comeback done from the side of God's Reign, or no one wants any sort of beef with the players of God's Reign. That's why they haven't really went for a drop clash against him. And look at ESG. They're now going to take a fight against the players of M4. A drop clash. It's not looking too smooth for both these teams, either in the overall standings, and maybe they don't even stand a chance to qualify anymore.
Exactly, but considering that Mysterious 4, they've lost one member, ESG taking first strike, that means Mysterious 4's chances are slowly slimming down, and currently they are in 29th position. They have to win this fight, they have to wrap this out, and then come up on top, because as of yet, they cannot afford to lose any players from the side of Mysterious 4. 29 points. Oh boy. Mysterious 4, one of the longest journey teams here in realme BGIS, played every single stage of the tournament from grind, from round 1, and then now here in the wildcard stages. And for them to get knocked out here, it's sad. It's really, really sad.
It will be sad. Sketch, he's itching to make it inside of that room. He wants to step in, but he knows there's probably a big crossfire set up. ESG, the man's going to close in, even from the outskirts. Nexus, he's got a lot of line of sight. The visual confirmation now is going to give that sigh of relief for the players of ESG so they can have a bit more of that breathing space. Cryo still towards the same angle. He hasn't moved an inch. And so did the players of M4. But since the man advantage is in the hands of ESG, they can convert this fight easily. Even Fragger's taken down super low. Mysterious 4 cannot go for the fight yet.
This is tough. They have no space, and the only form of exit is the horse right in front of them. But if they try to ride to the Wild West, they're pretty much gonna get sprayed down here. So no options whatsoever. But in bootcamp, guess what? Alibaba Raiders going up against Ryder and Rio, first one going down. And this just might be it as well for Alibaba Raiders.
Raider Esports, they still stand a chance to qualify. They need a big game in their hands. But now, as Zyro falls down, the hopes and dreams, they might just start to shatter. 2 players down from the side of Raider Esports, but even Alibaba Raiders, they're not going to be too far back. Maxis falls down, but Raider Esports, they will be the one to eliminate the players of Alibaba Raiders.
Ryder Esports comes up on top of Mysterious 4. Look at this hero. He's got to do a hero attempt. Last man standing. This might be it for Mysterious 4. He's going to get sprayed down. He's going to get kited. He's got 2 bullets. He gets 1 bomb and he gets it. Hero. No way. They're still in the game.
What a play that was. Mysterious 4, even though they had the mad disadvantage, still Hero steps up big and saves the day for his teammates. All the 3 players back up on their feet, looking pretty good. And since there's no third party, it's looking safe for now. Mysterious 4, things under control just because of this one man. Hero comes up with a heroic play.
2 bullets and a dream keeps things alive for Mysterious 4. Hero. My God, the savior. Absolutely insane. And with that being said, keeps things alive. They get 4 finishes. They are 32 points. What a hero move, man.
I know, dude. And honestly, they needed a play like this. If Mysterious 4 can still scoop up a chicken dinner, even they stand a chance to qualify. Oh boy, too many teams in contention at this point. Mysterious 4, they need a few more eliminations and just a chicken dinner. Ryder Esports, after eliminating the players of Alibaba Raiders, they're definitely going to be feeling at the top of their game as well, but they lost out on a man in that process. So with just a 3-man squad, things get tough.
Oh boy, that was not what I was expecting here in the wildcard stages, but guess what? Do or die situation. You gotta make everything count. And as of yet, Mysterious 4, they're trying to rotate away. They're running into his God's Reign. Another team who's trying to fight to qualify themselves. And fortunately for them, they are able to get out, but the spray down comes through. They barely connect, and Mysterious 4 is able to escape once more. They need to find loots. They need to get out.
Look at how scared God's Reign are playing. All the 4 players towards this one single compound. And generally speaking, if God's Reen plays the same way, they don't qualify at all. God's Reen now needs a frag-heavy game, so they need to step outside of their comfort zone and start hunting down teams. That's the only way they can qualify.
Oh boy, let's take a little replay here as well. Look, Hero pretty much lost all his teammates. He was down to his last bullet. Look at this, in the chamber. 2 bullets left and 2 players. Okay, he reloaded. Last 2 bullets. Bam! Bam! Baby! Whew, that is nice.
Precision saved the day. And Hero, honestly, with that heroic play, now it's just going to ignite new hopes for Mysterious 4. Anything can happen. Still, it's a mystery. You never know.
Exactly right. This is so unexpected. But what is a little bit unexpected right now is BO7S going to be crashing onto its bootcamp. And Rider Esports now in the heat. They're trying to keep their dreams alive, and BO7S might be able to shut them down. And that's going to be the spray coming from Kandu that takes him out. That's going to be 1 knock. The confirmation not going through. BO7S not going to be able to look for that confirmation yet.
Not a big fan of what's going on here, but that nade from Exists, it's going to catch Kandu. Beautiful stuff from Rider Esports. They're still trying to get the fight back in their hands, but since there was a man knocked out, even for a BO7S, they don't stand a chance to win the fight as well. It's now taken down to a 2v2. BO7S as well alive with 2 players. They can go for the recovery on the fallen man. Fami, he's going to try to punish a few more players that are in the outskirts, or at least that's what he thinks. But BO7S, they've found themselves in the safer shoes as well. They're right behind the players of Rider Esports. Rider Esports handing out a bit of that reset to themselves, so that's going to be a good thing.
They have to be a little bit quick as well because Ligita Esports is right on top of the mountain as well, looking down on this fight. So if they don't take this seriously, they are going to be shut down. Meanwhile, the circle is going to be shifting on towards where GDR is, smack middle of the zone. So that's going to be a good plus sign for GDR, but the rest of the world have to rotate in. And bootcamp doesn't seem to be a good spot to be in as well because Ligita is going to be rotating from the west side, but the fight here coming from Fami. They get the knock on BO7S.
Beautiful stuff. That's the opener they were looking for. Once again, now the advantage back in the hands of Rider Esports. Fami pushes up close and personal, and that's going to be the nail in the coffin. BO7 is taken out with 0 points, Icy. How do you feel?
What a shot from Fami. What is that pump? But BO7S, like you said, 0 points. How do I feel? Well, see you later. That's what I'm going to feel. And that's what I'm going to say. But all things considered, the journey ends right here for BO7S in the realme BGIS 2025. Meanwhile, Ligita Esports, 50 points as a threshold. Gonna be feeling very happy about this. On the finish feed, Aditya also able to find a couple of knocks here and there. But aside from that, new champions also taking a major fight against Cincinnati kids.
New champions, their form has been lost since a long time. And at this point, just trying to get anything done, just trying to put some sort of an impact in the last game. They've already managed to scratch the surface against the players of Cincinnati Kids since one man's knocked out in the left. And you can see Legend OP closing on up towards that knocked player. Juicy will be eliminated soon since Legend OP is looking forward to eliminate Juicy. That confirmation will be there. Ninju, the newest sub for Cincinnati Kids. You can see backed up with Flock. They're now moving closer towards Legend. They wanted to save Juicy, but they're a little bit too late to the party. Eventually, Legend gets ran over. That's going to be the knockout secured. New champions taken down to a 2-man squad. There's no way they pull off a comeback in the fight.
Oh boy. Sad for new champions. 2 men against the wall, and Cincinnati Kids trying to pull the gap and suck off all those points away from the rest of the teams. A vacuum is about to be created as well between the top and the middle of this pack here for Group B itself. And of course, right in front of us as well, Mafia Official gonna get shut down, leaving only 1 player left. Atlantis able to force to fight this.
Oh my god, Mafia Officials, they're not too far back from their goals to be achieved. They need this game. Mafia, you cannot lose it! But they lose this game! They get eliminated quite early with just 39 points in the overall board. All the hard work, all the efforts for what? Just to get eliminated in such a way towards the map of Sanhok. Oh man, everything's down the drain, I see.
Only time can tell. Only time can tell. 3 more groups has yet to be played. Will the cutoff be lesser than 39 or not? Solely depends on the fates of the rest of the world. But right now, what can depend on your gameplay in BGMI is going to be the realme P3 Ultra 5G. Do be sure to check it out. It is currently priced at 22,999 rupees, and search it up on Flipkart. It is the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset with its class-leading chipset performance and an Antutu score of over 1.45 million.
So what's your prediction for the cutoff?
Well, I was expecting maybe 50, but
what?
Seeing how this is going here, it might just be lower than 41.
No, I think 41's too low. So mine and Maisie's calculated prediction is 43. And Spiro is saying it's going to go to 46 once again.
Oh, it might just be that as well, because on the average-wise, based on this group so far, it should be in that ballpark, because Ligita Esports is 50 points, Reckoning Esports is 44, so they need at least past 46 here to be somewhat safe based on quarterfinals' results. But as of yet, look at the screen, guess what? We've got a knock on Ligita, and that's going to be Mysterious Force that actually gets a knock. It seems like with that hero play moment, Mysterious Force might just be able to bounce back from this game, but it's still a very long journey for them from the chicken.
It's still a Herculean task. Clawing their way back up is going to be real tough, but let's just have a look at the wipe over here. Mafia officials got eliminated by the hands of INTX Furious, a team that did not even stand a chance to qualify. And for Mafia official, everything was on the table to lose, and they lost it all. Mafia officials, they have 39 points in the overall board. And from our predictions, we don't think the cutoff is going to be as low as 39 points.
Well, speaking of the cutoffs right now, Ligita going to be rotating their way from the outskirts, from the north side. They might be running into a little bit of a company here. We talked about INTX Furious destroying the journeys for Mafia Official, potentially. And of course, unofficially, that is our speculation. They're still in for the running for now, until the remaining groups are competing. But guess what? INTX Furious is going to be running into them right now.
INTX Furious are taking all the fights that they can. It does not matter who they're facing up against, but Reflex gets knocked out. Overwhelmed by the presence of Ligita Esports, and Ligita Esports, they're not going to stop here. They're constantly on the march against the foes even again. And INTX Furious, all they can do is just look to back away from the spot because they know it's Ligita Esports at the end of the day, and they don't stand a chance to wipe out a team like that.
Oh boy, so unlucky. They had a great fight just now, and they needed some points, and now Radiator pretty much looking at Reds across the board. No friends, no whatsoever. You're all by yourself. Like you said, a Herculean task. 46 points means that he needs to pull up a bro is pro moment, which seems to be very, very difficult here, especially in Sanhok.
Clawing their way back up is going to be tough for INTX Furious. With just one man standing, it now seems impossible. For Godserene, 24 points on the board. They need a frag-heavy game, and so far they've got 0 points accumulated. I see this just gets my nerves boiling. Godserene, they need to push out. They need to be aggressive. I understand they want to play for the chicken dinner, but the cutoff can be higher than 40 points.
The only way they can qualify is nothing shy of a chicken dinner for Godserene. We haven't talked too much about them, but seeing how the circle is going to be shifting, Reckoning Esports still having prime position from the north, and they are going to be running in with Godserene. Meanwhile, the southwest, we have CV Academy, and southeast, we have Altitude. The three best compounds to gatekeep everyone from rotating the zone, so everyone is going to be out in the open. Meanwhile, INTX Furious is going to get hunted down, and he's going to go down. But no, wait a minute. Hector's goes down. He might be able to spoil the dreams, and never mind. I take that back.
Look at the esports. They're on the prowl. They know they've already qualified, so they don't care anymore. They want the eliminations. They want to create some sort of a vacuum. Just take all the elimination points away so that the other teams will suffocate for points. And this is not a good news, especially for teams like Godserene and CV, who stand a major chance to make that comeback, including Mysterious 4, who've got 32 points in the overall board.
Oh boy, Mysterious 4. Hero was able to save the day with 3 players, and now they're down to 2 players themselves. Seems to be very difficult. 10 teams still left alive. They need placement points. They need finishes. And right in front of them is going to be Intense Esports coming from the west side. Mysterious 4 have to gatekeep everyone from the west side. And can they do it? It's up to Hero. It's up to Sketch. The saviors from the previous fight. It's now or never.
Intense Esports on their merry way towards that white line. The Blues on the back, and they're going to meet the players of Mysterious 4 soon. Mysterious 4, if they wipe out Intense Esports, that's going to be a great foundation that they were looking for. But Sketch is the only man to receive all of them. There's his teammates on the right line. But since it's just 2 players against 4, honestly, the odds are stacked against them. But Sketch, he still fights the first, almost on the verge of taking down the second man as well. But still, there's one more man standing from M4, and that will be Hero once again. To left to clutch it out against the 2 men standing of Team Intense. And the nade from Vamp is going to dish out a bit of that damage, and the DBS will seal the deal. With that, even M4, they take an exit from the game.
No more Hero chance. Hero, he tried his best, but unfortunately, his best was not enough. Nice try. GG, well played, Mysterious 4. 32 points, not enough, but at the same time, the third party comes in. Guess what? God's Rain finds the opportunity, and they're going to be able to farm up those finishes. Ninja John secures 2, and Intense, they won't get wiped out. That's going to be 3 finishes in the bag for God's Rain. And this is it. This is their moment to shine. They need every single body in this lobby right now.
Solid stuff. The zone's going to move out in the open now. Altitude Esports, they find themselves on the lucky side of the spectrum. It's looking good. Maisy's prediction might actually just come through. I see CV even there on the edge. God's Rain, they need to go for a tough stretch. And honestly speaking, God's Rain, they might just be eliminated in the process. We've seen them lose out on player in rotations multiple times.
Well, Destro may have made it far, but shots fired, CV needs to push in, and it seems like they do have a wide spread of compound. The only difference is God's Rain does not know how wide this formation is. And this perimeter can be easily bridged if they decide to crash into one of them. But we have to put that on thought as well, because North East side, Liquid side Esports going for a solo spread. Goblins all by himself, and Ryder.
Oh, the man was way too close to the rock, and Goblin never saw this coming. And Fragger, for him, that was a free piece of candy. That's going to be the elimination point gifted by the gods themselves. He's going to be so lucky. The man's counting his stars now. 8 finishes on the board for Ryder Esports too. Keep this thing in mind. Off the rip, they eliminated Alibaba Raiders and even a few more teams in boot camp itself. So they've got a great foundation laid out. A great base that Ryder Esports is riding on. With 8 finish points, they can look forward to contribute even more, but hold on to that thought. God's Rain, they try to pull off a rotation, but now they're losing out on too many players in the midst of that. Even Justin's taken down super low. It's down to just 1 man. God's Rain, they have been taken down by just this 1 man, Viper. But still, a man lies inside the shack, and Viper could have actually pulled off a 4-piece.
Destro, what were you doing? You could have helped them. And just like that, he's left all alone. God's Rain, they needed all these finishes and the spoilers in the name of Reckoning, the spoilers in the name of Ligitar. And now CV is going to be pushing in as well. Destro, he's keeping things alive. He gets a 1 finish in the pick, but CV, they want to farm him up. He's dropping down so low. Shots are fired from every direction. God's Rain might just not be able to qualify this. And the nade, oh no, he's going to clip himself. It's stuck. Oh my goodness, he's going to hurt himself a little bit more. The first 8 comes through, but CV Academy is hesitant on pushing this as well.
He's panicking. Destro, after watching his teammates get absolutely decimated by just 1 man of Reckoning Esports, now Destro is panicking. His hands are busy, but he still pulls out the S12 game time and strikes down that man. That's going to be another point added to the tally. Even Brawley goes down for CV. CV is now starting to make a lot of rookie mistakes, and even they're taken down to just 1 man. But Destro, for how long can he keep this banner alive? For how long can he keep on carrying the flag on his back?
Oh my goodness, 6 teams left alive, and look at this CV Academy. Ninja is going to keep his way through. He's going to be outside. Destro needs to run out. As soon as he pick up, the spray down comes through. Destro, there's only so much a man can do. But in this case, that is only if you're a man. God amongst men, Destro. Will he bow out? He picks out Ninja, not taking the shot. Oh my goodness, the panic comes through, but he's gonna be killed. Yeah, that shuts him down. That's it for God's Rain. They might not be able to qualify. This is it for God's Rain, and Reckoning Esports will advance.
Realistically, God's Rain are not going to stand a chance to qualify. And as you mentioned, Reckoning Esports on paper, they have qualified. If our predictions are right, the cutoff should be around 40 to 45 or maybe 46. It's not going to go higher than that. And Reckoning Esports, they've crossed that 50 points marker. Beautiful stuff But even Altitude, they still stand a major chance to qualify. 44 points on the board. Rider Esports as well with 41. So many teams with a lot of hopes and dreams. But look at CV with 35 points. They've just got one man standing. Can he clutch it out too?
Oh boy, it's now or never. This is their moment to shine. A lot of teams are going to be setting this as a benchmark to overcome from the other groups itself. But Group B, this final match, final 5 teams, 5 placement points in the top 5. So far up for grabs and also finishes. Ryder looking for that bounce back, and all they need is 5 points, and they are past that 46 threshold.
Exist is on the run. That vehicle did catch a lot of hurt upon itself, but it's fine. But honestly, I'm still not able to wrap my head around that Viper play. Taking down 3 players of God's Ring instantly. Oh boy. He could have taken down the 4th as well if he wouldn't have gotten third party.
Exactly, but all things considered, what if, should have, could have, should have situation is pretty much done and dusted. We're down towards the 5 teams left. Likita Esports, Reckoning Esports, still not giving up yet. And Ryder looking to secure those finishes. They catch out Dion. They catch out Dion. Ryder Esports makes it to the top 5. And another one for Exist. And Ryder just might be able to do it. They've got 10 finishes. The comeback is real.
Yeah, eliminating CV2 in the end. Just shattering their hopes and dreams of qualification. Ryder Esports with just one man Exist. He's got a Herculean task ahead of him. Even Altitude Esports, the last time we checked them, they had 44 points on the board. One man's knocked out. That's going to be Adam. And for Likita Esports, this game does not mean anything. But unfortunately, even that man of Ryder Esports gets eliminated. Altitude Esports, this has got to be their game. They've got the man advantage in the end.
They have the numbers. They have the finishes. They get the chicken means they will be able to qualify alongside with Likita and also Reckoning Esports. And as of yet, it is not confirmed yet, but as of yet, based on the benchmark, which is 46 points as a threshold, they should be safe and sound. But Altitude, look at this. They will not get this finish point. It's going to be Kyoya that takes him out. And that's going to be him as the last man standing. And he's going to try to deny Altitude the chicken dinner himself.
Yeah, but he needs to pull off a 1-on-4 to do so. Can he get a 4-piece? Gods is out in the open, approaching the man. Kyoya spots Gods too. Few shots taken. I love this bob and weave from Kyoya, but there's just too many shots taken against that one player, and he cannot stand that rep. As Altitude Esports, they close things out with a chicken dinner. What a banger that was, and Maze's prediction with that also comes through.
What a game coming in from Altitude, but what a game here for Group B itself to see some of the teams going to be eliminated right here and right now. This might be the last chance that we see some of the top tier 1 teams in this lobby and some of the potential undergods who may not have been able to shine.
That play from Viper is going to be flashing in front of the fans' eyes for God's Ring every single time when they open up BGMI. That's what's going to be happening, because just dismantling the team single-handedly. And keep this thing in mind, after that first engagement itself, he was taken down to 1 HP, but he still shut down 2 more players and won that fight. And honestly, Destro should have backed his teammates up, in my opinion.
Yeah, they should have. Again, a lot of what-if situations, a lot of miscommunications as well.
Yeah.
Which, unfortunately, we might not be able to see God's Reign in the semifinals here, in the wildcard stages. But all things considered, you know, unofficially, nobody's out yet. Every single one of these teams, except for the bottom 3, is pretty much in the top 16 for now. Until the remaining matches come true.
Look, realistically, we all know what's going to be happening, right? Realistically, we all know what the cutoff as well might be. So, for a lot of the fans, they already know what's going to be on the horizon. They already know when the post goes out, what's going to be happening. It will be a sad moment for God's Ring fans. But this time, the magnet did not work. Well,
unfortunately, the magnet might not work again anymore. We might see them in the next pro circuit, which is probably in what, half a year time, maybe a few months time. So all things considered, you know, good luck to them. Hopefully things will be a little bit better. Unfortunately, for this time, we have to put it in a pause first, because we still have tomorrow, we still have today, we still have 3 more matches to go for today, and obviously we have to also go through the post verification status to see if any foul play was played. And if there is foul play, that means points awarded, the team that got disqualified, their points will be awarded to that respective group. So, all things considered, you gotta hope and pray something happened. But especially now in the wildcard stages, I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon.
Yeah, we all also thought that even CV Academy can qualify, right? Because the way they started things off, the first 3 games was quite a decent performance. But in the latter 3 games, CV Academy completely choked.
Well, what I do know is my curse are pretty strong. My curse is every team that I have predicted so far is 100% prediction.
You know, at this point, I don't even think it's Maisie that cursed you, man.
Yeah, I'm the actual curse right now.
Yeah, it's just you.
Like, I have a 100% prediction rate right now, which is 100% either the team qualify or 100% they actually, most of them don't qualify. That's my current percentage right now.
Right now, the percentage is that 100% just don't qualify. That's what's been so far.
Oh boy, feels bad.
Luckily enough, you did not really pick the players of God's Reign, right? Wait, you did pick God's Reign, right? Did you? Or did you pick CV? I guess he did pick God's Reign. Now we know why God's Reign did not qualify. And CV was picked by Sparrow. I guess even Sparrow has a little bit of a bad luck on his side today. You know what, though? Jokes apart, for a lot of these teams, they desperately needed to cross that 40 points marker. Even Rider Esports, we still need to have a look at the points distribution or the points standing itself to see what exactly is going on there.
Oh, I agree. You were talking to me, right? About the point system? Yeah, okay, you're right. Yeah, point station, you know, not God's Reign. Anyways, back to the fights here. I feel like this was a very, very good benchmark for some of the teams to actually kind of... You can see the hunger that is going through all these teams, right? Like, it's now a do-or-die situation where they have to put in every single card out there to actually qualify themselves. So this is a good benchmark where I think the next respective teams will have a little bit of a threshold to understand, like, hey, where do you want to be? Like, quarterfinals pretty much set 46 points. But here, the threshold was not really that big as well, because compared to quarterfinals, we had 3 teams in total with past the 60-point marker. And this game as well, from this group, there's already 2 teams from the 60-point ballpark. So that means the power vacuum of points has already been absorbed by the upper echelons.
Now look, 3 teams have confirmed secure their slot, right? Including Altitude Esports, Reckoning Esports, Likita Esports, right? So they have pretty much moved on. And even Cincinnati Kids. So that's 4 teams right there. We're still looking for a few more names that might have just secured that slot towards the semifinals itself. Even rival Apex stood a major chance. I really want to see the point standing and figure out how they exactly did in this game itself, as we have the highlights of the final few moments. Mysterious Fourth, they were trying to give it all they've got. Viper was stuck in such a bad situation, but still against the odds. The man performed at the top, and he took down 3 players of God's Reign single-handedly. This was an absolute brutal dismantle.
I feel bad for God's Reign. Like, from Destro's perspective, he was so afraid to pick out because he knows for the fact that CB is looking at him, and there's also Reckoning from shooting from the west side. So the only reason why he didn't want to fight that was because of the fact that he's going to get third party. So I can see the perspective of what Destro is thinking, but his teammates' perspective is also on a problem, because 3 versus 1 and you guys couldn't even wrap it up and then regroup with Destro.
Yeah.
Was it a 3-person's problem, or is it Destro the problem right now? So there is a big question mark for that play itself coming from God's Reign. And of course, the MVP for the match here is going to be Fami from the side of Rider Esports. They also almost... I'm not sure if they qualify or not, but they are on the borderline of
really
the cutoff.
close.
Based off quarterfinals results.
Insanely close. I mean, just look at the top 5 players. You've got Fragger right there, Exist 2, and then M4 Hero. That heroic play from M4 saved the day for the entire team, and that's why they were able to scrape through a few more points from that previous game. Altitude, they managed to get 16 points from that game. Sanhok Rider Esports with 14 points. Look at the Esports with 13. We do not really see any sort of vacuum over here, so that's a good thing for the upcoming groups. Reckoning Esports 2 just getting 12 points. God's Reign with 8 points. We all know what the outcome's going to be. Cincinnati Kids with 5 points. They've already qualified. CV Academy, they might not qualify.
Yeah, I agree. And this was a big game coming from both, I would say, Reckoning Esports in general, and also Altitude, of course. Like, Reckoning is in a situation where they needed some points to actually break past a 46 points pass barrier. So I think this is something that I think is going to be a very, very good note for them, considering that now they're pretty okay compared to the previous teams here. But let's take a look at the overall standings on how the current standings is, because 64 points for Cincinnati Kids, Likita Esports 62, Reckoning Esports 56.
Rival Apex getting eliminated with just 37 points in the overall board. Even they stood a chance, but the last game, they scooped up 0 points, and that's why now Rival Apex on the verge of elimination. Altitude, though, they've confirmed their slot. Rider Esports, I'm not exactly sure, 44 points, if that's going to be enough or not. Reckoning Reckoning Esports, they've confirmed as well. Look at the Esports, even they have confirmed their slot. And Cincinnati Kids with 64 points, they've done it as well. Latter half of the board, at this point, even God can save them.
Yeah, I agree. And as of yet, based on all these points so far, they're pretty much not eliminated yet. Unofficially, they are kind of eliminated, but officially they're not eliminated yet. So I feel like they still have somewhat a chance, but again, their fates solely depend on the remaining groups that is going to be coming in here. That's going to be Group C, A, and also D that is going to be playing in the next upcoming match, and also tomorrow's 6 matches.
So maybe we can say ESG, Alibaba Raiders, and BO7S are officially eliminated.
Okay, so anyone from that has 20 points and below is pretty much eliminated from this group.
Exactly. Caster's predictions on the screen. Icy Baby! What's going on there? God's Reign? Johnny as well? God's Reign? Oh man, the virus is spreading, guys. I need a hazmat suit ASAP. Engineer YT1 with CV, even that was eliminated. Ankybot as well went with God's Reign. God's Reign was eliminated. Altitude Esports, I mean, they have been doing a great job for themselves. Altitude, we don't exactly know if they've qualified or not, but in my books, I think they've qualified. But as we all know, for God's Reign to qualify, only God can save them.
Yeah, I agree. You know, only God can save them, but I think I saw something up there running around. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe that's God's Reign running back to their homes after they're done inside of the tournament.
Yeah, I don't know about my prediction right now, but all things considered, sad day for some of the fans. Again, I have to remind you, it is a competition. It is fair for all. It is, after all, a free-for-all here in realme BGIS 2025, and there will be winners and there will be losers. Unfortunately to say, God's Reign chances solely depends on the remaining groups.
Exactly. As I mentioned, only God can save them at this point. They just need to hope that someone screws up real bad in the upcoming games, and because of that, God's Reign just gets elevated up in the overall standings once again. Before now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere, but because still we've got a few more groups to go. Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Johnny with me on the panel. And Johnny, feels like Icy's virus is spreading.
Yeah,
even you went with God's Reign, even Anki went with God's Reign, and now look at them where they are.
Hey man, historically, I mean, this was supposed to be a strong team, right? But again, this realme BGIS has given them a reality check, it seems like.
Viper has given them a reality check. Single man taking down 3 players with next to none HP. What was God's Reign doing? 3 of the best assaulters falling down to Viper from Reckoning Esports. Honestly, I'm not able to digest that.
But hey, I mean, why are you not surprised with it? Viper is a good player.
Yeah, he is a good player, but still, man, 1-on-3, the odds are still stacked with the players of God's Reign.
That is the case for this entire tournament. In the quarterfinals, we saw 4 1v4s. This time as well, I think that 1v3 is no exception. Individually, the players' skill level has gone up by quite a lot, and it's not just for the experienced players or the players that were hailed as good back then. It's for everyone. Even the undergods are putting up similar performances now.
Yeah, I mean, look, for Viper, he would have actually taken down the 4th man as well if he wouldn't have gotten third-partied from the back. So honestly speaking, man, that was a Fantastic play from Viper himself. All the props to that player. But maybe something that's going to help you pull off plays like that will also be the realme P3 Ultra 5G with 90 FPS BGMI gaming. And let's not forget, you will be having smooth experience inside of the game. And if you move on towards Flipkart, search for the realme P3 Ultra 5G, you might just stand a chance to win the device itself.
Exactly. I mean, the world debut of the Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset, 90 FPS gaming, smartest AI gaming control, making it very easy for you to put your best inside of your BGMI matches. And starting from 22,999, that price point, that itself is quite attractive.
It indeed is attractive, and even the looks, even the design on the device, it's pretty cool. But once again, Johnny, moving back towards the conversation, right? There are so many giveaways going on. Yeah. There are so many new stuff going on for the audience, and I'm just loving it, right?
Exactly, and there's one more giveaway that is happening. And ladies and gentlemen, if you want a chance to stand a chance to win a realme P3 Ultra 5G, dive into the in-game BGIS exchange events that's happening in BGMI right now. Complete the event, fill out the Google form that comes afterward, and you could be the lucky owner of a new realme P3 Ultra 5G. One of these devices could be yours.
And the best part is the winners will be announced after Game 6 itself.
Oh, yeah.
So you don't have to wait for long at all. You will stand a chance to win the device itself, but you got to do it right now. You got to come out on top, be the winner of that entire event, and then maybe you will stand a chance. You will be selected as the winner itself. And let's not forget, there's also an in-game crate announced already, which will be the BGIS crate 2025. And if you buy that crate, all the money accumulated from that crate itself directly contributes towards the realme BGIS 2025's prize pool.
Exactly. We keep talking about it, or we used to talk about it, 2 crore plus plus. That plus plus comes from you guys. And of course, it is going to be exciting to see how this prize money impacts the team's mentality moving forward into this tournament. It is going to be interesting to see how the performances change now that the players have been made aware that the prize money is going up.
Yeah, that's super cool, right? At least everyone's going to try to move in towards the semifinals itself and try to get their hands on that prize pool accumulated from the crate too. So, yeah, everyone's going to be super hopeful, but maybe not for teams like Godsreen, who are just barely on the cusp of qualification. Rider Esports, though, they got 44 points in the end. So for them, it's still a big question mark.
Is Godsreen on the cusp even?
Godsreen had 39 points, so we still don't have the threshold yet. So maybe officially they're not out yet, but unofficially we can say that they're out.
Yeah, I mean, unofficially maybe. And again, it is going to be quite tricky. I wonder how bad the performances from the other three groups needs to be for Godsreen to make it through.
That's what I'm saying, right? Even I had the conversation with IC2, and only God can save Godsreen at this point. That's the only thing. All they need to do is just pray. Start praying.
Hey man, but imagine if something happens and they then we see them in the semifinals. Because did we think Wildfangs was going to be playing today?
Don't say it, Johnny. Come on, just don't say it. Because if that happens, that would be super funny, but at the same time, super interesting too.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be quite interesting, and it seems like it's not just God's rain falling apart at this moment, man.
Yeah, I guess a lot of things are definitely messing up. Even teams' performances haven't really been on point.
Yeah.
And if the same thing keeps on happening, man, it is going to be a bad luck for the upcoming group. I'm not going to lie.
Is this a sign? Is this a sign?
This is a sign.
So who needs to be careful in the next group?
I don't know. Maybe everyone, even the teams that are super close to qualification.
You know what? The other group is exciting, though. We talked about it in the morning, right? Cincinnati Kids was the only team that was able to close out a match with a chicken dinner in this group.
Yeah.
The other group has 3 teams.
Wow, that's super exciting, right? Even look at the esports. The amount of points they had was super impressive too, right? And Altitude Esports, who would have thought?
Yes.
Altitude can close on up, but Maisie went with that prediction. I was impressed.
I mean, Maisie has passed on his curse to Icy, it seems like, and now Maisie is the good luck charm for everyone because Maisie has been hanging out with Engineer for a while, and Engineer seems to be getting his predictions right.
Yeah, indeed. Engineer has been doing a decent job as well. But let's not forget, as we've got the Group D on the screen, Diesel Esports, FS Esports, Hail Inferno Squad 2 stand a major chance. We've also got Troy Tamilian Esports, Welt OMG, even they stand a major chance to qualify. God's Given, they have pulled off a chicken dinner once in the past. VST is also there. And let's not forget the moment from the side of Mysterious. Mysterious Esports, they are a complete mystery up till now.
Yeah, they have been a mystery up until now, but let's see how things turn out. Yesterday, their positional play looked quite decent, but today, considering it is the last day for them to play their matches, things are about to get very intense for them. And as we move forward, we have SBA, 4M, Raven Esports, Bot Army, Wildfangs. Now, this is one name that needs to be careful, huh?
Wildfangs, they're way too far back in the overall standings. If you ask me realistically, can they make the cut? My answer is going to be no. But mathematically, they still can make the cut. If a team like God's Reign is choking, then it's not a good news for a team like Wildfangs because they have been doing worse than God's Reign.
Oh, that is definitely true. But oh, look at this. I did not think anyone would pick Wildfangs as their prediction, but Anki and Sparrow have gone for it.
No way.
Maisie picking SBA, Engineer with Troy the Million, IC with Welt OMG. Welt OMG, good luck to you guys. I went with 4 Miracle and you went with Hail Inferno Squad.
Hail Inferno Squad's doing decent. That's why I went with Hail Inferno Squad. They're really close to that qualification bracket too. But they still need consistent games in order to pull off that qualification mark.
Yeah.
Let's not forget 4 Miracle Esports, quite the known names, right? Veterans inside of the circuit, so even they stand a big chance. Welt OMG, this newer team has been doing wonders, man. And even they stand a big chance.
So now it's Welt OMG, their skills and their planning versus IC.
Yeah, and I don't think Welt OMG will qualify since IC's picked them.
Man, God's Reign could not beat IC, baby. Welt OMG, do you think they stand a chance?
But at least they're doing better compared to the players of God's Reign in the overall standings, right? So at least they've got that base set up for themselves. SBA from Maisie. I understand why Maisie has picked SBA because their past brilliances have been real great to witness. But so far, the performance, at least in the quarterfinals as well, wasn't that good.
Yeah, but I mean, I think maybe it is because of the grind. In the grind, SBA was like on a whole different level, and I think maybe Maisie believes that today, considering it might be the last day, could be the last day for SBA. Hopefully they get that grind form back.
They're trying to give it all they've got, right? Every single team is going to try to give it all they've got. Even teams like Welt OMG, for them as well, it's the first time.
Yep.
And they've made it pretty far. And so far, they're not doing too bad in the overall standings either. Hail Inferno Squad, experienced bunch. They know how to pull themselves back from the wildcard stages.
Yeah.
They have done it once in the past.
Exactly, and the players themselves, as you mentioned, experienced players. We have seen Owen Popov, Jatin, PMW IGL has been quite incredible. Every single time we see him, we see those big plays coming in from his side as well. So, yeah, I understand. Hail Inferno Squad, there is a lot of hope for this team. But the exceptional performance that came in from this particular group has to be Diesel Esports, man. Diesel Esports popping off, I don't think I imagined.
I expected that. Diesel Esports, they have shown some great signs of life in quarterfinals too. But yeah, they're still over here in the wild card, so that's a different thing as well. We've got the overall standings popping up. Cincinnati Kids just topping the chart with 64 points. Likita Esports with 62 points. Reckoning Esports with 56. Altitude Esports. None of us thought that Altitude can actually make it in the top 4, but there we go. With 54 points, even they've confirmed their slot.
Yeah, pretty much, I mean, as of now. But as we move to the second page of the ranking, there we have it. God's Reign on 32 points. Yeah, that's nowhere close to the cusp, Necro.
Yeah, it's nowhere close. But still, as the official standings aren't out yet, we don't exactly know if God's Reign is eliminated or not, since the other groups have to play. We just need to be, that professional, Johnny. We cannot just say they're directly out. Unofficially, they're out, but officially not yet. They're still in the top 16 since the other groups haven't played.
That's not going to change anything if we try to hide it or not anymore.
Yeah, I know. Realistically, we know they're out.
32 is like, the other teams have to play very bad. They have to play the worst BGMI of their life for God's Reign to make it through.
I know, man. I know. Or maybe something like Wildfangs can happen, and then maybe...
Even then, it's not going to happen.
Make it.
At least Wildfangs were just like, they were 17th.
Yeah.
Right? That is why Wildfangs was able to push through. In case of God's Reign, their standings is going to take a massive tumble, man. But we talked about Welt OMG, right? That's IC's prediction. They're going to start their day with 21 points in this particular group. And as we move forward, Mysterious Esports, you mentioned them, 18 points. So that's a decent starting point, I have to say. Even if you are close to 20, first game you secure a chicken dinner with 6 or 7 elimination, it gets you into a fighting position, moving on to that Miramar and the last Erangel.
Latter half is going to be on the board for Miracle Esports. Just 14 points in the overall board. Generally speaking, even for them, it's going to be a tough stretch because they need a lot of consistency. 15 points per game is something that might just save them, considering the teams who have guaranteed their slot, they've gotten more than 50 points.
That is true, and we also saw New Version and Wildfangs quite close to each other, both of the teams with single-digit points. And big concern, I have to say, for both of them. We have spoken a lot about Wildfangs, but New Version as well. I think considering two of the biggest names in the community were making a comeback with this team, I wanted to see them move to the semifinals. But I mean, yeah, what did I expect? They were on a long, long break and now making a comeback. It is good that they've made it this far, and they have definitely showcased that they still have the skill it takes to survive in a tournament this long.
Yeah, they're not doing too bad, right? Still, they've got their games to go, so they can still qualify. We can't say anything yet. We don't exactly know what the future holds, but let's speak about this current group, right? We've got teams like FS Esports in the mix. We've also got SPA in there. Diesel Esports is doing fantastic. And FS Esports honestly popping off inside of the wildcards. I never saw this coming myself.
That is true. I mean, they have a chicken dinner on the board, if I'm not wrong, and FS Esports incredibly done as well. Kind of a consistent performance, a good starting point at the start of the day. But again, I mean, Diesel Esports being there, Raven Esports, 4 Miracles being there. Diesel is still good, but Raven and 4 Miracle are going to be desperate for qualification today, and we know these teams can get quite deadly.
And Johnny, who would have thought that God's Given can actually take a chicken dinner? None of us. But God's Given too performed so well and surprised all of us. So anything can happen inside of these games, as we are now looking forward to step inside of the rainforest of Sanhok right about now. As the plane's going to be in the sky, starting all the way from Hothin towards down south Camp Charlie. Now this plane flat path, once again, splitting the map of Sanhok into 2 equal halves. And considering it is the map of Sanhok, it does not really matter where the plane flat path is going to be. Teams can easily move on towards their designated drop spots.
Yeah, I mean, it is Sanhok, as you mentioned, but we all know Sanhok also provides a lot of early drop clash potential to a lot of these teams. Who's going to take it? That is what we are looking forward to. Right off the bat, though, a big cluster dropping towards Khao, Tatmok, and Botami Esports. I believe they're going to start their journey between Paradise Resort and Bootcamp, that 4-man widespread, and inclination towards that.
Look at FS Esports. Even they've spread themselves out quite wide apart towards that Camp Alpha Island. Diesel Esports as well, going towards Camp Alpha itself. Diesel Esports is dropping the same way Seoul likes to drop, so that's quite interesting. I would love to see Seoul and Diesel Esports in one group. But if Seoul does not perform, maybe we won't be able to see that.
Yeah, I mean, that is also another big name that might just miss out on qualifying for the semifinals, by the way. And we've already seen one team fail, but look at that. It seems like an early drop clash between Mysterious Esports and New Version. Who's going to go for the fight? I mean, Mysterious Esports, they're spread out. New Version cluttered up in the center. Opportunity to push and get those early finishes is there, but it's going to be a little bit risky. Mysterious Esports can collapse on New Version as well.
They can. VST, that found themselves in the prime spot towards Bootcamp. Looking pretty smooth. You've also got Well2MG towards that isolated compound, towards Bridge. Mysterious Esports slays out in the open towards a little bit of that shack. I'm not even sure where the man's going to be heading towards. New Version, Vero's out in the open as well, making his way. And if the players of the New Version spot out that man, one thing is for sure, shots will be taken against him. Slays out in the open. Position's not noticed yet. He's so lucky. Because of that line of sight wasn't really enough to spot out the man from that 3x.
But he heard the footsteps now.
Maybe he did. You can see how unsettled the players of New Version are. They clearly know there's someone inside of that compound. But Slay's going to move out once again. Does Slay know what's happening around him? And now he definitely knows. He's got the UMP-45 for up close and personal engagements. Spots out the toes as well. But is he going to have enough cavalry backing him up soon? That's my real question too. UMP-45 is not going to stand a chance against those shotguns, as that will be an easy melt.
Man, especially with Viru and Gil on this team, I'm pretty sure their movement sticks only move in one direction, and that is forward. They do not back off at all. New Version, the first strike of the game to their name. They have one finish on the board already. On the other side, Mysterious Esports, that player, he played like a sacrificial role for his team, because while he was baiting the players of New Version towards himself and he delayed the assault, his teammates have regrouped towards Bhan. Can they survive with 3 players surviving, just alive in this game? That is going to be a big question. I mean, luckily for them, they're not too far away from the circle. That's the one good thing they have going for them right now.
Mysterious Esports, though, starting things off with just a 3-man squad gets even tougher. And looking at their standing in the overall standing itself, just getting 18 points. Oh boy. It's real dicey. Diesel Esports, 34 points in the overall board. As we know, the closest in this group is Diesel Esports.
Yeah.
Even if they manage to secure 10 points, they can still be qualified. But hold on to that thought for Miracle. What a big blunder this is. Dragon OP, he instantly gets cut off. And even another man follows up. Reaper 2 falls down, including Poco. VST as well, starting to face the brunt. Yadnesh gets eliminated from the game in return. Before 4 Miracle Esports, this is such a bad start.
And I think it might be the end as well soon that they're going to face. Beard Baba is the last man surviving for his team. Poco knocked out into the open, but the players of VST, they've surrounded Beard Baba. They're waiting to see. Oh, they know where he is. The nade goes out, and Beard Baba goes back to the lobby. The squad wipe comes through for VST at the loss of 1 man from their lineup. Yadnesh was the only one who was shut down. But for Miracle, I have to say, the absence of Hesperos was felt in their run in this tournament.
It indeed was. But hold on to that thought. Reflex all by himself in this shack. And even he gets capitalized. Strike to Million Esports. Of course, that aggression is back on the board. Hydru was the one to eliminate the man down, and now still God's given. They've got a few more players standing in the back lines too. If they want, they can go for the revenge. But in my opinion, now just play for safety.
Man, the gods given and the gods take it away. And this time it is Royal Million Esports that take away that one player. But, oh, it's not just Royal Million. God's given somewhere else, not somewhere else, close by only. Actually have been caught off guard by a new version. 1 more player picked off. Just last 2 players left, Surya and Frosty. And I don't think they're going to survive for long because new version, the only thing they know how to do is just to pounce on anyone they see.
And they need to do it as well. They don't really have a lot of points in the overall board. And I like this gameplay from new version. They realize the depth of the situation. They know what the situation calls for. And that's why new version's playing aggressive. They've only got 10 points in the overall standings. And as long as they're funneling in those elimination points, the closer they get to their goal. New version knows there's someone in the nearby vicinity tossing out those smokes to try and block it, the line of sight of Surya. God's given Esports. He spots out the players of new version Esports. Surya, he cannot even make a lot of moves in the first place. He's got only 1 grenade, and this nade has to be on the mark. If the nade misses, he will be out of utilities. Molotov's out from the opponents. The flames are not going to spread towards Surya. Luckily enough, he's got that pixel that he's playing with.
Yeah, just puts himself in a corner, managed to stay safe. Frosty also can actually have the line of fire to shut down the aggression from Lassi OG and Viru. Gale moving in, looking to rejoin his teammates. They want to collapse on God's Given, and here it is. Here's the pounce. Gale leading the charge. And he's going to be the first man knocked out. So the opening found by the players of God's Given. It's a 2 versus 4 converted into a 2v3. The nade dropping Gil to an extremely low HP as Viru in the backlines tries to fight it out, but the third party comes through from the backlines. VST take that point away. A new version, they've been dropped to their last man as well as Troy Tamil and Esports show up out of nowhere. God's Given, new version. I think both these teams are going to get wiped out. Frosty over there trying to secure those frags does not succeed.
Definitely a big chance. Frosty, the man strapped in the corner. God's Given Esports. Since they've got 1 man standing and Surya can still be retrieved, this game is possible. But for new version, that aggression is just down the drain. They were just able to convert that 1 fight. After that, everything just falls apart. Raven Esports. The man's knocked out. He wants to back away towards safety too. Lentz, he's there inside of that shack, but this nade from Trey Scott can spoil their hopes and dreams. Was not exactly on the money. Trey Scott's gonna hand out that death blow to Akash. Raven Esports is ball now handicapped big time, but Trey Scott shows his back. And he saw the version being eliminated too. Wild Fangs, they cannot lose out on the numbers at all. They need to keep all the 4 players up. And here comes the revival from Seth.
But is it going to be enough? Sensei on that flank looking to apply some pressure on the players of Raven Esports. But hey, God's Given, they end up wiping new version. The aggression from the players of New Version has backfired upon them, and they have been handed an early exit inside this match. But Necro, I also want to talk about the circle. It's split between the two islands quite nicely, although we do expect it to move towards Camp Alpha eventually.
Yeah.
And one thing that has changed in Wildfangs is the Sanhok that they played a few days ago. They tried to go for a water rotation in a similar circle. That didn't work out this time. They are like, yeah, we are not going to go anywhere close to the water. We are going to stick to the land.
The moment the zone shifts towards Camp Alpha, Diesel Esports will instantly swing back to life, including SBA. And if that happens, just imagine the chokehold that's going to be created. So many teams will be eliminated on their way towards that island. A lot of elimination points will be up for grabs. Raven Esports still in the back lines. Man number not exactly favoring them, but at this point, they need to do anything that they can. Seth is able to find a few strikes as well himself as he takes down a man from Mysterious Esports. AJ falls down. Deep is going for that revival. Mysterious Esports, they realize now they need to face their fears and their foes. Trey Scott and Seth, they're tossing out those utilities. That's doing some serious damage. Deep is taken down pretty low. And if the nade connection finds him, Deep will be done for. He's still got his hands on the DBS, and even if he finds the connection, Seth gets knocked out. Beautiful stuff from Deep. He still stands a chance to convert the fight. It's a 1v1 inside of this compound itself. Wildfangs, they need some backup. But since Trey Scott is the only man towards this compound, he needs to convert the fight single-handedly. Even the Wall of Death is doing a lot of damage. The Blue's not going to have any mercy. Utilities tossed next to Trey Scott. He needs to back away from that revival. And this time off might just mean a lot for Deep. Molotov toss from Trey Scott. That will be doing some serious damage. Deep is on fire, and he will be eliminated in the end. Wildfangs, they keep all the 4 players up.
All 4 players intact and 4 eliminations secured in this game. Brilliantly done from Wildfangs, but more of this is going to be needed in this match and in all the matches that they have left. The Miramar and the Erangel after this, if they want to keep the hope of qualification alive. Also, Bot Army Esports was quite close to this position. I was hoping for the third party, but Bot Army Esports just swing towards the western side, west of Painan. And they're going to take a similar rotation to Raven Esports, it seems like, crossing that Ruins Bridge and moving up towards the Camp Alpha Island.
Oh, the circle is still creating that mystery. And VST's just banking upon the fact that it's going to shift towards boot camp. They haven't moved yet. Hail Inferno squad as well, trying to contest that same ridge. You can see Welto OMG as well, just trying to move behind the players of Hail Inferno squad. Not a big fan of the move that the players of OMG want to pull off. But at this time, they just don't really have a lot of options available. Welto OMG, they just need to latch onto the opportunity that's available. And they need to try and take a fight against the team that's in the front. VST for themselves, they found a decent spot, but since VST, even they themselves are going to be having those second doubts that the zone's going to be shifting towards the Camp Alpha Island, VST too, they need to come up with an escape route.
Yeah, they definitely do. As of now, the only option they have available is to cross that river, and it's going to be risky. As you mentioned, Hail Inferno squad present in those triple warehouses. There's going to be Welto OMG moving in the same direction. But look at this, Wildfangs. They spot out one man from the side of Bot Army Esports. Monty knocked out. The finish should be secured without breaking a sweat, considering the other players from Bot Army Esports are way too far off from this position.
Wildfangs with 4 finishes racked up, still outside of the circle. How can they rotate in? There's going to be a lot of teams on the edge just waiting to camp out the teams that want to make it towards the Camp Alpha Island. And look at Wildfangs, they might just run in the open arms of Bot Army Esports. The team is right next to him. Do Wildfangs know, though? That's the real question. Now they spotted out the man at the front. Just 10 bullets in the magazine. Sensei will go for the reload once again. Wildfangs, this fight might just be too scrappy. They don't really have a lot of intel in the first place. Bot Army Esports' devotees up close and personal. And Trey Scott, he might just be surprised. Finally spots the player, but Devotee misses that strike. That could have been the opportunity to hand out the death blow to Trey Scott and also give the advantage to yourself, but Trey Scott is trapped. He does not really have a lot of wiggle room, but still Devotee messes up big. His hands were too busy lobbing in an aid. Bot Army Esports on the verge of being eliminated, but even Bot Army Esports, they're doing some serious damage against Wildfangs.
They are indeed, as Sensei was knocked out. Scout follows up, But Seth and TraceGod are close to their fallen comrade, and a misstep from TraceGod as he steps into the Molotov, desperate to secure those finishes. Wildfangs end up getting finished themselves. The last two players also get shut down. The Molotov from Hitler in the end, the reason for their demise. And again, that extra tick of damage from that molly, changing the fight, swinging it in the favor of Bot Army Esports. And of course, there was one shot connected by Raven Esports, so a soft little third party as well.
Johnny, the zone shifted towards Camp Alpha. Everyone towards boot camp is now messed up big time. VST, even the players of WILDCARD, they're done for. What can they do to make the rotation on the opposite side? That's my question. There's not a lot of possible options. They need to go for a water rotation.
That's the only possible way, but as soon as they take that swan dive, I think they're going to be done. But that's not the only problem for the players of VST. It seems like they have an imposter. It is Goten from the side of Hail Inferno squad. And it's the last player surviving from the side of Hail Inferno squad as well. If VST finish him off, then they will have 10 points in terms of finishes. I think they're not going to be too upset if they get eliminated after getting 10 points in this game.
Honestly, now we can say VST just got unlucky. The zone was not favoring them. Not a lot of possible routes too, including Hail Inferno squad. They had to duke it out against VST because the zone was shifting towards Camp Alpha.
So they still have these vehicles, and the vehicles can actually help them out. There will be the option of moving southwest of boot camp, taking that small bridge, crossing, and then crossing from the ruins edge.
Yeah, but the Blue's going to be dishing out some serious amount of damage. They would need a lot of meds. Hold on to that thought, though. Johnny, Bot Army Esports, their troubles are not done yet. Out in the open, just a little rich to play with. It's not going to be enough. They need to save the day for Scary. And that's why you can see a devotee towards this buggy. He drove close enough to that man so that Scary can be back up on his feet. Constant pop shots are taken towards this buggy itself. Now the man tosses out a smoke. This is not looking good for Bot Army Esports. They need to play for survival, and that's why they're not really wanting to push too aggressive either.
Look at this, the Raven Esports as well, pinned down. The high ground advantage that TCW have for themselves. They're putting it to use perfectly, but hey, guess what? VST, they used those vehicles, took the swan dive from the edge of boot camp into the river, and they've managed to cross over. At least Pratik and Siraj have crossed over for now, and they need to deal with the pressure against the players of WILDCARD. Johnny looking to pounce, but he's being cautious as well. Molotov lobbed inside of that smoke to try and flush out the players. Pratik swings out, spotted out as well. Johnny ready with the DBS. And once again, the duel commences. He dishes out the damage. The knock is going to be found. And he finds two for the price of one. But as WILDCARD look to collapse, three of them fall to a single nade at the hands of Beast. And VST with an incredible cleanup in this fight. They've lost two players. Pratik is going to be brought back, or maybe not, as the third party comes through from the distance.
Beast living up to his name, being an absolute beast with that one single nade. Knocking out three players of WILDCARD and saving the day for his team. But still, there's Justy alive. And he's not done yet. He's tossing those utils towards the opposite side, hoping that maybe something finds the connection. But Beast OG, what a save that was. Justy's still constantly tossing in those nades. He wants to apply that constant pressure. But honestly speaking, it's going to be real tough to do so. WILDCARD, they've got that rich to play with. A little slope. And the moment VST is forced to make it inside of the zone, Justy might be eliminated.
Not a lot he can do from here. He's out of utility as well. 12 finishes on the board for VST. And they're looking to make a big performance happen on this map of Sanhok. 30 points already secured. Oh, he's moving towards Goten. How dare you shoot me in the back? I think is the question that Beast is going to ask him. It's going to be an isolated 1v1. Pratik in the back lines. Too far to follow up. Goten on the other side, though, finds the opener. Overcommitment from VST gets punished.
The question is, how is Goten alive? And how did he cross towards the opposite side? He was amongst the players of VST, by the way.
Yep.
Just hiding in that corner. And still Goten somehow crossed on over. And is now surviving. Beast is knocked out. VST, for them, the chance of survival seems even lower. Hitler gets spotted. That little glimmer's enough. And that will be the shot connection to the dome to eliminate the players of Bot Army Esports.
And with that, VST also make a break into the top 8 of this game. That means placement points are going to be added to their mix from here on out. Prateek, just like his teammate, wants to make the push towards Goten. He has the utility on him. Nade lobbed out towards Prateek. And if it finds any form of contact, any damage, it will make the duel that will be there between these two players a little even. But Prateek, by the time he made it through, barely had any HP. And Goten just comfortably swings out one shot and finishes off VST. A 1v2 clutch against that team.
But that was such an impressive play from VST too, or maybe an impressive game. They had 13 eliminations, Johnny. In my opinion, they did the bare minimum. They did their job.
Yeah.
And VST, they've got a nice base setup for themselves too. 32 points in the overall board. 2 more games to go. The odds are stacked with them.
I mean, definitely the odds are favoring them now. They have bounced back. Just a few more points in the next few matches. If they can replicate this in Miramar and Erangel, it's all going to be good and dandy. But Diesel Esports, a team that was already doing phenomenally well for themselves, now look to secure qualification in this game of Sanhok itself. Orlo, that high ground working in his favor. He's getting those knocks, but the confirmation is going to be a challenge.
Hi, Drew. A snake in the grass, still positioned and contested. It's going to be tossed once again towards that generic direction, but no connection will be found. Hail Inferno squad out with just 2 elimination points. A rough game to kick things off with, but still they're not doing too bad. They've got the odds with them for the upcoming 2 games. If Hail Inferno squad can bring in that consistency of 10 points per game, they can still easily qualify.
Maybe 29, 10 points per game in the next 2 matches should help them push through the threshold, but it's not going to be easy for sure if the struggles continue. Justy's done quite well surviving this late inside the match, considering his teammates fell a while back at the hands of VST, but Diesel Esports managing to hold on to their numbers for so long. 8 eliminations as they are in the top 6 of this game. Can they secure the chicken dinner? And along with that, 50+ points in this map of Sanhok itself. If they do, then qualification to the semi-finals is not even going to be a question for Diesel Esports.
Without a doubt, Sham single-handedly got 5 finishes. But look at Liability. Now he's starting to dish out a lot of damage. Diesel Esports, for them, it's not a good news. And look at the shots from Liability. They're still finding connections. That little dome was too exposed. Liability moves out in the open, still finds those knocks. LB's the only man alive. This one man, he's not the Liability. Instead, he's someone that's giving the profit to its teammates. Nade tossed out, dishes out a lot of damage on LB. Liability needs to prove his worth to his teammates and even the people that are watching. He's not a liability indeed if he keeps on playing like this. Another nade tossed out, a Molotov as well to back it up, and he wipes out the entirety of Diesel Esports. Just when the team needed him to, he stepped up.
Yeah, 2OP official, brilliantly done. And as you mentioned, liability, the sole reason for Diesel Esports getting wiped out. All 4 players falling to that one man. But let's see, can they close out with a chicken dinner as well? It's a 1v2. Justy spotted out, and I think it might be over with that as well. Nades lobbed out on either side. There's going to be so much damage. And this one does the job. The last nade right in front of him as it blows in his face. And 2OP official, and especially liability, a big reason for this chicken dinner on their name.
Where was this team before? 2OP officials just coming in out of nowhere and scooping up this chicken dinner. Honestly, that play from Liability was the MVP without a doubt. That's the main reason why they secured that dinner.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, had that play not been there, then Diesel Esports would have still been the team with 4 players. 4 players still alive. One man fell on the slope, 2 behind the rock, and the last man got naded and mollied.
Yeah, Sham was still knocked out though, right? If I'm not wrong.
No, he got knocked out by Liability.
Oh, yeah. I guess he instantly got revived, and then and the moment he got revived, he instantly got knocked out.
Yeah.
So he was not really able to stay inside of the action for too long. The man was just out of commission over and over again. But Sham actually secured 5 finishes for his team. Diesel Esports, yeah, not the chicken dinner, but still a decent performance.
Yeah, I think with this performance, and we just looked at the placement points, the finishes during the game, and they were good. I think when the placement get added to the mix, they are going to be over the threshold, at least for now.
Points, right?
Exactly. And if they can move the similar way in the next few matches, like 8 to 9 eliminations every single time, I don't even care if they get placement points in the next 2 games. If they can just get those finishes, they're going to be way over 50, and they will be in a very safe position.
Yeah, Diesel Esports, they've gotten 10 points in this game itself, so they're doing really good. And now with these 10 points, they've managed to get probably around 44, 45, somewhere around that.
Yeah.
So Diesel Esports already is on the verge of qualification. And if they get another decent game, even with 6 points, they're just going to confirm that slot.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, again, Diesel Esports, we didn't expect them to show up this big inside of this wildcard stage, but I'm really happy with how they are playing. Hopefully they can pull off this similar performance once they make it to the semis.
You're talking about Diesel Esports. I didn't expect 2OP to get the chicken dinner at all. I mean, that's the last team that you would expect to snatch a chicken dinner.
Justy as well making it to the top 2, by the way, because Well2MG, I thought after that VST conflict, I thought Well2MG was done. I had zero hope for this team, but Justy made it to the top 2.
That nade from Beast, just finding a nice 3-piece, instantly swinging things back in their favor. And honestly, VST were able to funnel in so many elimination points because just that little ridge of boot camp was in contention of the circle. And the moment that happened, a lot of teams try to funnel in towards that same ridge, and that's where VST got the advantage.
See, we praise them for that fight, VST versus Well2MG, right? We praise VST for that fight. We praise them for what they did in boot camp, just dominating every single team that showed up. But why would you charge towards that one-man Goten from the side of Hail Inferno squad? Both of them pushed one by one. Beast first ran up to him alone, tried to say hello, got knocked out. There was no backup. Prateek was way far away. Then Prateek showed up, took a nade from the flank, not a nade, I think a few shots from the flank connected on his body, and then he got shut down as well. But hey, we start the highlights with that one 3-pointer from Beast, the nade that almost wiped out Well2MG.
I guess Johnny VST realized sometimes you gotta risk it for the biscuit, and that's why they risked it, and well, it just did not really work out.
Yeah.
SPA2 was trying their best to get something done. They were on the Camp Alpha Island too, but that positioning they had just did not really work out that well. Goku was trying his best as well, but in the end, so many teams around him, there were just a lot of stray bullets too. And this was the play from Godin that secured 2 elimination points for Hail Inferno squad. Keep this thing in mind, even Hail Inferno squad can be eliminated if they keep on playing the same way.
Yeah, and as you said, first man on the slope, man got up on his feet, did not even get an opportunity to do anything, instant knockout. His ankles were broken, and I think, so Sham went behind the rock to put on a first aid, and his teammate got knocked out because of that.
A little back was exposed, by the way. Just a little toe and the back was exposed. And the moment that happened, Liability just did not stop shooting. He was constantly just praying and praying. Yeah. And as soon as the man's back was exposed, he got knocked out. A little dome just peeked out from Sham, and even he was instantly illuminated.
That's just unfortunate, but also I think Orlo or maybe someone else could have actually given the information that we are getting shot from the left-hand side. Please get behind cover, get behind that rock, both of you.
Yeah, but they're also getting shot at even from the opposite side, right? So there was not a lot of playing room in the first place. Just that terrain was really weird, right? Not a lot of covers available. They only had one rock, and behind that one rock there were 2 players. So of course, that position was already occupied by a player in the first place. The point standings are on the screen. 2OP official with 18 points. VST with 14 points, Well2MG with 11, SPA with 11 too. SPA not doing too bad, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, consistency is what they're trying to develop. Diesel Esports with 11 points. I think Diesel is going to be good enough.
More than enough.
Yeah, more than enough. Troy Million Esports with 5. They needed a big game. Wildfangs, these 5 points are going to amount to nothing. They need a massive 25 bomber in order to move up.
Are you still hoping for them to pull off a chicken dinner or maybe even a comeback?
Maybe.
I've given up my hopes. I don't think Wildfangs actually stands a chance to qualify. And who did Icy pick again? What was his prediction? Was it 4 Miracle?
No, 4 Miracle was mine. Oh, he picked Well2MG.
Oh, okay. Well, Well2MG's doing decent. Maybe they can be the one to break that curse.
Maybe.
The previous game was quite an okay game for Well2MG. 32 points in the overall board. FS Esports 2 with 33 points. The previous game was a flop from FS Esports, by the way. Diesel Esports, 45 points. They've made the cut.
Yeah, they've made the cut. Just a few extra bonus points maybe to guarantee it as well.
Points.
5 to, I would say just 10 points, 5 points per match. If they can get to 55, that's just complete safety, right? For WILDCARD 32, tied up with VST. Then we have Troy Tamil in 29, Hidden Inferno 29, 25 points right behind them. So the competition is still on going into these last two matches. And 2 OP official, they find themselves back in the race with this amazing chicken dinner. 22 points on the board now. If they can get another performance like this, imagine how incredible it's going to be. Last 3 matches, they make a dash from the last to the first.
Yeah, but still, there's going to be a question always in our minds when we see them in the future stages. Can 2 OP officials be trusted? Because the consistency was so bad in the first 3 games. And then, as soon as the latter 3 games arrived, liability somehow is not a liability anymore.
Yeah, ironically, I think you just made too much fun of him yesterday because of his name.
Yeah, he was probably listening to our broadcast, and he was like, you know what? You think I'm the liability? I'm going to show you. I'm the one giving the majority of the fights to our teammates.
Yeah, not a liability, but the ability of the team to secure those frags comes from this man. And let's see how things turn out. There are 2 more matches to go. The inconsistency, I just want, don't be inconsistent in the next 2 matches. Got 18 points in this game, just go for those 15 plus points in the other 2 as well.
Yeah, for Diesel Esports, the qualification successful. For WILDCARD as well, they're real close. For FS Esports 2, they're not that far back, 33 points in the overall standings. They're doing pretty okay as well. But for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break before we move on towards the deserty lands of Miramar.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या? तो जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो क्या? रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन 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 रन। Nation wants to know कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो अभी बताओ मुझे रोंडो। अरे ओ कालिया कितने आदमी थे? रोंडो सरकार। रोंडो कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो? क्यों बेटा कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में। रोंडो 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 आगे। रन
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप। Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीसे बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BGIS 2025. The Super Johnny joined by ICBB alongside with me. We have had the journey for one group conclude already today in the wildcard stages. The other group heading towards a similar conclusion, it seems like, because one team is dominating the rest and the others are struggling. What I see, you just told me that you have some insider info from a few teams.
Before I get into the insider info here, I want to talk about how the final circle kind of happened as well. Because think about it, right? It was down towards the final few zones and towards Alpha Island. Everybody had to cross towards the river. That final fight, Diesel Esports was the only team with 4 players, whereas everybody else was solos or duos, which ironically, it felt like Diesel should have closed out the game, but 2 OP officials completely shut them down, and because of that, they just couldn't get a chicken dinner.
Exactly. I mean, I couldn't believe it as well. But one thing that, ladies and gentlemen, you have to believe is that the realme P3 Ultra 5G is definitely an ultra device. World debut of the Dimensity 83 50 Ultra chipset is there, 90 FPS BGMI gaming, and the smartest AI gaming control. Everything that you need to put your best, to perform to your best in BGMI. And also the price point it comes at 22,999 is where it starts, is quite attractive as well.
Agreed. But now, speaking of the insider scoop that you were talking about as well here, it seems to me, OMG had the coach Sri OP actually texted me after the game's performance yesterday. They had about like 26 points yesterday. And I felt like he asked me, what was the mistakes? And I felt like there wasn't really a lot of mistakes coming from OMG. It's just that based on the maps that they have played, especially that Miramar zone where the circle is so unpredictable, I felt like they were the only teams that were hungry for the win all the time. Like, they would do whatever it takes to actually win. And obviously, you know what? I was hoping, my predictions, they were the ones that are going to be helping me break the curse of being 100%, you know, that team not qualifying.
Yeah.
Just now, when I saw OMG losing 3 players because of VST, I was like, great, this is not looking good. But Justy, because of the hunger, pulled through, somehow made it to top 2, took 1 player off Troy Diamond, and then somehow sneaking in the final zone. So I would say, okay, the hunger is still there. So again, what I've observed of the team is that OMG, they're always hungry because they had a disappointing run from round 4. Couldn't qualify the quarterfinals. So they understand the feeling of almost making there, could have done better. Now they are very, very hungry to actually qualify into this final stage. So I told them one thing very, very simple.
Exactly.
If you're hungry, you should go and eat.
Yeah, and I mean, they were eating a few players inside of this game as well. Just, I think, let's see if they can get themselves that chicken in and satisfy that hunger in the next game. Because I think get the qualification done as quickly as possible. That's going to make and take away a lot of that pressure from the players. They can perform to the best of their abilities going into that last match of Erangel. But let's see how things turn out because the competition has just gotten a whole lot tighter. 2 OP official, let's talk about them for a minute. At the start of the day, no one thought this team wasn't even part of the talks of qualification. But now, there's an actual possibility that mathematically they can push through.
Exactly. Mathematically, it comes down to this next upcoming match as well. Do they have a big game enough to catch up with the lead, or will they fumble? Because right now, we're going to be jumping into the map of Miramar for the fates of Group D. The journey continues for the wildcard stages here for Group D here in the realme BGIS 2025. And the fates of every single player in Group D is going to be decided in this map. Whether or not do they have a chance to come back or will they qualify in towards the semifinals. The map starts off with the flight path here in the west side, southwest corner, and then ending towards the east side of Impala. A pretty southern flight path in this zone itself.
Yeah, this is a heavily southern-leaning flight path, and it's going to make it a big challenge for these teams to glide towards the northern half of the map. Anything beyond Picado is going to be out of contention, but that just means that we are going to see those early drop fights for those vehicles, especially towards that western highway. We see 4 Miracle Take and Exit, FS, and God's Given as well.
Well, speaking of God's Given, I'm going to test my God's Given memory right now. Once upon a time, Pertona did not exist. What was Pertona called? Do you remember?
No.
If I do recall, it was called Los Higos.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that is true.
So my memory is correct, huh?
Your memory is correct, indeed.
Well,
that island, that city did not exist. It was an open position with some buildings, and it was called Los Higos, yeah.
Yeah. They added more compounds and they changed to Pertona.
Yep.
So here's a little bit of history lessons for you guys. But let's take a look at the circle. It seems like it is going to be shifting on towards the northeast corner. Finally, we don't see a Los Leones circle, but it is going to be an open field once more. Hacienda right in the smack middle, almost middle. We have Truck Stop still in play, El Hazard in play, Cruz Devil in play. We haven't seen a Torre circle. We haven't seen an El Hazard circle for the longest of time. So most likely, I'm going to take my pick here. It is going to be a San Martin circle.
Man, that Los Higos reference, that position was so irrelevant that even I forgot about it.
Exactly. And guess what? Raven Esports is exactly right there right now.
Yeah, I mean, Pertona, the number of buildings that were added to this island actually made it a viable option if you want to go for a slow start. The only problem I have with that southwestern quadrant of the map is that those bridges are way too easy to camp.
Well, it is too easy indeed, but who wants to camp there? Because circle never goes there.
Yeah.
Rarely goes there. But finally on screen, we get the glimpse on towards Wealth OMG. They had a little bit of small blunder. Johnny, well, not you, my friend. This Johnny on here He was able to do some amazing work with the fight against VST, but Justy was left all by himself. He made a little bit of mistake here by not being able to trade off his teammates, but he salvaged the fight by getting in towards the top 2 position. So I would still think it's a win, but it's a very, very close call coming from WILDCARD.
I don't blame them for what happened in the previous game, to be honest. Those 3 players getting knocked out. It was just a miscalculation in the timing it would take Beast to lob that nade. And I think with the amount of commotion that was happening around them, I am kind of sure they did not even hear the pin being pulled in that fight.
Agreed. But at the same time, alongside that fight here as well, VST and WILDCARD is currently 3rd and 4th position in this respective group, which is 32 points. But the cutoff, based on predictions so far of quarterfinals, has been 46 points. So Diesel is just 1 to 2 points away from actually qualifying into the semifinals. But again, it all solely depends on everyone's performance in all the group first before we actually conclude the top 16.
That is very true, but let's see how things turn out. VST could have had a big game. I mean, they did have a big game in the previous matchup. A lot of eliminations on the board, 13 to be a little bit more precise. But they need to be consistent in this game and in the next one as well. 32 is where they are at, exactly where the players of WILDCARD are, by the way. So kind of tied up. And of course, as we were talking about it, right, southern flight path circle towards the northeastern side, there's just one team playing from the northwestern quadrant. That is FS Esports, 2nd in the overall leaderboard, but I'm pretty sure they're going to try and cross that 45-point marker in this game itself.
Well, speaking of crossing boundaries here, the all-round slayer realme P3 Ultra 5G is currently out in the market for 22,999 rupees. Just search it up on Flipkart. Just type in realme P3 Ultra 5G for the segment's most stable 90 FPS BGMI gaming. And speaking of which, we catch a glimpse of Partona. Guess what? This, once upon a time, never existed. It was Lost Egos, like we said, but you know, it's nice to finally, see remnants that there is actually a sign that says, hey guys, welcome to Partona. Nobody comes here but Raven.
I mean, I believe this is the first time they've gone there as well. Yeah, this whole island is kind of neglected by the entire community for some reason. I feel bad for this. At Prison, I mean, at least people go to Partona, but Minas del Sur and Prison never used by anyone.
True, right? Like, I think the last time I saw it was actually Wildfang's heading there once upon a time. Even Big Brothers used to go there. I don't know why I keep bringing up Big Brothers. This is the 2nd time I brought it up as well. But they have shipped, during their round stages, they actually chose Baltimore. Yeah. Instead of Prison or Minas anymore. But that was a long time ago. It's history. But now in the Prison, we are going to be talking about 4Miracle Esports. A team that I predicted yesterday. Didn't do too well, but because today I did not predict them, they did pretty okay the previous round, but it's still 15 points. My
prediction for today is 4 Miracles, man, and they struggled in that previous game. Just got annihilated mid-rotation, picked apart by VST and WILDCARD. I think WILDCARD initiated that fight. And
look at the bright side. They're still 1 point ahead of Wildfangs.
I think Wildfangs played better than 4 Miracle in the last game, though.
I don't know, man. Wildfangs didn't even make it to the zone yesterday in Miramar.
Oh, yeah.
Unfortunately, but this time they will have a little bit of an easier journey, hopefully, considering the circle is heading towards the, well, technically they're already inside the zones, so they're gonna be safe. They won't be bleeding out the zone anytime soon, which is a good sign. And as soon as I say this, cameraman is actually listening to us. Very nice.
That's a shot right out of a movie, man. Sensei, the hero of that Mission Impossible, get Wildfangs across the qualification threshold. But look, on the radar, it seems like a little bit of a run-in against the players of IIT TCW might be underway. Craze God spots them out, and he's going to regroup with his teammates instead.
Well, speaking of regrouping here, Scout, he has shown himself some remnants of his past, right? He was a legendary player known for the longest of time in his entire career thus far. That's why people know him as one of the GOATs, right? But undeniably, the GOAT title still belongs to somewhat to Jonathan himself, another Johnny. And for some reasons, the Johnnies in these lobbies, especially in realme BGIS, has pretty much been dominating everyone.
I mean, that's the power of the name Johnny, man.
Yeah, we've got Johnny on the desk, we've got Johnny in-game, we've got Johnny by the GOAT.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, Johnny Bai is not playing here in this lobby. Anyways, moving on towards a conversation that I don't know why I brought it up, but let's talk about Hill Inferno Squad, because Necro does like this team a lot here.
Yeah.
They were one of the teams that actually made a lot of LAN appearance. However, even in their LAN appearance last year, they didn't really do too well. So it seems to me now, being in the wildcard stages, they do need to start to bulk up, especially when they're just 2 more matches away from being either eliminated or qualifying to semifinals.
They have gotten themselves in a decent enough position from where they can fight for qualification, but in that previous game, it didn't work out too well. Towards the end, Goten was last man surviving. They got a total of, I think, 3 eliminations in that previous game of Sanhok. But still, the potential to drop a big 20 bomb on this lobby at any time is there from Hail Inferno Squad. They can pull it off. I believe in them. The question is, do they believe in themselves enough to make it happen? But hey, 4 seconds before the blue zone collapses, stage 1 ends and we move to second stage. The hard shift happens and we head towards Hacienda del Patron and water treatment.
Seems like my prediction is kind of on as well. San Martin still in the picture.
Oh yeah.
Doesn't go north, doesn't go east. Some reason wants to go towards San Martin, and seems like water treatment and Hacienda is going to be up for grabs. VST inside the southern approach here, going to be gatekeeping the teams on the south, and FS right in the far north. And they are going to be expecting 4 Miracle. I'm curious to see if 4 Miracle is going to be able to come on top.
Man, you see God's given towards Ladriela. Do they realize that this time the circle is not on their heads like the previous Miramar? But hey, fight begins. And this time it is going to be Hail Inferno Squad as they strike the first blow. Goten, the last survivor for Hail Inferno Squad in the previous game, finds the first finish for his team in this one. On the other side, another conflict has happened. VST is losing players.
Yep, VST in the middle, getting picked apart by Troy Tamerlan from afar. I'm not sure exactly if they're going to be able to survive this, but they will lose 1 player. Hail Inferno Squad, however, taking a little bit of pit stop, and they're kind of split off as well. IITCW going to be taking a couple of weird angle shots mid-rotation here. They're pretty spread out, so I'm very surprised that they decided to fight here out in the open, which is not even inside the zone right now.
And again, 1 player already has been knocked out. IITTCW with the man advantage, but it gets taken away as Owen from the flank finds the trade for his team. Empire looking to wrap around. Not an easy position for him to play from, but PMW IGL also taken out of the way. Advantage again swinging in the player of IITTCW, but it's a back and forth trade between the 2 sides.
Oh, speaking of the trades here, time is ticking. Zone slowly closing in stage 2. Not a lot of room in the next phase of zone, but Jatin going to be looking for a hero play. Goten making the call. Guys, let's wipe them. And it's going to be IITCW now having the backs against the wall. They are going to be tanking the zone, and Goten looking for the Flush Hunter. Pretty much out in the open, and he's going to be shot off, and he's going to go down as well. That's going to be 2 points to Hail Inferno Squad.
2 more points on the board. Now can the finish off the last player from the side of IITTCW. He's in the back lines. And he's looking to escape, looking to evade these hunters that are after him right now. 4 points. It pushes them a little bit further up in the ranking, but it is not enough. They need a lot more. Also, Wild Fangs, it seems like they were involved in a conflict and have lost 1 of their players as well.
Well, as soon as I say they're inside the zone, guess what? They're going to be tanking the zone themselves. And Predator, pretty much last man standing with only 9 bandages, needs to pull a big one for the team. And Miramar, fortunately for them, this circle has a lot of very, very good hiding spots. But that is only if it shifts to the east side, but guess not. We are going to see a water treatment zone. And the best red spot is going to be inside water treatment, but it's also the death sentence of anyone inside there, because everybody outside is going to be able to look inside water treatment.
I think the best position right now is with 4 Miracle. Those hills up north of water treatment are extremely high in terms of altitude. If you have the scopes, if you have maybe 1 beat DMR amongst the 4 players, with the vision advantage, with the range advantage, you can get so many points. And if I'm not wrong, this particular lineup from the side of 4 Miracle, when they used to play under a different name, we have seen them put up big performance from an exactly similar position in the past.
Oh, speaking of pass here, Wild Fangs, will they repeat the pass because they narrowly made it inside the zone? I think this time they are like, what, 3 to 4 minutes earlier compared to yesterday's performance, so unfortunately say they will lose Seth. but Trace God Sensei and Scout is in the picture, so they do have a decent amount of mans. But guess what? They are going to be spraying on towards God's Given as they try to make a rotation in. The buggy is going to be losing a couple of tires, but Trace God could be looking to try and continue this fight, but no continuation after this. They do get out because Raven is also taking shots at them.
I like this spray and pray strategy. At least they are trying and making effort, looking for those picks proactively, but 2 OP official. The winners of that previous game of Sanhok not looking too solid in this game as the nade comes out. Awesome, takes a lot of damage, but he still finds the trade. And SBA have been left bleeding. 2 OP official swing the fight in their favor again as the fight is going to be down to a 1 versus 2. Snowjot looking to lob the nade, opens the door, but it is going to be a door to his demise as 2 OP official get that final finish on the board.
That might be it for SBA Esports. One of the top contenders during the grind stages, made it in top 5 in the overall standings during their respective group. Now, in the top 7, getting taken out. Another team from the grind stages also eliminated from this game is going to be Hail Inferno Squad. It looks like the chances of qualifying or even making a land appearance this time might be going down the drain. However, they still have enough points, so the last map later on in the map of Erangel, they should, well, not should, they need to bounce back.
Oh, definitely, but as they win a fight and try to loot up, Wildfangs caught off guard by God's Given. I like the strategy that Wildfangs are using. All of them shoot together, hope to find a frag, and if they do, they move on from there. But at this point, the small distraction in the middle of nowhere has costed them 1 more player. Sensei knocked and finished off by God's Given. And unfortunately for Wildfangs, Scout and Trace God were split apart from each other. They're trying to regroup. Scout, he's there for his teammate Trace God, but just pushes through towards the circle. Is there no rescue?
Well, speaking of rescue here, circle still shifts into his water treatment, and this circle is going to be a little bit difficult to play because it's split between water treatment and towards Hacienda, a very, very big highway. So if the circle shifts on either end on the road, the other end is going to suffer the brunt. God's Given Esports not having the circle in their advantage. I want to see how they're going to be pushing the zone. And as of yet, right in front of them is going to be Wildfangs and also New Version. And right behind them is going to be Troy Tamlin Esports as well. So many teams looking to try and push into the next phase of the zone. The question here is, do they take left or do they take right? Water treatment or Hacienda del Patron?
Hacienda del Patron, a little too risky. There's a lot of teams over there. But on the finish feed, we saw Trace got found a knock against the players of God's Given. So revenge taken for Sensei. But finding that finish, it is going to be a little tricky for him. The numbers advantage is there, but as I say that, he just completely mows them down. Trace God, 2 knocks, 2 finishes secured. Can he get a few more? The answer is no. God's Given. The zone does the job, and along with the third party from the distance, enough to finish off God's Given in this game. They take an early exit. Trace God, he's trying to move out of there, but shots fired in his direction from every which way possible. Will he be able to get through? Gets behind the rock, barely.
Oh my goodness, they are on the edge of zone as well. Where was this Trace God yesterday? Because this is the Trace God I know. And he's going to be a survivor. Meanwhile, if you guys want to survive an all-round Slayer performance, guess what? You guys can check out the realme P3 Ultra 5G, currently priced at 22,999 rupees. So be sure to search it up on Flipkart. Just type in realme P3 Ultra 5G for that 90 FPS BGMI gaming. Meanwhile, the journey continues because Wildfangs, they're looking to make a bounce back. They need a big game. And it's all up to Trace God and Scout OP to try and clutch things out. Is their chance possible? But for now, they are still surviving out in the open on those barnyards.
Yeah, the problem is though that the position is compromised. Troy Tamilian knows where they are, Well2MG know where they are, and Mysterious Esports also are aware of those 2 individuals. So running out of there, close to impossible, but Troy Tamilian Esports wanting to secure their qualification in this game itself. Performance that they made happen a couple of days ago, enough to keep them in the fight, but here we have it. New Version spotted out by Diesel Esports and Shyam and Gokul. They want to take this fight. They want to go for the pounce. Opening knock found, and the finish confirmed in the backlines. Viru falls as well. It looked like a 2v4, but there was a third party from 4Miracle. As Viru's knock was secured by 4Miracle, the nades exchange between the two sides. Gil looking to see if he can turn this fight around in the favor of New Version. It's going to be tough though.
It is indeed tough. Diesel Esports already way past the minimum threshold to qualify. But better safe than sorry. The cutoff may go up or down depending on everyone's performance. Why take that risk when you can just win the game? And as of yet, New Version might be able to give them some points. I am with the nades. Looks a little bit good. He might get the knock on Gil, and he gets it. Nicely done for Shyam. And Diesel Esports finds one more. But will they go in for the push? Because as of yet, New Version, they're getting third party. 4Miracle actually steals the finish. And now the rush comes through and they clean them out.
He saw that buggy come but didn't react to it. And Orlo just comes in and says hello. But 4Miracle, as you mentioned, that third party that was happening, I think some of the pressure of that third party was felt by the players of Diesel Esports, because of which they are forced to position themselves in a very awkward way. Although they find themselves a little too close to Welto MG. Justy lobs out a nade, a return nade from Albi.
Justy, the playmaker for Welto OMG in the previous round. He was pretty much the reason why Welto OMG does have a decent amount of points to fight for the semi-final slots. And right now, they cannot afford to waste this chance that they have given. 11 teams remaining. High ground advantage on Diesel, but the circle still split between two segments of the circle, undecided. And we might expect a road battle between both these teams. But as of yet, on the finish feed, they found Scout. And this is not looking good. And Trey Scott gets taken down as well. Oh boy, seems like Scout, oh wait, actually Scout's still alive, huh? What happened there? I thought he was knocked.
Trey Scott was knocked and finished off. Scout still not willing to move, I have to say. He's just stuck there. He knows it, everyone around him knows it, and actually just staying there is the only way he survives. But two big contenders colliding in the form of Diesel and 4Miracle. FS waiting for their opportunity to strike.
Oh boy, 4Miracle, they've been staying here for the longest of time. They were the conquerors of the North. You talked about great positioning. Unfortunately to say, they lost Dragon OP. They have those mini 14s, but the ammunition, very, very lacking. Nice headshot coming from Reaper. That's gonna hurt the helmets here. And look at this, Arlo, his helmet's pretty much done for. 2 bullets, or maybe even 1, is gonna be able to get him knocked regardless of his health.
Oh man, but look at that. Finish feed confirms it. Wild Fangs, another early exit in this game, but Diesel versus Welto MG. The fight begins. And Diesel Esports, they have the upper hand in this one. Once again, Welto MG losing bodies left, right, and center. One player knocked and finished off. 3 in the backlines do somehow manage to find a trade, but it should be an easy revive for Orlo. Matty, 2 exposed, 2 out into the open, getting shot by Mysterious Esports, I believe, from the distance.
Well, that's a very, very far shot as well. We've seen this happen coming from Mysterious as well. They are the reason why a lot of teams mid-rotation gets completely shut down. And as of yet, they're able to pick off a couple of members coming from Welto OMG. Same can be said for Diesel. But the circle, this is very important. You can see why they're not committing those fights. Seems like they want to push into the middle. Looks like we are going to see a roadside battle. Raven Esports having the strongest compound inside this zone, and everyone needs to push into that.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. That's the strongest position. Everywhere around them is just open. All the surroundings with no cover, and that will spell trouble for almost all of these teams. But I see most of the action is going to happen towards that northern edge of the zone. Welto MG, Diesel Esports, FS, one man from the side of 2 OP official, but 4Miracle is present there as well.
Oh boy, this is not looking good for Welto OMG. They've lose Maddie once more. They're still driving around trying to find some sort of cover on spots. But Diesel also looking to rotate from the northeast corner. Everyone from the northeast is pretty much stuck out in the open. They have no place to hide. Well, Raven is going to shut them all down, and Mysterious Esports just third-partying everyone from the southeast corner just because they have those compounds. What a dirty strategy they have, but now Well, Diesel Esports, they wipe Weld OMG. What a push.
I mean, a nice little push and the helping hand from Mysterious Esports as well. And as you mentioned, Mysterious Esports, nicely done, that compound position. It allows them to pick off these stragglers, these travelers out into the open. But they have only a few finishes, I believe, secured in this game. Eventually, they'll be forced to move out. And by eventually, I mean in the next minute and a half almost, because now that compound falls at the southeastern edge of the circle. In the meanwhile, Bot Army Esports, they have been playing extremely slow, extremely cautiously in this match so far. They spot out the players from 4 Miracle as well.
Oh my goodness, 4 Miracle, they're pretty much stuck. And could you really blame them? Do they even have any place they can hide, considering the amount of teams there? But fortunately for them, because everybody will be stuck out in the open, there is not going to be anyone pushing them anytime soon unless the herd has been thinned out. And speaking of thinning out here, 2OP official, next team to get eliminated.
Quite unfortunate for 2OP official, and I think now it will all come down to that game of Erangel happening after this. FSE Sports make it to the top 7, but that's not enough. Need those eliminations as well, just to show for all of the effort that they've been able to put in this game so far. But I have to say, I like that FS Esports are being extremely patient, because while they were stuck in those silos, we saw around them Diesel and 4 Miracle clash against each other, and FS just stayed out of that entire conflict.
And because of that, everybody got taken out on its own, and that is going to give them the room to actually push out, which is a great thing. But
yeah.
Troy, guess what? They took a very long rotation down south, and somehow they popped up down here. And because of this, they have some space. But the question here is, will they be able to hold out against Bot Army Esports? Because Bot Army Esports has been one of the most unpredictable team out here in the wildcard stages.
At one point, Bot Army Esports were looking like top contenders, but right now they're very desperate. 19 points only as far as the standings are considered, and they need a big chicken dinner to bring themselves back into a fighting position for qualification of the semis. And guess what? Desperation calls for desperate moves as well. So they are trying to pull the trigger on this execution of Troy Tamilian Esports. But as soon as Monty Bay gets close to the ridge, he sees the man from Troy Tamilian, Ranveer, back off. Hydro on the flank. He's a man that you need to avoid from that team.
Oh, speaking of avoiding, Mysterious going to be looking to try and push onto his Troy Tamilian as well, because they finally come out for that compound. And because of that, they are going to be looking to go in for the fight. But AG, what? Is that an M24? Okay, that's great. Popping some helmets is going to be very, very important if you're going to go for those long-range 2 taps. Especially with those M4 sprays.
Yeah, that, and no wonder now they are charging for that high ground. They want this hill, because if they have this hill, then even Raven Esports are going to be at a low ground, and then this M24 can actually do wonders. He found a contact. The shot connection was there. Unfortunately, not enough damage for the knock at that distance, and the finish gets stolen. But still, man, that is just impressive. I want to see another shot connection and maybe some knock conversions as well. But hey, while we were impressed with the bolt action on the other side of this hill, Bot Army Esports just end up executing the players of Troy Tamilian Esport. Pekka, he's going to be the last man alive. For how long though? That is the question. He gets spotted out point blank range and he gets gunned down by Bot Army.
Well, seems to me Mysterious was able to win those fights, but this fight in the south side is going to be a battle between Mysterious as well as Bot Army Esports, because either of these teams, there's not enough room for 2. They have to wipe each other out before they can push in. And it's going to be Bot Army Esports with Devotee dropping all those nades, but he gets knocked instead. And Mysterious finds the opening to push up.
Well, they make the push, they make the bounce, but they have to be careful as well. Scary Jod and Hitler, the saviors for Bot Army Esports, are still left standing, but Scary Jod, he's out of nades, but still finds connection with the last few. Knocks traded out. A little bit of breathing room for Bot Army Esports to work with. but it is not an easy fight as they try to recover Slay from Mysterious. He's using these timings to perfection. AJ makes the bounce, the distraction is there, but damage dished out, and AJ gets knocked out. The turnaround could come in from Bot Army Esports in this conflict at any time. Switching to the shotgun, not enough distance, but he still makes the bounce. That's the second knock for Scary Jod. Can he find the third for his team? Two players in the backlines from Bot Army Esports are still knocked out, and I think this fight might come to an end if this nade finds contact. It is gonna go long. It lands between the players. No damage dished out though. Desperate Molotov deep, last man left alive, and Scary Jod knows where he is. Spray committed, he tries to fall back. It's the one man against the three from the side of Bot Army Esports, and that means with their confidence in their eyes, they make the bounce and the squad wipe comes through. 10 eliminations in this game of Miramar. If they can get the chicken, it helps them get back in the fight for the semis.
Oh, they tried to get the finish as well, but now Bot Army Esports, they have the high ground. There's no space for everyone, and because of this, they are going to be able to pick off everyone in this fight, and even 4 Miracle will go down. It is now a 4 versus 4. Raven versus Bot Army Esports. The conquerors of the north and the conquerors in the south finally meet in between in this divide. And this circle, Raven Esports has the compound, but they do not have the high ground. As Bot Army Esports still deciding on what is going to be happening here, but Raven, they're going to be going for the bait and switch. 2-man pushes up with those vehicles.
They want to pull these players towards the ridge so that players in the back lines can secure those knocks. But Loki has taken a lot of damage upon himself. The only thing that is saving Raven right now is the fact that Bot Army Esports used up too much utility in their fight a few moments ago against Mysterious, but they still find the opener. The players playing from the gas station getting knocked out, and Raven Esports might just lose out on those 10 points for placement from this game. It is going to be a big match for Bot Army Esports. 2 players knocked out. It's a 1 versus 2, and Lens, he was very precise until he wasn't. 17 eliminations on the board, and the chicken, 27 points for Bot Army Esports.
What a game for Bot Army Esports. What a bounce back for them as well. And Raven Esports, they were looking for the comeback, but they could not secure those chicken dinner.
Yeah.
How ironic. It's really, really unfortunate to see how it unfolded as well, because it felt like Raven Esports had a very, very good idea. But I'm going to dissect a little bit here on what happened between Raven Esports, right? So think about this. If you're standing up, your recall shots are going to be very, very all over the place.
Yeah.
You crouch, your recall is a little bit better. But you prone, the recall is barely non-existent, right? So the problem with this angle was that if you're standing in the gas station on the petrol station, and if you're crouched out, and if you look up, you can only look up so far, and there is going to be a limit to that. So
the shed comes in the way after a certain point.
So because of that, it forced them in a situation where they could not find any kind of backup.
Yeah.
The idea of what Raven do it was smart, but they didn't realize that that shack could not see anyone from Bot Army Esports. So it's just very, very unfortunate, to be honest.
And Bot Army Esports were just going to stay on the backside of the ridge, wait for the players of Raven to step out into the open, because eventually they would be forced out into the open. They can't stay in cover forever.
Exactly. And the circle is going to be closing on the road itself.
Yeah.
So technically, Bot Army had to come down. So I would say it was Raven's ball to win, but they dropped the ball.
I disagree. I think it was Bot Army's game to win, because the moment Raven was going to be flushed out, they would have been taken down. That height advantage and that spread of the ridge gave Bot Army decent area to play with. Along with that, again, I think utility would have been a game changer for the side of Raven Esports. I think they ran out of smokes as well, because if they had smokes, then I agree with you. Then they could have just smoked off that entire roadside section, moved out, spread out, and then put pressure on Bot Army Esports. But I think that desperate move was made because no utility.
I think it came down to just the small little details, right?
Because
it felt like, I personally felt like the circle would have went on towards FS side a little bit more compared to Bot Army, and forcing them down from the high ground instead over them in the gas station coming out first. So we have to check out a little bit of the replay there, but either or, whatever happened, FS dropped the ball. Same game, Bot Army was able to clutch it out, because that fight against Mysterious Esports was very, very important for them. And Mysterious was able to get a lot of finishes as well. So even though they didn't have good placements, they were somewhere in the top 5 and they got a lot of finishes from all the stragglers in the north side.
Yeah, and 17 eliminations for this team. And of course, we have to talk about Diesel Esports as well, because the team that was playing like a top contender in this game, they played like a top contender. But unlike Cincinnati kids from that previous group, Diesel Esports, I think they just getting way too confident, man. They just push out into the open, not caring about their flanks, not caring about third party. They're just fighting everyone at the same time.
Well, all things considered here, they are in a okay-ish position.
They're good,
personally, they are in an okay position. So one more game to decide their fates here. But before we get into the details, we are going to be taking a look at the highlights to kind of dissect what things happen here. Because I personally felt that the final two fights could have gone either ways, to be honest.
Oh, of course. Especially that mysterious fight as well a few moments ago. Bot Army Esports there were almost wiped out. And it could have led to Raven Esports securing the win if that happened. Who
and
knows?
Scout was actually, oh no, that perfect bait from Nick to shut him down. And well, the OMG, they were a little bit confused as well because they had a very decent amount of spread onto the northeast side. But because of this spread, they weren't expecting Mysterious to just rain shots after shot from the other side of the map, which resulted in them getting picked apart one by one. But this fight here between Bot Army and Esports was so important because this was no space for anyone to share on this south side.
And also a big shout out to my man from Mysterious Esports, AJ, for using that M24 in this game as well. We saw an incredible shot connection at a massive distance, but unfortunately that wasn't even a knock. It just dished out damage, made it easy for the other team to secure the fight. And this is what you and I were talking about, the circle on the edge, one edge, the southern edge in control of Bot Army, the northern one in control of Raven Esports. And then just Raven Esports, yeah, I agree with you now. They had more control of the map.
Exactly.
The gas station was further deep inside the circle, so Raven actually could have waited there.
Exactly. All they need to do is just wait things out because they have to come down first. So technically, it could have gone either ways, like based on the minimap itself. But all things considered, you know, what if situations is pretty much over. Let's talk about the MVP of this match. It is going to be Scary Jot from the side of Bot Army Esports with 7 finishes in total.
Yeah, I mean, impressive performance from Scary Jot, and especially the most impressive fight was how he dealt with the players of Mysterious Esports, because Bot Army there could have been just like completely eliminated, but 7 eliminations on Hitler as well, so these 2 individuals are doing very well. We have Orlo from Diesel, Trace God from Wild Fangs, and Sham from Diesel as well. Let's have a look at the points for this game. 27 points for Bot Army Esports. Raven finishing off with 9, Diesel with 9, Mysterious with 8, you have 4, Miracle with 7, FS with 7, Troy Thamilian with 6, and Wild Fangs with 5 points.
When a team from the bottom makes a bounce back like this, with a big game for Bot Army Esports, this is very concerning for everyone in the L's because the cutoff might just be lower than expected because we've seen multiple teams from Group B itself with at least 30-ish points, and some of them couldn't even qualify to the 40-point mark. And even here, everybody's still somewhere on the 30s, which is quite concerning here, Johnny.
Man, if stuff like this keeps on happening, so many teams in their 30s, if they end up finishing their journey in the 30s and the cutoff falls in 30s, what if God's Rain makes it through? With 32 points, they qualify for the semis?
I don't know, man. Seems to me we already have 4 teams in front of us with 35, 33, 33, and 32. So technically, all these teams are risked being eliminated here. 46 points is where you want to be at, and Bot Army Esports with a big game like that bounces back. And this is going to be the biggest game we've seen so far.
Yeah, I mean, 27 points from this match. They were under 20, I believe, before this game. Just this match has helped them move into qualification position. Now, heading into that last game of Erangel, 10 points. 10 points and you have safety.
Yeah, 10 points is safety, but so far, based on history data we have, quarterfinals, 46 points it is. So they're 3 points away.
I'm just saying, like, you know, completely safe.
Just to be safe, super safe, right?
How in baseball the umpire just goes safe whenever you reach the pace. That's what we're going to announce if Bot Army make it through.
Yeah, rather than looking at the replays, right? Like looking for games or anything like that. You know, you rather be full safe or rather just, you know, have a little bit of intense discussion with the umpire. I get it. I get the reference.
Yeah, I mean, of course. I mean, better safe than sorry, right? I mean, you do not want to be sitting there on 46 points and then all of a sudden the cutoff is 47.
True that. Better safe than sorry, but you know what's safe? You talked about Diesel walking out open and nobody's business. Guess what? They're more than 50 points. Sanhok, what is that? I'm going to spoil someone's game.
I think they're going to do the same thing in the last game of the day, the Erangel as well, because they have gained and earned that freedom for themselves. Just go out and ruin the day for whoever you please. Who do you think they're going to go after?
I don't know, man. Cincinnati kids ruined a lot of games just now.
For Miracle.
Oh.
Maybe. I mean, that if I was Gokul, I mean, maybe I'll go after 4 Miracle right now.
I don't know, man. English test prediction hasn't been spot on for a very, very long time. I don't want to jinx it, but only time will tell. But for now, we're going to be taking a very, very short break, and we'll be right back with the final game for Group D itself. See you guys right after this. Welcome back to the realme BGIS 2025 wildcard stages. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is Bogotibi Big Boy Necro as we take you through the English commentaries for the final game of day number 3 itself. And haha, the moment of truth. Are we going to see teams getting eliminated, or are we going to see teams getting eliminated? Because like it or not, in the wildcard stages, we are going to see more than half the teams get kicked off and end their journey here in realme BGIS in total. By the way, before we get into that as well, that previous game, we saw an amazing bounce back from BAE, known as Bot Army Esports. Were we expecting this? Were you
Absolutely
expecting this?
not, man. 27 points in one game. Who's going to expect from a team that's doing really bad? And Bot Army Esports out of nowhere just spring back to life. But maybe something that's going to help you spring back to life in your games is also going to be the Realme P3 Ultra 5G with 90 FPS BGMI gaming. If you move on towards FlipCard and search for the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, you might just stand a chance to win the device itself and also some more interesting rewards.
Yes, speaking of rewards as well, it's currently priced at 22,999 rupees, and just search it up on Flipkart. So be sure to search Realme P3 Ultra 5G. It's currently priced at 22,999 for that best 90 FPS BGMI gaming. Now, moment of truth. Final game. Based on their performance, because of Bot Army Esports stealing that big chunk of points, and there's so many people in the 30s, do you think the cutoff would be lower than 40?
I think it's going to go higher. For this group, we might not see a lot of teams qualify, but in my opinion, if the same thing keeps on happening, when the other groups step inside of the playing field, they're just going to amp up the threshold even more. So in my opinion, the cutoff might just go to 49 points or even 48 points. That's how high it can go.
Wow, it is going to be a tough battle for some of these teams here, but all things considered, this final chance is going to be a do or die situation coming from Group D. Each and every one of these teams needs to bring out everything they can, actually make a comeback for this.
Look, Welt OMG stands a chance, Tail Inferno Squad stands a chance, a few more teams on the latter half of the board as well can easily make the bounce back if they get a chicken dinner. There's just too many teams in contention for that top 16 spot, and as we know, only 16 can move on. In my opinion, the cutoff's going to go real high.
Yeah, it is going to be real high indeed here. But now, all things considered, I think I really want to talk about teams like 4 Miracle as well. Like 4 Miracle, they are in a situation where they're playing a little bit more consistent now today. Like game 1 was a little bit sloppy. Game 2, I feel like they have made a little bit of recovery, but unfortunately, they just don't have enough finish points because of the fact that Bot Army Esports, they were conquering from the south. I was expecting a lot of points being in the hands of Raven Esports, considering that the circle kind of favored them all the way through towards that gas station. But after seeing that, because of that gas station, gas station doesn't provide a lot of cover. A lot of vision, right? It gives you a lot of cover, but not enough vision to actually capitalize on that. So all they did was just wait, and eventually they needed some points, but they just couldn't find any.
Looking at their position in the overall standings, a small performance is not going to do it. They need a big game no matter what. And since the upcoming game is also going to be the last game, they need a chicken dinner with at least 20 points. Nothing less than that, or maybe even more than 20 points, honestly, a 25-pointer. For Miracle Esports is a team with a lot of caliber. We know they can easily pull off the comebacks too, but man, with the way the first 3 games went, and now with the way the remaining 2 games are going, it's not looking too good. They've only got 1 more game to go, and before that 1 game, SPA is going to come in with a substitute. Goku is now going to be in the main playing 4.
Wow. Seems like they are going to be breaking Goku, going for Super Saiyan mode here. SPA Esports needs to pull an amazing game here. And in the map of Erangel as well, we've seen K9 Esports do it. We've seen SPA Esports do it as well. But this time, they have to pull the big one. You talked about this before, which is 20 bombers and above. This is, sorry, not 20 bombs, 20 points and above in a single game. Goku is going to be the guy that has to do it for SPA Esports.
Now look, just one man trying to get it all done, it's not going to happen. As a team, as a well-knit unit, you need to step up and help the man out as well at the same time and position him in better spots. Let's not forget, for Miracle Esports, they need more than 25 points. SPA as well, they need more than 25 points if the cutoff goes higher than 48.
Well, speaking of cutoffs as well, Wildfangs did a little bit better compared to yesterday's performance as well. Trey Scott, we saw signs of him coming back a little bit more as well. He was getting a lot of finishes himself. But unfortunately, getting the whole team into the final zone has always been a struggle for Wildfangs because they have had a very good track record here in realme BGIS since the grind until now. A lot of finish points, but 0 chicken dinner thus far.
Do you genuinely expect to come back from them?
Well, anything can happen. I believe in miracles.
Just 1 game to go, I see, and Wildfangs have been struggling to get those big games on the way.
Hey, if Seoul can do it, I think they can do it. Seoul has to do it tomorrow.
Genuinely speaking, I don't think Wildfangs stands a chance to qualify anymore, man. With the way things are going, with the way the overall standings are looking like as well, since the cutoff is rising up even more, I don't think Wildfangs stands a chance. But still, they've got 1 last chance. Let's just hope and cross our fingers that they can make the comeback. As the plane's going to be in the skies once again, starting all the way from Quarry towards Lipovka. Now this plane flat path seems pretty decent for the teams. If they want to move in towards Severny, though, that might just be a tough stretch.
Well, speaking of a tough stretch right now, final match will decide the fates of everyone inside Group D. Whether or not do they have enough points to qualify in the top 16 in the overall standings out of all groups solely depend on this match. And teams like Troy Diamond Esports still needs those big boy points. VST as well, Welt OMG, Mysterious, Wildfangs, every single one needs this big one. Except for Diesel, of course, who's currently very comfortable in 50 points. And whose games are they going to spoil? Well, I don't know. Only time can tell.
Too many teams need a big game. Hail Inferno Squad stands a chance to qualify. Even FS Esports stand a chance. Relto MG as well. VST2, God's Given, Tri-Million Esports. Even 4 Miracle Esports can qualify. Bot Arm Esports, they just need 10 more points. And easily Bot Arm Esports 2 can scoop themselves up to that safety. So there's just too many teams in contention. And honestly speaking, knowing the fact that there's only going to be 16 teams moving towards semifinals, it's not possible.
Well, speaking of making it towards the semifinals right now, I want to see where the circle is going to be in as well because Miramar, it has been a little bit consistent between San Martin, Los Leones, and also the west side in general. This time, it is going to be inside Picado once, okay, not Picado, Pochinki once more. I don't think it's going to be shifting in military base. I know for a fact that scam circles do happen. We haven't seen one yet. Don't want to jinx it, but it's most likely going to be on farm itself. Maybe farm or maybe in Fairpier.
In the new zone settings, we haven't really seen that, yes. But for now, looking at Diesel Esports and Welto MG, way too up close and personal. Not a big fan of what's going on here. Welto MG, I see it seems like your curse is now starting to strike the players. Can Welto MG be eliminated right here? 3 players in 1 single vehicle. Diesel Esports, they're not going to let go off the tracks at all. Welto MG, they need to escape this entire area, and that's why they're on their way towards a safety spot.
Seems like Diesel is going to be spoiling their games right now, and Welto MG, they are going to be on the monster truck. They have to get out to safety. But the question here is, where do they get out? They need to get towards their Home Blaze and Diesel continuing the chase. They have the angles. Orlo going to be taking a couple shots here with the Iron Sights AK, but no connections on World OMG as they run out of safety. But as soon as they say it, it's Justy actually coming down, and he's going to get taken out. Orlo, what a shot!
That was such an insane shot. With just the Iron Sight off an AKM, he still manages to connect that shot to the dome, and LB will hand out the confirmation. And I see with that, your curse is coming to life.
Oh, it just might be as well. Diesel Esports looking to spoil the dreams of Wealth OMG. They have to do it without Justy this time.
Yeah, I mean, looking at what's going on the screen, I see, even for Bot Army Esports, things are looking dicey. Hitler knocked out and confirmed, starting things off with just a 3-man squad. Bot Army Esports, they've managed to acquire 43 points on the board. They just need 5 more, or maybe 10 to be on the safer side of the spectrum. And Bot Army Esports, they're not that far away from it too.
Well, speaking of the fights here, up on screen, IITC Gaming hasn't been able to do too much in this particular game. They're currently sitting at 9 points. Chances of qualifying near non-existent as of yet, unless they pull a 28 finish game, which is still very, very difficult to do. Again, mathematically, they're not out of it yet, but only time can tell. And
wow,
speaking of the way they drive, it is going to be even harder right now.
Yeah, it seems like they do not really have the driving license.
You don't have a driver's license, though?
I do.
Oh, okay.
I have a 2-wheeler one.
Oh, okay. Doesn't that call a rider's license rather than a driver's license?
Same thing.
Okay, fair enough. Anyways, moving on, VST, one of the top contenders. With their journey starting off the grind with an amazing performance during their grind stages. But this time, we haven't seen the moments of dominance for a very, very long time. Currently sitting on 7th position with 32 points, VST has to pull a big one. We know Mr. Reliable coming from Beast as well as Shiraj, but we haven't seen both of them for a very, very long time, which is kind of surprising to be honest. Since the grind stage, to be honest.
And honestly speaking, for Troy Tamilian Esports, even for them, it seems real tough. ITX TCW made the pounce on top of the players of Bot Army Esports, and Bot Army Esports, they're making it hurt, they're making it rain. 2 players knocked out and confirmed instantly. Bot Army Esports, now they strike back. They've got the man advantage as well inside of the fight, just down to 1 last man for ITX TCW. They can't really do a lot in this fight anymore. It's down to just Hunters, and even he's getting wrapped up from the back by Devotee. He needs to connect one more shot, and the connection will be found. And with that, the entirety of TCW, they come crashing down.
Bot Army Esports with this fight puts them at 47 points. That is way past the expected, predicted cutoff of this group itself based off quarterfinals. 47 points, that means they are kinda safe. But as Johnny safe, do you want to be safe? For sure. Or do you want to be just be on the borderline? Because as of yet, Bot Army Esports is at the borderline. And fortunately for them, they are in prime position to kind of extend those lead. Meanwhile, another team, Fort Miracle, who had a little bit of an unexpected performance, also having a little bit of a issue with the buggy getting stuck in between here. Braid Baba, are you okay? Oh no, they might...
there we go. Finally got it. Maybe.
Left, right. Wait.
Wait, he's almost getting it too.
Oh, he actually hurt himself. He gave up. He gave.
Yeah.
Oh no, this is not a great start for Beer Baba.
Now they need to scavenge for a vehicle too. Troubles, they just keep on amping up. Troy Tamilian Esports was in the closer vicinity, and Dragon OP is going to spot the player, but instead just back away from the spot too. For Miracle Esports, they do stand a chance, but only if they get more than 25 points.
Well, speaking of 25 points, guess what? This is the best all-round Slayer phone performance out there. It is the realme P3 Ultra 5G, the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset for double the performance in its segment, currently priced at 22,999 rupees. And you can search it up on Flipkart. But all things considered, Diesel, one of the table toppers, currently finding the opening pick on Reaper, and they are going to be on the hunt as Diesel playing spoilers for a lot of teams. They started off with World OMG, and now they're going to be ruining the dreams of Fort Miracle as they take Reaper out of the game.
This is some personal vendetta that's going on between these two teams, right? And we all love to see it. Goku, part of Diesel Esports, his ex-teammates in 4Miracle Esports. We love to see it, right? For 4Miracle Esports, they need any sort of points that they can get, but they've just lost out on Reaper, a man who possesses a lot of firepower. It's not there anymore.
So to give a little bit of context here, I'm not sure if this is very, very confirmed, but 4Miracle was once part of Limra, and Goku was also part of it. And now Goku is in Diesel, and they are the table toppers. And if I do recall, like, he was kicked out by Limra, or was he kicked out by 4Miracle? And because of this, is this rivalry actually going on? A thing between Diesel and 4Miracle?
I mean, it's fun for now, though. But
I'm just going to leave it at there.
These players used to be a part of Limra. Goku separated, joined Diesel Esports, and the remaining players joined 4Miracle Esports. But hold on to that thought, as we've got Wildfangs taking a few shots against SPA. A lot of fans at this point just praying for Wildfangs to qualify. So many teams, a huge wave of vehicles moving inside of the circle from the right side. Wildfangs included. And in my opinion, Wildfangs should just focus on placement at this point. Move inside of the zone first, position yourself in a better spot, and then funnel in those elimination points.
Oh, speaking of funneling right now, wow, Fangs. It's going to be expecting a lot of traffic towards Pochinki. Circle seems to be heading towards Pochinki once more, but it is going to be the outskirts on the west side. The trend continues for this circle at this new patch itself. New zone meta, unfortunately. And every single team is going to be eyeing for the open fields on the forest terrains itself. And this is going to be a tough circle to play just because of a lot of vision being provided on top of those mountains. 4Miracle may be on top, but can they hold down the fort? But as of yet, they are going to be setting down in this shack here, going for the double split. Not the greatest compound to work with, because either ends, if some team crashes on one side, the other teammates in the other compound won't be able to provide any sort of backup.
4Miracle Esports is in the smack center, though. One of the best possible spots that you can ask for. SPA taking a fight against Wildfangs, and Wildfangs is desperate. That's why they're challenging so many teams at the same time. This time it's going to be the players of SPA on the receiving side of the spectrum. Seth is catching too much hurt. He's trapped in the nearby vicinity as well. But Aryan, he still gets struck down. What a big blunder that was from SPA. He had all the advantage that could have been asked for, but he still messes up big time. And speak of messing things up, even Seth gets knocked out. Wildfangs now taken down with a three-man squad. Sensei's out in the open, and that's a beautiful turnaround. But eventually, Sensei gets knocked out as well. Trades happening back and forth. Hail Inferno squad, they're going to come into third party.
Sensei almost pulled the John Wick, and now Scout OP gonna be out in the open. The spray comes through. Goku missing his shot, and Scout is so low. The pressure comes through, and he's gonna get taken down. Scout OP saves the day. And now SBA Esports, only Cheyenne remains. The playmaker and the zone coming through. Can he go for the resets? But wow, Fangs looking to hold out on the competition. Seth getting taken down. Trace as well. Scout being the last player left. Can this guy make the play happen? Cheyenne comes through, and the pump is going to take him out.
Wildfangs has been eliminated from this tournament with 22 points, I see. Such a big blunder. A team filled with veterans not able to perform, but for SPA, the hard work's not done yet. Cheyenne is getting pounced on by the players of Hail Inferno squad, and that's going to be the nail in the coffin. Even Hail Inferno squad, they need a lot of points, and that's why they're being so aggressive. But for SPA too, they have been eliminated from this tournament as well.
Oh boy, bummer for all the grind teams thus far. This is cut off, coming in from the quarterfinals. A lot of the favorites from the grind teams are going to be eliminated right here, right now. And we might see an undergod story in the finals. But all things considered, new version. Going head-to-head against Mysterious. Viru finding the pick on towards Johnny. And Slay remains the last player coming from Mysterious Esports.
Can he actually slay, though? Utilities tossed right next to him. Okay, well, you know what? He's just not there in the game anymore. Once left from that DBS, we'll get the confirmation. And Mysterious Esports, they are out from the lobby.
New version. Finally, having a little bit of a bounce back here. They appeared during the quarterfinals. No one expected them to do well, but out of nowhere, they came in swinging, but unfortunately could not qualify in the semifinals, and now they're here at the bottom. But in case you missed out the action, let's take a look at the replay on how things actually happened as well. Seems like the split coming from Mysterious was actually torn apart in the defense because of Shoop's aggression right in the middle between them.
That flick on towards window and finding the second knock was incredible. And then Viru in the end, just to put the nail in the coffin, was the icing on top of the cake they needed. New version, can this team still qualify? That's the real question. And in my opinion, since they're so far back in the overall standings, they can't anymore.
No, can or cannot is very, very subjective because until the game is over, anything is possible. It's not over yet until the fat lady sings. Or in this case, circle, gonna be on towards Raven once more, center circle once more. Troy Tamlin also having a little bit center for Miracle as well out in the opens. It seems like we are gonna be seeing a lot of these teams going to be gatekeeping, looking to try to catch people mid-rotation first.
To OP official, we have seen some signs of life from this team, especially on that game of Sanhok securing the chicken dinner. And something that's going to help you secure the chicken dinners is also the realme P3 Ultra 5G, world debut Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset. And let's not forget, with 90 FPS BGMI gaming and smartest AI gaming control, if you move on towards Flipkart and search for the realme P3 Ultra 5G, you might just stand a chance to win the device itself.
Well, an all-round Slayer in the market. Be sure to check it out. Meanwhile, the fight continues for the slots. 12 teams remain. VST, 33 points. They need those chickens. They need those finishes. Troy Tamlin as well. Hail Inferno Squad. Wealth OMG. 4 teams in contention alongside with FS. BAE barely passing the threshold. But any one of these teams can make it into the semifinals right now.
Anyone.
And they need a big game. And that big game can be spoiled in the hands of Diesel Esports, who's currently still 4-man alive.
They need a nuclear game, a nuclear performance, and the next zone's going to move out in the open. For Miracle Esports, they're going to start to count their lucky stars. They're in this max center with the best possible position you can ask for. Wealth OMG on the left. They've got the edge to play with. You can also see the players of VST trying to make the rotation inside of the circle, but Diesel Esports can be the spanner in the works.
Spanner, wrench, hammer, absolute destruction. That's what I'm seeing right now from Diesel. They have the compound from the northwest, but FS Esports, they find a pick on VST. And this is a pick that they need. They need those finish points. And as of yet, 41 points. With 1 knock, can they get the confirmation? Smoking up from the north side, VST needs to get out of the compound. Unfortunately to say, no confirmation yet. And the circle still has a long way to go, so they will have the potential to go in for the reset unless Crypto does something about it. Nope, he's not going to do anything about it.
Still, there's a big unless. Oh, the man's out in the open now. The shots are taken towards the vehicle, but none connect. FS Esports with just 1 elimination point so far, 41 points in the overall standings. They're looking decent, but not too good. A knock is found towards FS Esports as Dream falls apart. And now FS Esports, they're trying their best to fight back inside of the scenario. Hail Inferno Squad's Owen gets knocked out too, and also confirmed. Goten in the nearby vicinity decides to drive by and also get that confirmation scooped up. Dreams now eliminated from the game.
Dreams is done for, but the FS Esports still survives. Hail Inferno Squad, they were going for a drive-by. But despite being pinned on the top side, guess what? Stray bullets coming from Diesel is enough to scare off SF Esport to back off. VST finding this opportunity to creep up on them as well as they continue their journey to drive off to look for more praise in the hands.
Hail Inferno Squad is so close. 38 points on the board. They just need 7 more to be on the safer side of the spectrum. Can Hail Inferno Squad gather those, though? That's the real question. And look at the elimination feed now starting to pop off. 2 OP officials, they're on the receiving side of the spectrum. VST as well, not looking too smooth for them either. Even FS Esports, they're catching a lot of hurt.
There's still a lot of space inside this zone. It all comes down to stage 5, stage 6. Before all hell breaks loose, everybody is looking for the best spot possible. Everybody's waiting. Everybody's getting desperate. You can see anything that moves, they're shooting. That's how much desperation is appearing in every single team. And the only team that doesn't really give a damn is going to be Diesel right now. And Troy Tamlin, they finally go in for the strike at 2 OP official. They get the connection! Hydro!
That was a desperate
And the nades from Inferno gets the confirmation.
Beautiful stuff. Also knocks out Liability in the process. Another nade tossed out to hand out the death blow, and that's going to be the confirmation. Grunveer still knocked out from Troy Timberlane Esports, but Pekka now delivers that valuable intel. And just look at this awkward standing that's going on. 2OP official aim hacks, he still wins that duel as he shuts down Inferno. Troy Timberlane Esports still with 2 players strong. They can look forward to trying to eliminate the last man of 2OP, and that's what they do.
I genuinely feel bad for aim hacks. If that wasn't a 3x, I'm pretty sure he would have been able to control the recall. AK 3x, not exactly the greatest to actually play around with here. But unfortunately to say, he will be eliminated. But Troy Diamond Esports, they will get the full reset. But they have to do it quick. Circle is not in their favor. They have 30 seconds left before the next phase of zone, and zone still favors for Miracle. And WILDCARD going to be playing on the open fields on the west side, while Raven going to be pushing from the south.
Luckily enough, they've got all the 4 players standing though, so that's a good news. And honestly, Troy Timberlane Esports as well, just spoiling the hopes and dreams of 2OP officials. Yes, I know they were too far back in the overall standings, but still, the human intentions, even they fade away now. Bot Army Esports, Monty stuck in an awkward spot. That hay bale.
Wow.
He gets forced out of his comfort zone with that beautifully placed nade, but Raven Esports, for them, the Herculean task isn't done yet.
It is going to be far. What a big nade lob once more. Doesn't seem to be able to connect with the bounce. And they have to get out. Circle stage 5 has got to hurt a lot. Monty going to be sending him a couple smokes, but guess what? Johnny is going to be helping them. WILDCARD is able to find a couple knocks on towards Raven. And because of that, Raven is going to be forced to go in for the reset, and that's going to be the opening for Bot Army Esports to push through. But they don't realize that this is happening too.
Even Raven Esports needs a nuclear game. Nothing less than a 30-pointer. And just look at Lens tracing beautifully. Bot Army Esports, Scary John was taken down real low, but Devotee now closes on up, applying that pressure constantly as another man gets knocked out from Raven Esports. And this might just be the full stop to the Cinderella run of Raven Esports in this realme BGIS 2025. Devotee's here with the hammer, just shattering the hopes and dreams.
Bot Army Esports is shutting down everyone's dreams. Lens, the star player from Raven Esports, has only one shot at this. And that one shot is going to be very, very difficult. 22 points. And that is so many points that he has to get all by himself. Bot Army Esports spoiling the dreams for Raven.
They know they've done it, and that's why they're so confident. Just moving out in the open fields like that. Bot Army Esports, they're not looking like bots at all. But Troy Timberlane Esports, the race is still on for them. They're still fighting for those points. Still on the verge of that qualification marker. 39 points in the overall board. Troy Timberlane Esports as well. They're scavenging for a chicken dinner, and this is the only opportunity they've got. In the front, there's also going to be GG, God's Given. They need to be careful of them too. 3 players standing from God's Given, that can be a big problem as well. Reflex now trying to fall back towards safety, towards the remaining players.
God's Given out in the open. They've got decent cover, but they need to get those resets. High ground advantage, not in their favor. And Troy Diamond is just shooting anything that moves in the grass. They know for a fact that this is going to be their game. This is their moment to shine, and Bot Army is looking to try and contest them as well. The noise has been made. Not enough of ammunition, not enough of meds. They have decent ones, but it all comes down to winning those fights in the south side, because the circle, where will it shift? Seems like it is going to be on their vicinity, so they do have that advantage. They need to shut down God's Given.
For Miracle Esports, they're in a real big advantage spot too. And for Miracle Esports, now they cannot stay passive anymore. They need to go aggressive and claim those elimination points. That's the only way I can see them qualifying forward. WILDCARD as well there towards the left side, but Troy Timberlane Esports, they're the closest to that qualification barrier, including FS Esports. Troy Timberlane Esports, 39 points on the board. They cannot mess this up at all. God's Given, they're a constant threat, including Devotee from Bot Army Esports. Even he's dishing out some serious damage. VST, they lock horns against Diesel Esports. Utilities exchanged from both the sides, but VST, they do not really have the man number to back themselves up.
Well, Diesel, they had a little bit of run in. It seems like they really want to close out with the bang as well. Shots come through, but no knocks so far. And it's just like that. VST Gonna be risk eliminated right here, right now as well. They're part of the top 9, not enough finishes, only 33 points. And it is gonna be tough. Spray comes through, no connections once more. They got the knock, but no confirmations.
He's got no meds either. Siraj, nothing to patch himself up. VST, for them, it's looking real dicey.
Oh,
real bad. It's looking real ugly, but look at Diesel Esports. They don't care about the world. They straight up push on the players of Welto OMG. And now it feels like even Welto OMG's hopes and dreams are on the verge of being shattered. FZFS Esports, they take an exit from the game with just 44 points. Have they qualified? Still a big question mark. We need to wait for the other groups to chime in the action. But hold on to that thought. Diesel Esports, though, they're still tracking that last man of Welto OMG.
Oh boy, Diesel just spoiling the games for everyone. Nick from inside Weldo MG still trying his best to survive all he can. Is the last man standing for Weldo MG. VST, last 2 players as well. Even Hill Inferno squad down towards the final 2 players. Everyone is going to get eliminated. And Troy Tamlin taking a couple fights as well. But Diesel, look at this. They don't really care. They're just going to shut down on everyone on the south side.
LB's taken down low as well with Diesel Esports. All the players on the line. It's not a good news at all for other teams in the lobby who are still looking to qualify. Even Bot Army Esports with a 3-man squad. Now they're trying to stop the players of Diesel Esports and Trax. Troy Tamlin Esports, all the hopes and dreams. All the eggs in one basket. Can Troy Tamlin Esports do it? Just one man alive. And he's looking to get the revival on towards Inferno. The spam shots coming in, that's doing a lot of damage towards the vehicle, and if the vehicle explodes, it's done. Troy Tamlin Esports, they don't have anything for transport.
Table toppers are shutting down on everyone right now. And Hill Inferno got the perfect site to actually farm those finishes. Was out in the open. 42 points for Hill Inferno squad, 42 for Troy. 46 and above is where you want to be at. And Bot Army Esports and Diesel still in the picture, and they're taking each other out. Oh boy. Chances of the middle of the pack to qualify slowly dimming down. And only if they come up on top. And right now, the Hill Inferno squad, they need to get down. They have the high ground, but it doesn't matter. They need to make a move inside the zone, and For Miracle does have control of the north side.
Heads on the swivel for pretty much all the teams, other than Diesel Esports and Bot Army Esports. Hail Inferno squad, they lose out on PMWI IGL. They're so close, but they're not too far. I see they just need to make it in the safety lines. That's it.
I don't know what to do. Everybody's so weak. Everybody's so desperate. 8 teams remain. And there's not enough points. There's only enough room for 2 teams. And Diesel and Bot Army still somewhat gets the reset. Diesel getting the full reset on 3 players. They want to get more than 60 points. And Diesel currently spoiling the dreams for all this team to potentially make it into the top 16.
Oh, he's going for it. He wants to pull off the impossible. This still can be possible if Jatin stays alive for a bit longer. And he makes it! Makes it inside of the circle. That's going to help him survive for another stage.
Surviving is all they can do. Look at this. Everybody is so weak. Even Diesel, they just had a 3-man and they just got wiped. Only 1 player remained from Diesel. They have to go in for the reset. Troy Tamlin is still proning their way. Bunch of snakes. And throughout all this commotion, For Miracle and God's Given left completely untouched in all the action for the past 2 stages.
Troy Tamlin Esports. The snakes are now once again in the grass. And they know with 6 elimination points, that's not going to cut it. They at least need 4 more. And that will be the full stop for Troy Tamlin Esports. But to bring in those 4 elimination points, they need to bring in some master tactics too. God's Given right next to him. So many teams to hoping that they can pull off the chicken dinner.
The only team that is strong right now is God's Given. And currently, the teams that needs those points is going to be Troy, Hill, Inferno Squad, and VST, Welter OMG, but they just don't have the numbers. Pekka being lost as well. Inferno fighting, getting scattered out. He's going to try to make a run for it, but Diesel, not like this. They somehow still got the reset. They have 2 men alive, and they're spoiling the games for everyone.
I'm not even sure why Diesel Esports is trying so hard. They've gotten 61 points. They've already qualified. Just stop it.
Absolute domination. No mercy for the weak.
Diesel
no
Esports.
mercy for the weak, Diesel says.
Absolute evil. God's given with all the 4 players standing in hopes of securing the chicken dinner. God's given. Even they've put all the eggs in one basket. For Miracle Esports, for them, the zone was favoring them from the start till the end. But can they really find the advantage to themselves now? That's the real question.
You can feel the fear. You can feel the tension of all the solo players. Halo Inferno Squad, Troy Tamerlan, VST, Volto MG, 4 solos looking to qualify. Not enough finish points. And it all comes down to their individual skills. And guess what, Jatin? Mike Brew win it for Inferno. One more nade comes through. And he's done for. Troy Tamerlan might not be able to qualify.
42 points on the board. Have they qualified? Have they not? Still, we need to wait for tomorrow's day. Wait for the other teams. Wait for the other groups to chime inside of the action and show themselves up and play those remaining 3 games. Before now, they've only managed to secure 42 points. Hold on to that thought, though. God's given. Now they're going to start a strike. Diesel Esports as Albi falls down, and he's also going to be the confirmation. Gokul now is the only man alive from Diesel Esports. Jutin as well from Halo Inferno Squad. For Miracle Esports with 3 players standing. And look at Siraj. He's in the back. He's got the line of sight on Dragon OP. He's got the line of sight on the entirety of For Miracle.
But he doesn't have meds. We're down towards the final 4 team. God's given. 4-man health. He's still not pouncing at all. And Siraj, 1 nade, 1 flashbang. Absolutely nothing else but his hoodie in the grass. Lurking, and 4 Miracle might not be expecting this. Halo Inferno Squad also goes down in 4th place. Final 3 team left. God's given with 48% chance of taking the chicken dinner. Dragon OB getting knocked. This might be it for him. VST might be able to spoil the dreams for 4 Miracle right here, right now. 7 finishes in the bag for 4 Miracle.
The man's out of ammo. 16 bullets. I don't think he can do a lot. 4 Miracle Esports. They don't even have anything to back themselves up. The ARs are empty. Siraj in the back is going to find the knock as well with that well-placed nade. Beard Baba goes down. The confirmation on the verge of being followed up. But what's going on here? For Miracle Esports, hopes and dreams are being shattered. As God's given, they make the pounds and eliminate that last man too. And now for VST, Siraj is going to be their best possible hope. He cannot secure the chicken dinner, but he's done his job. He's done more than enough, securing 6 placement points. He's way too low, did not even have meds to patch himself up. But as I mentioned, the man's done his job. But God's given, what a way to close things off. Have they qualified? It's still a big question.
So much sadness in one game. But God's given Esports will be able to take the cake. But like you said, is it enough points to qualify in the overall standings for the top 16? Only time will tell, because this group is an absolute domination coming from both Diesel as well as Bot Army Esports.
You want to talk about something I see, and I think that's a pretty serious matter. You went with Welt OMG, a team that was doing so good in the first 3 games, and they somehow bombed the remaining 3 games. What's going on? I see, why do you do this?
I don't know, man. I don't know if it's just me, or is it people, or people are just afraid, but eventually Welt OMG, they tried their best, but unfortunately their best wasn't enough, because fear is something that is very, very terrifying here. If you fight with no fear, you're going to be okay. But the moment you fight with the fear of losing, you must understand, the thing that you fear most was most likely happen.
And yeah,
Murphy's
for Welt
Law.
OMG, there's a big chance they might just not move on. Honestly, why I'm saying big, they are probably not going to move on, because they just don't really have enough points in the overall standings. But man, I'm really happy for Halo Inferno Squad, since they just barely needed to squeeze few more points, and even those placement points are now going to come into commission. Halo Inferno Squad have done more than enough.
Well, it should be as well, because we are going to be talking at the overall standings later on as well. But before we talk a little bit more on this as well, for those guys watching at home, guess what? To help you guys in your journey of BGMI, the all-round Slayer phone out there is out right here now. It is going to be the realme P3 Ultra 5G, currently priced at 22,999 rupees. And you can search it up on Flipkart, realme P3 Ultra 5G. The best in its segment, 90 FPS BGMI gaming right now in the market.
But once again, back towards that serious talk, right? Now, let's just talk about how many teams can actually stand a chance to qualify. We know 2 teams have already qualified. It's not even a question. But teams on the edge are Hail Inferno Squad, FS Esports, and even a few more names that are right around that similar vicinity. I think, once again, 5 to 6 teams can actually qualify on. And this is what I'm talking about, right? If the same thing keeps on happening even in the upcoming groups, that means that we are going to see the cutoff rise up even higher.
Well, it might be high, it might be low, only time will tell, because tomorrow's groups are going to be a completely different beast itself, because it's going to be Group A and Group C. And as of yet, B and D, they're pretty much done before. They set up a pretty low benchmark, to be honest, compared to how the quarterfinals actually went in. The opening matches was so far apart in terms of the overall groupings. Everyone was like 44, 43, 42, etc. And even teams like Royal Emperor barely scraping by back then during the quarterfinals themselves.
Exactly, man. A lot of teams have struggled, especially for the names that we did not really expect to struggle. We're struggling too. And Wildfang should be one of them as well, right?
Yeah.
Knowing the fact that they've got veterans inside of the lineup, but still those veterans not able to strike when it means the most. Wildfangs, it was not even close. They were eliminated single-handedly with no hopes of qualification.
Well, this is the era of the Undergods as of yet. Seems like the Undergods has really stepped up the game here in the wildcard stages. Most of the grind teams has been eliminated. And it's sad to say, this will be the last time we will be seeing them in the realme BGIS. And of course, that is also based to post-verification. And as the next journey continues, unfortunately, it is the nature of competition, right? We started a journey with 1,000 over teams.
Yeah, 1,000.
And now we're down towards like 64 teams in the quarterfinals. And then when the semifinals happen, that's even lesser teams. And when we will eventually see the best of the best 16 from all these players in the grand finals in Kolkata.
That would be super exciting too, but all these teams were fighting for a shot in the semifinals of the realme BGS 2025, and it seems like not a lot of teams have actually moved on because a lot of them have been eliminated itself right here, right now. Try to Million Esports too, they were so close towards that qualification marker, and in my opinion, I think they've done it.
We have to wait for the official scores, but Troy Tamlin definitely stepped up big time in this game. They were looking for finishes, they're looking for a lot of placements, and they understood that getting those placements and finishes is going to be what makes them survive in the competition. Raven Esports, however, played a little bit safe, but Born Army Esports, this is what we're talking about, right? If you have no fear and you just go in for the push, you won't win because everybody's so afraid. And look at Diesel Esports and Born Army Esports' performance in this game. They really don't care.
Bot Army Esports literally proved the fact that you just need one big game to instantly bring yourself back in the race and easily qualify. That game of Miramar just turned the entire table, turned the entire charts for Bot Army Esports, and now they're going to be the one to move on towards semifinals without any problems. Diesel Esports, they have been dominant from the start till the end. It was not even a question. They were playing really good for themselves, but teams like New Version, I'm personally going to feel bad for them, including VST.
Yeah, I agree. And VST here as well, they actually spoiled 4 Miracle's chances of taking the Chicken Dinner. This needed to be a big game for 4 Miracle in order for them to qualify, but because they are in top 3, that means very little placement points. So with that being said, I want to see who the MVP of this match here is going to be Jatin OG from the side of Hail Inferno Squad. You talked about this. He did 6 finishes and 1,274 damage. So a majority of the teams that suffer from the south is because of Jatin, who's conquering their spots in the north side in that hilltop.
Impressive stuff. Hail Inferno Squad, they're barely going to scrape through and maybe qualify towards the semifinals. You've also got 4 Miracle Dragon OP right there with 5 finishes. Monty Bay as well with 4. Hydro 2 from Troy to Million Esports with 4. Devotee with 3. Bot Army Esports, they've qualified. Diesel Esports, they've qualified. It's not even a question. As we move on towards point standing, squads given. They got 15 points from that previous game. I don't think they've done enough. Hail Inferno Squad, 13 points. That's more than enough. 4 Miracle Esports, 12 points. I don't think they've done enough. Bot Army Esports, they've qualified already. VST, 9 points. No is going to be the answer.
Diesel Esports, 9 points as well. Well, we don't really need to talk about Diesel Esports. They're so high in the leaderboard right now. And I think we have like, what, 4 teams that is pretty much confirmed for the top 16 based on these 2 matches so far. So I would say there is still a lot of teams that still can potentially make a comeback from this next upcoming group. Meanwhile, Wildfangs only got 3 points, WMG only 2 points despite surviving into the longest of time, but not enough finish points. So this is very, very concerning coming from WMG. Mysterious Esports 1 point, IIT Gaming XTCW 1 point, Raven Esports 0, TOB Official 0. That means a majority of these teams are below the 30-point mark threshold. But with that being said, let's take a look at the look at the overall standings of this group itself. Diesel 63, Bot Army Esports 53, Hail Inferno Squad 46, barely scraping the cutoff of the quarterfinals. FS Esports at 44 points, Troy Tamlin Esports at 42 points, VST at 41 points, God Givens Esports at 39 points, and Wealth OMG with 35 points.
Imagine if you're VST, you're just going to be hoping, you're just going to be praying to the gods that something happens and the other teams in the upcoming groups choke up and the cutoff does not go higher. 41 points, so close towards that qualification bracket, and just one single mistake or one single good game from the upcoming brackets can actually instantly rise up that cutoff. The latter half is going to be on the board for Miracle Esports, just did not do enough. SBA Esports, we saw some glimpses of brilliance moments, especially inside of the grind, but then later on we did not see it carry forward.
Well, the cutoff, will it go up or will it go down? It all depends on what happens tomorrow, but today itself, this are the matches that's pretty much been concluded for Group D as well as Group B. But let's take a look at what the other casters has predicted in towards this group itself.
Yeah, I see Baby going to Delta OMG. They're not going to move forward. Engineer going to Try to Million Esports. It's still a big question mark. Maisie going with SBA. Classic Curse once again happening to SBA. Wild Fangs, they did not even stand a chance, so I don't even know why Anki and Sparrow went with them. Johnny going with 4 Miracle Esports. I went with Hail Inferno Squad. They still stand a chance, but they're barely on the edge.
Well, there is a comeback indeed. Unfortunately to say, everybody else is kind of in the dumpster right now, except for you, apparently. Great job, Negro. Great prediction so far. Unfortunately, the rest of the world on this screen here for the casters, seems like we are going to be on the loser squad. And they are going to be cursed like me. So far, from round 4 until now, I've got 100% prediction for all my teams so far. It's either they do good or they, well, most of the time they don't do good.
Well, that way everyone's getting 100% predictions right?
Exactly.
Because it's either good or either bad at the end of the day. But I see, jokes apart, a lot of hearts were broken today. A lot of these players come in inside of these open events with a lot of dreams to be the champion of the realme BGIS 2025. But at the end of the day, only one can be the winner.
Well, 2 groups has pretty much shown their performance so far, which is B and D. And I think we are going to be talking about how this 2 groups' performance is going to affect the overall standings of all the 64 teams as of yet. And I'm pretty sure we have to take a look at the top 16's placement on where the cutoff may or may not be, because as of yet, there's 2 more groups to actually overcome this. But before that, I think I have a very, very special announcement, because we have a giveaway winner, okay?
Okay.
To those who have participated in the BGIS exchange event, congratulations to our winners: Anirban Bhakta, Ritesh Ratva, Prem Gupta, Malikarjun AB, Kabi Bhatt, Nadeem Akhtar, Yatin Vala, Sahiba Syed, Anmol Singh, Asmit Kumar, Soham Jagtap, Santosh Kapoor, Sanu Ansari, Harshit and Rahul. You are all now the proud owner of a brand new P3 Pro 5G, ladies and gentlemen.
Congratulations, guys, to get your hands on the devices for free. But keep this thing in mind, this was the BGIS Exchange Event 1. The Event 2 is still live inside of the game, so I would recommend you guys to check it out. Go hop inside of the game and participate in the event itself. If you're someone who wins that event, make sure to fill out a Google form, and you might just be the one to get your hands on the Realme P3 Ultra 5G.
Exactly. If you see your name down in that blue bar, okay, it disappeared. You are walking away with a brand new phone. So congratulations to all those winners. And why did you make me do this? Why did you make me pronounce all these names on my own?
Well,
I am pretty sure. I'm sorry if I butchered any of your names, by the way.
You could have let me announce it, man.
I know,
could have
right?
just given me the throw, and I would have announced it.
I know, right?
as
Would you like
well.
to do it again? Could you tell me all the pronunciations of all the teams?
You were pretty much spot on. I'm not gonna lie. You were pretty much.
You just
doing
didn't want to do it, huh?
No, you were doing good, man. I
All
could
right.
do it again, but it's just gonna be a stretch for no reason. But honestly, congratulations to the winners.
No,
And
we
as
need
I
double
mentioned-
confirmation. You know, we need people might have misheard it. They wanted it the second time.
But let me just congratulate them first, right? And give them a bit more of that information, right? Because the BGIS Exchange Event 1 was done, and we announced the winners right now. The Event 2 is still live inside of the game. I'm repeating this again because I want you guys to have a maximum shot at winning the Realme P3 Ultra 5G for free. And if you're someone who wins that event, make sure to fill out a Google form, and you might just stand a chance to win the device itself once again, and your names will be announced tomorrow, probably.
Please don't make me do this.
I will make you do it again.
Okay. I'm sorry once again. Apologies to anybody's names that I've butchered. I hope you guys enjoyed that segment. But all things considered, while you guys have been walking away with some prizes, unfortunately, some of these teams are walking away with tickets, and some of these teams are going to be ending their journey here. A lot of hearts has been broken. A lot of emotional moments. Very, very, I would say, tense moments for some of these teams. I hope they can take a little bit of break, and now their fates solely depend on tomorrow's match. And as of yet, tomorrow's match is going to be a completely different beast, because if we're talking about known teams, we've seen God's Reign, we've seen Wildfangs. Both of them did not really do well. Another known team that is on the chopping board right now is going to be Seoul.
Especially for the teams that have got more than 40 points, or somewhere around 45 as well. All they can do is just sit and pray and hope that there's going to be some sort of a vacuum created by the top teams and they don't see any of their comebacks. If the points are going to be equally distributed, that means the cutoff's just going to go even higher, which means the teams that are currently sitting on 40 till 45th, they will be eliminated.
Yeah, I agree. And speaking of the cutoff right now, I think based on the quarterfinals, it is obviously, we've been bringing this up multiple times now. 46 points is pretty much the cutoff. But I feel like after seeing B and D, the cutoff might be just lower because the performances hasn't been very, very
wow, you think so?
Convincing as well. So like even just now, we saw barely a lot of teams actually breaking past the 46 barrier mark. Like there was some 42s, 43, but a majority of them are somewhere in the 30s.
I generally think the cutoff might just go higher. I think it might just go around 48 to 49. That's what I think. We've got our own different opinions, man. I mean, if it does stick around 42 to 45, then that's a really good news for the teams that are just barely on the cusp of qualification. If it's going to rise higher, then trust me when I say this, a lot of upsets will be witnessed once again.
Yeah, Troy Diamond almost qualified during the quarterfinals as well. And they are at the exact same position in terms of points comparing from the quarterfinals and also here in the wildcard stages. So again, 46 is the predicted cutoff, and currently it feels like, I don't know, man. It's just a hunch. It feels like there is going to be a domination match for tomorrow and the day after as well. And because of that domination, we're going to see that peak power vacuum where maybe the top 8 is going to be like 60 over points, and then the rest is going to be like 30 over points at the bottom.
So let me ask you one thing. Can Seoul qualify?
If they get 28 finishes per game for the next 3 games. They've done it before in Miramar.
I want to answer with yes or no.
I refuse to answer.
Come on,
it might be yes, it might be no.
Come on,
I plead the fifth. I will not confirm or deny whether they will confirm they qualify or not. Only time will tell. That's going to be tomorrow.
We've got the overall standings after the end of Day 3. Cincinnati Kids are just topping the charts in all the margins with 64 points. Diesel Esports with 63. Likita Esports with 62. And then comes in Reckoning Esports, Altitude, and newer name, Bot Arm Esports too. Once again, qualifying for the semifinals, doing really good for themselves. Second page, Rider Esports with 44 points. Troy Million Esports with 42. So right now, the current cutoff is 35 points.
Well, unfortunately to say a lot of teams below that is not going to be able to make the cut for the top 16. So as of yet, this is the top 16 for now until the remaining 2 groups conclude their match. And currently, of course, on screen, Hero, Extreme Godlike hasn't played their 3 matches yet. They are very, very much actually pushed up the barriers in towards the upper echelons. But on the other half here, CV Academy narrowly breaks it past on the 70th place here, means that they will not be qualifying. World OMG also at the exact same spot they were yesterday. Before the 3 matches, to be honest, which is 18 points, and unfortunately they won't be able to qualify as well.
All the remaining names have been eliminated from this realme BGIS 2025 wildcard stage. And this is definitely going to be a major stinger for the fans too, right? Royal Emperor as well, just there, but they have only played 3 games so far. So tomorrow, Royal Emperor will be back once again to claim their throne in the top 16. But who do they eliminate to do so? Raven Esports, they did so good in the quarterfinals. They were so consistent, but that transition towards the wildcards, it was a flop.
Yeah, same can be said for Wildfangs as well. It's only pretty much gotten themselves 22 points. Orangutan was able to get 22 points in 3 matches, and they still have 3 more to go. So that's going to be a team that you have been watching out for as well, because I think Genki was the zone magnet on yesterday's games itself.
Tomorrow's day is going to be filled up with a lot of excitement and a lot of upsets too, and even a few surprises. We do see Autobots Esports over here with just 3 games played so far. INTX Furious, they've concluded all their games, but they've only managed to acquire 15 points, so even they will be eliminated from over here. Alibaba Raiders just getting 12 points in the span of 6 games. Even that's a major upset. ESG2, 6 games done, 13 points. Oh man, concerns were there, but now since they've been eliminated, things are let loose.
Well, Alibaba Raiders being one of the grind teams to be this low at the board is just very, very concerning. Same can be said for Seoul, but they still have 3 more matches to actually make a bounce back. Meanwhile, on the bottom half here, seems like IIT Gaming's XTCW only has 9 points in total in 6 matches, and the lowest of low right now is going to be BO7S, only 3 points with 6 match.
Yeah, that's what happens when you talk to IC. That's what happens. So I would recommend all the teams to stay away from the man because he's been cursing them left, right, and center. But jokes apart, tomorrow's day is going to be filled up with a lot of excitement and also a lot of fearful thoughts for the teams that are not doing good.
Yeah, I agree. It all comes down to just mental fortitude, right? Like, I think it all comes down to strategy has some sort of play, but it all comes down to resilience. And I feel like teams that can overcome that, hey, this game we didn't do well, reset, let's focus on how we can do better. And the moment you are able to push through with that kind of mentality, that's exactly how you're going to be able to win this. So, unfortunately, I saw a couple of teams that were able to do that, but because of how things ended for them for specific maps, they brought over whatever that happened in the previous map into the second game, and because of that, it resulted in them just having so much miscommunication and etc. So all these little things needs to be sorted out between all these teams, to be honest.
They should take an inspiration from Bot Army Esports and try and pull off a nuclear performance just like that. 27 points in one game, instantly just flipped the tables, flipped the odds, flipped the fate as well, and just gave the entire game in the hands of Bot Army Esports. And that was the major setback for the other teams too.
Easier said than done, but of course, what do you guys think about our opinions here? Because our opinions are here, and the players are playing. But do we have a little bit of a match or not? It's gonna be a different question here. So do drop in the comments and test whether or not what Necro said is true.
Give us your prediction in the chat, of course, since Group A and C are going to be the one to be in the action tomorrow. Tomorrow's day is going to be filled up with a lot of excitement, a lot of surprises, and as I mentioned, a lot of fearful thoughts, even for the fans and even for the players. Before now, the day comes to an end for me and IC. We'll see you guys tomorrow on the day 4 of the wild card, which will be the final day itself.